Chapter 16 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 16. I had been little at home those days, for the house in Brooklyn disturbed me now. Poor old Dad. Since I had secured my contract, he had tried so hard to help me, to be eager, interested, alive, to talk it all over with me at night. And this I did not like to do. A vague feeling of guilt and disloyalty would creep into my now boundless zest for the harbor that had crowded him out. And I think that he suspected this. One night, when with this feeling I stupidly tried to talk as though I still hated all its ugliness, its clamor, smoke and grime, I caught a twinkle of pain in his eyes. "Boy," he broke in roughly, "I hope you'll always talk and write what you believe and nothing else. I wouldn't give a picayune for any chap who didn't." I could feel him watching anxiously my affair with Eleanor. In the days when she had come to the house he had grown very fond of her, and now by frequent questions, slipped in with a studied indifference, he showed an interest which in time became a deep suspense. "Out again this evening, son?" he called in one night from the bathroom where he was washing his hands and face before going down to supper. In my room adjoining I was dressing to go out. "Yes, Dad." "What for?" "Some work." "Be out for dinner too?" "Yes." "Who with?" "Oh, a pilot," I answered abstractly. I was wondering if she would wear her blue gown. She had asked quite a number of people that night. Then I saw Dad in the doorway. Briskly rubbing his gray head with a towel, he was eyeing my evening clothes. "Devilish polished chaps these days, pilots," he commented. I heard a low snort of glee from his room. My sister, on the other hand, had no more patience than before with this fast deepening love of mine, which had drawn me away from her radical friends up to the men of the tower who worked for the big companies. By the most vigorous ironies, the most industrious witty remarks, she made me feel how thoroughly she disapproved of anything so deadening as marriage, home and settling down in this glorious age of new ideas. One morning at breakfast, when I remarked as I commonly did that I would be out for dinner that night, "Where are you going?" she asked abruptly. "To Eleanor Dillon's," I replied. Our eyes met squarely for a moment. "Do you know what it means to go there so often, almost every night?" she asked. "I do," I answered bluntly. I would finish this meddling once and for all. But Sue did not look finished. "You'd better stay home tonight, Billy," she said. "Why?" "Joe Kramer is coming." "What?" "He telephoned me late last night. He's just come from Colorado and he sails tomorrow for England. He's awfully anxious to see you." Of course he was, and I knew what about. I saw at once by the look on her face that Sue had told him all about me and had begged him to see what he could do. Why couldn't they leave a fellow alone, I said wrathfully to myself. But my ire softened when I met Joe. In the year and a half since I had seen him, the lines in his face had deepened, the stoop of his big shoulders had grown even more pronounced, and again I felt that wistful, frowning, searching quality in him. Beneath his gruffness and his jeers, he was so honestly pushing on for what he could find most real in life. A wave of the old affection came over me suddenly without warning. Vaguely I wondered about it. Why did he always grip me so? My father, too, appeared at first delighted to see him. He had shown a keen relish for J.K. from that first time in college when I had brought him home for Christmas. Since then, whenever Joe had come, he and Dad had always managed to retreat to the study together and smoke and have long, dogged arguments. But tonight it was not the same. For in his growth as a radical, Joe had gone beyond all arguing now. Lines of deep displeasure slowly tightened on Dad's face. All through dinner he kept attempting to turn the talk from Joe's work to mine. But this I would have none of, I wanted to be let alone. so I nervously kept the conversation on what Joe was up to, and Sue seemed more than eager to learn. J.K. was up to a good deal. "This muckraking game is played out," he said. "We all know how rotten things are. All we want to know now is what's to be done." And he himself had become absorbed in what the working class was doing. As a reporter in the West he had been to strike after strike, ending with a long ugly struggle in the Colorado mines. He talked about it intensely, the greed of the mine owners, the brutality of the militia, the bullpens into which strikers were thrown. Vaguely I felt he was giving us a most distorted picture, and glancing now and then at my father I saw that he thought it a pack of lies. Joe made all the strikers the most heroic figures, and he spoke of their struggle as only a part of a great labor war that was soon to sweep the entire land. Sue excitedly drew him out, and I felt it was all for my benefit. Joe said that he was going abroad in order that he might write the truth about the labor world over there. The American papers and magazines would let you write the truth, he said, about labor over in Europe, because it was at a safe distance, but they wouldn't allow it here. And then Sue looked across at me as though to say, "It's only stuff like yours they allow." "Why don't you two go out for a walk?" she suggested sweetly after dinner. And I consented gladly, for there are times when nothing on earth can be worse than your own sister. We went down to the old East River docks and walked for some time with little said. Then Joe turned on me abruptly. "Well, Bill," he said, "I've read your stuff. It's damn well written." "Thanks," I replied. "If I've got any knocking to do," he went on with a visible effort, "I know you'll give me credit for not knocking out of jealousy. I'm not jealous. I'm honestly tickled to death. I was wrong about you in Paris. You and me were different kinds. What you got over there was just what you needed. It has put you already way out of my class, and it's going to give you a lot of power as a spreader of ideas. That's why I hate so like the devil to see you starting out like this, with what I'm so sure are the wrong ideas." "How are they wrong?" "Think a minute. Why is your magazine pushing you so? The first story of your series is only just out, and they've already boomed you all over the country. Why, Bill, I saw your picture in a trolley car in Denver, and you're only 25 years old. It's damn fine writing, I'll say it again, but that's not reason enough for this. You've got to go down deeper and look into your magazine's policy, which is to strike a balance for all kinds of middle-class readers and for their advertisers, too. They've run some radical stuff this year, and they're booming you now to balance off, to show how safe and sane they can be in the way they look at life, at big business and at industry, as you do here in the harbor. You're making gods out of the men at the top. You've seen 'em as they see themselves, and you've only seen what they see here. You've missed all the millions of people here who depend on the place for their jobs and their lives. They don't count for you." "That's not true at all," I interrupted hotly. "It's just for them and their children that fellows like Dillon are on the job, to make a better harbor. For them, for the people," said Joe. "That's what I'm kicking at in you, Bill. You treat us all like a mass of dubs that need gods above to do everything for us, because we can't do it all by ourselves." "I don't believe the people can," I retorted. "From what I've seen I honestly don't believe they count. The fellows that count in a job like this are the fellows with punch and grit enough to fight their way up out of the ranks, I know, and be lieutenants and captains in a regular army of peace, with your friend Dillon in command and Wall Street in command of him. Isn't that your view?" "All right, it is. I don't see any harm in that. It's the only safe way that I can see out of this mess of a harbor we've got. These men are the efficient ones. They're the fellows that have the brains and that know how to work, to use science, money, everything, to get a decent world ahead. What's the matter with efficiency?" "Your latest god?" sneered J.K. "Suppose it is. What's wrong with it? What's the matter with Dillon? Is he a crook?" "No," said Joe. "That's just the worst of him. He's so damned honest, he's such a hard worker. I've met men like him all over the country, and they're the most dangerous men we've got. Because they're the real strength of Wall Street, just as thousands of clean, hard-working priests are the strength of the Catholic Church. They keep their church going, and Dillon keeps his. He's a regular priest of big business. And he takes hold of kids like you and molds your views like his for life. Look at what he has done with you here. Does he say a word to you about graft? Does he talk of the North Atlantic Pool or any one of the other pools and schemes by which they keep up rates? Does he make you think about low wages and long hours and all the fellows hurt or killed on the docks and in the stoke holes? Does he give you any feeling at all of this harbor as a city of 4 million people, most of them getting a raw deal and getting mad about it? That's more important to you and me than all the efficiency gods on earth. You've got to decide which side you're on. And that's what's got me talking now. I see so plain which way you're letting yourself be pulled. I've seen so many pulled the same way. It's so pleasant up there at the top. There's so much money and brains up there and refinement, such women to get married to, such homes to settle down in. Sometimes I wish every promising radical kid in the country could get himself into some scandal that would cut him off for life from any chance of being received by this damned respectable upper class." He stopped for a moment, and then with a gruff intensity, "We need you, Bill," he ended. "We need you bad. We don't want you to marry a girl at the top. We don't want you anchored up there for life." We were standing still now, and I was looking out on the river. Through the grip of his hand on my arm I could feel his body taut and quivering, his whole spirit hot with revolt. The same old Joe, but tenser now, strained almost to the breaking point. But I myself was different. In college he had appealed to me because there I was groping and had found nothing. But now I had found something sure. And so, though to my own surprise a deep emotional part of me rose up in sudden response to Joe and made me feel guilty to hold back, it was only for a moment. And then my mind told me he was wrong. Poor old J.K. What a black distorted view he had, grown out of a distorted life of traveling continually from one center of trouble to another. How could he be any judge of life? "Look here, Joe," I said. "I'm a kid, as you say, and some day I may see your side of this. But I don't now. I can't. For since I left Paris I've been through enough to make me feel what a job living is, I mean really living and growing. And I know what a difference Dillon has made. He has been to my life what he is to this harbor. And I'm not old enough nor strong enough to throw over a man as big as that, and as honest and clean in his thinking, and throw myself in with your millions of people who seem to me either mighty poor thinkers or fellows who don't think at all. They're not in my line. I believe in men who can think clean, who have trained their minds by years of hard work, who don't try to tear down and bring things to a smash, but are always building. You talk about this upper class, but they're my people, aren't they? That's where I was born. And I'm going on with them. I believe they're right, and I know they're strong. I mean, strong enough to handle all this, make it better." "They'll make it worse," Joe answered. And then as he turned to me once more, he added very bitterly, "You'll see strength enough in the people some day." A few moments later he left me. I looked at my watch and found it was not yet 9 o'clock. I went to Eleanor Dillon. And within an hour Joe and his whirl of crowds and confusion were swept utterly out of my mind. End of chapter 16. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 17 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 17. I had often told Eleanor of Joe. She had asked me about him many times. "It's queer," she had said, "what a hold he must have had on you. I feel sure he's just the kind of person I wouldn't like and who wouldn't like me. I don't think he's really your kind either, and yet he has a hold on you still. Yes, he has, I can feel he has." And tonight when I told her that I had been with him, "What did he want of you?" she asked. "He wants me to drop everything," I answered, and I tried to give her some idea of what he had said. But as I talked the thought came suddenly into my mind that here at last was the very time to settle my life one way or the other, to ask her if she would be my wife. I grew excited and confused, my voice sounding unnatural to my ears, and as I talked on about Joe, my heart pounding, I could barely keep the thoughts in line. "And I don't want what he wants," I ended desperately. "That nor anything like it. I just want what I've been getting, just this kind of work and life. And I want you for life, I mean. If you can ever feel like that." Eleanor said nothing. In an instant the world and everything in it had narrowed to the two of us. The intensity was unbearable. I rose abruptly and turned away. I felt suddenly far out of my depth. Confusedly and furiously I felt that I had bungled things, that here was something in life so strange I could do nothing with it. What a young fool I was to have thought she could ever care for a fellow like me! I felt she must be smiling. Despairingly I turned to see. And Eleanor was smiling. In a way that steadied me in a flash. For her smile was so plainly a quick, strong effort to steady herself. "I'm glad you want me like that," she said, in a voice that did not sound like hers. "I don't believe in hiding things. I'm very happy." She looked down at her hands in her lap, and they slowly locked together. "But of course it means our whole lives, you see. And we mustn't hurry or make a mistake. Now that we know this much, we can talk about it quite openly. About each other and what we want, what kinds of lives, what we believe in, whether we'd be best for each other. It's what we ought to talk about, a good many times, it may be weeks." "All right," I agreed. I was utterly changed. At her first words I had felt a deep rush of relief, and seeing her tremendous pluck and the effort she was making, I pitied, worshipped, and loved her all in the same moment. And as we talked on for a few minutes more in that grave and unnaturally sensible way about the pros and cons of it all, these feelings within me mounted so swiftly that all at once I again broke off. "I don't believe there's any use in this," I declared. "It's perfectly idiotic." "Of course it is," she promptly agreed. And then after a rigid instant when each of us looked at the other as though asking, "Quick, what are we going to do?" she burst out laughing excitedly. So did I, and that carried her into my arms and I remember nothing. Until after a while she asked me to go, because she wanted to be by herself. And I noticed how bright and wet were her eyes. I saw them still in the darkness down along the riverfront where I walked for half the rest of the night, stopping to draw a deep breath of the sea and laugh excitedly and go on. Life changed rapidly after that night. I grew so absorbed in Eleanor and in all that was waiting just ahead that it was hard not to shut out everything else, most of all impersonal things. It was hard to write, and for days I wrote nothing. I remember only intimate talks. Everyone I talked to seemed to be deeply personal. I told my father about it the next evening before supper. I found him in his old chair in the study, buried deep in his paper. "Say, Dad, would you mind coming up to your room?" He smote his paper to one side. "What the devil," he asked, "do I want to come up to my room for?" The fact is, I've something you ought to know." I could hear Sue in the other room. "All right, my boy," he said nervously. As he followed me he kept clearing his throat. Sue must have guessed and prepared him. In his room he fussed about, grunted hard over getting off his shoes and finding his slippers, then lay back on his sofa with his hands behind his head and uttered an explosive sigh. "All right, son, now fire ahead," he said jocosely. I loved him at that moment. "You know Eleanor Dillon," I began. "She turned you down." "No, she took me." "The devil you say!" He sat bolt upright, staring. "Well, my boy, I'm very glad," he said thickly. His eyes were moist. "I'm glad, glad. She's a fine girl, strong character, strong. I wish your poor mother were alive. She'd be happy. This girl will make a good wife. You must bring her right here to live with us." And so he talked on, his voice trembling. Then out of his confusion rose the money question, and at once his mind grew clear. And to my surprise he urged me to lose no time in looking around for some good steady position in a magazine office. My writing I could do at night. "It's so uncertain at best," he said. "It's nothing you can count on. And you've got to think of a wife and children. Her father has no money saved." I found he'd been looking Dillon up, and this jarred on me horribly. But still worse was his lack of faith in my writing. I was making $400 a month, and it was a most unpleasant jolt to have it taken so lightly. I went down to Sue. As I came into the living room she met me suddenly at the door. In a moment her arms were about my neck, and she was saying softly, "I know what it is, dear. And I'm glad, I'm awfully glad. If I've been horrid about it ever, please forgive me. I'm sure now it's just the life you want." And that evening while Dad slept in his chair, Sue and I had a long affectionate talk. We drew closer than we had been for months. She was eager to hear everything, she wanted to know all our plans. When I tried at last to turn our talk to herself and our affairs at home, at first she would not hear to it. "My dear boy," she said affectionately, "you've had these worries long enough. You're to run along now and be happy, and leave this house to Dad and me." I slipped my arm around her. "Look here, Sis, let's see this right. You can't run here on what Dad earns, and if you try to work yourself you'll only hurt him terribly. My idea is to help as before, without letting him know that I'm doing it. Make him think you've cut expenses." It took a long time to get her consent. The next night I went to Eleanor's father. He received me quietly and with a deep intensity under that steady smile of his, which reminded me so much of hers. He spoke of all she had meant to him and of her brave search for a big, happy life. He told how he had watched her with me slowly making up her mind. "It took a long time, but it's made up now," he said. "And now that it is, she's the kind that will go through anything for you that can ever come up in your life." He looked at me squarely, still smiling a little, frankly letting his new affection come into his eyes. "I wish I knew all that's going to happen," he added almost sadly. "I hope you'll get used to telling me things. Talking things over, anything, no matter what, where I can be of the slightest help." Then he too spoke of money. He meant to keep up her allowance, he said, and he had insured his life for her. Again, as with my father, I felt that disturbing lack of faith in my work. I spoke of it to Eleanor and she looked at me indignantly. "You must never think of it like that," she said. "I won't have you writing for money. Dad has never worked that way, and you're not to do it on any account, least of all on account of me. Whatever you make we'll live on, and that's all there is to be said. Except that we'll live splendidly," she added very gaily. "And we won't spend the finest part of our lives saving up for rainy days. We'll take care of the rain when it rains, and we'll have some wonderful times while we can." We decided at once on a trip abroad as soon as I had finished my work. And I remember writing hard, and reading it aloud to her and rewriting over and over again, for Eleanor could be severe. But I remember, too, more trips in her boat to gather the last odds and ends. I remember how the big harbor took on a new glory to our eyes, mingled with all the deep personal joys and small troubles and crises we went through, the puzzles and the questionings and the glad discoveries that made up the swift growth of our love. And though I never once thought of Joe Kramer, he had prophesied all right. I belonged wholly now to Dillon's world, a world of clean, vigorous order that seemed to welcome me the more as I wrote in praise of its power, and happy over my success and in love and starting life anew with all the signs so bright. How could I have any doubts of my harbor? We were married very quietly late one April afternoon. It rained, I remember, all that day, but the next was bright and clear for our sailing. In our small stateroom on the ship we found a note from the company, a large, engraved, impressive affair, presenting their best wishes and asking us to accept for the voyage one of their most luxurious cabins. "This is what comes," said Eleanor gaily, "of being the wife of a writer." "Or the daughter," I said softly, "of a very wonderful engineer." "You darling boy." We moved up to a large, sunny cabin. I remember her swiftly reading the telegrams and letters there as though to get them all out of the way. I remember her unpacking and taking possession of our first home. "We're married, aren't we?" said a voice. There was only one more goodbye to be said. On the deck as we went out of the harbor, Eleanor stood by the rail. I felt her hand close tight on mine, and I saw her eyes glisten a little with tears. "What a splendid place it has been," she said. End of chapter 17. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 18 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 18. We found every place splendid in those weeks as we let the wanderlust carry us on. And as though emerging from some vivid dream, various places and faces of people stand out in my memory now as then they loomed in upon our absorption. I remember the little old harbor of Cherbourg, gleaming in the moonlight, where when we landed Eleanor said, "Let's stay here a while." So of course we did, and then went on to Paris. We took an apartment very French, and absurdly small, from a former Beaux Arts friend of mine. I remember the kindly face of the maid who took such beaming care of us, the café in front of which late at night we sat and watched the huge shadowy carts go by on their way to the market halls, the sunrise flower market where we filled our cab with moth roses and plants, Poland's songs in ambassadeurs, delicious petites allées in the Bois, our favorite rides on the tops of the buses, that old religious place of mine down under the bridge by Notre Dame. All these and more we saw in fragments, now and then looking out with vivid interest on all the life around us, only to return to each other. Into each other, I should say, for the exploring was quite different now. There had been such hours between us that nothing intimate could be held back. Nothing? Well, nothing that I thought of then. For somehow or other in those glad, eager afternoons and evenings, in those nights nothing disturbingly ugly in me so much as a thought of showing its head. 3 years before in this stirring town I had felt guilty at being a monk, but now I felt no guilt at all. For down the Champs-Élysées our cab rolled serenely now, and even our driver's white hat wore an air as though it had a place in life. From Paris we started for Munich, but we did not stop there. We happened to feel like going on. So we went through to Constantinople, whence we took a boat to Batum and went up into the Caucasus, which Eleanor had heard about once from an engineer friend of her father's. I remember Kutaisi, a little town by a mountain torrent with gray vine-covered walls around it. Shops opened into the walls like stalls. There we would buy things for our supper, and then in a crazy vehicle we would drive miles out on the broad mountainside to an orchard pink with blossoms, where we would build a fire and cook, and an old man in a long yellow robe and with a turban on his head would come out of his cabin and bring us wine. And the stars would appear and the frogs tune up in the marshes far down in the valley below, and the filmy mists would rise and the mountains would tower overhead. And the effect of this place upon us was to make us feel it was only one of innumerable such vacation places that lay ahead, festival spots in long, radiant lives. We felt this vaguely, silently. So often we talked silently. Then there would come the most serious times, when with the deepest thoughtfulness we would survey the years ahead and very solemnly place ourselves, our views and beliefs. Miraculous how agreed we were. We believed we found in good workmanship, in honest building, in getting things done. We believed in Eleanor's father and all those around and above him that could help his kind of work. We were impatient of soft-headedness in rich people who had nothing to do, and of heavy muddle-headedness in the millions who had too much to do, and of muckraking of every kind which only got in the way of the builders. For the building of a new, clean, vigorous world was our religion, and it did not seem cold to us, because our lives were in it and because we were in love. There was no end to the plans for ourselves, for my writing, our home, the friends we wanted, the trips, the books and the music. And through it all and from under it all, there kept bursting up that feeling which we knew was the most important of all, the exultant realization that we too were just starting out. When at last we came back home this feeling took a deeper turn. I noticed the change in Eleanor. She had far less thought and time for me now. She seemed to be strangely absorbed in herself. Nearly all her time and strength were given to our small apartment in the same building as that of her father. By countless feminine touches she was making it look like the home she had planned. She was getting all in order. And then one night she told me why. Her arms were close around me, and her voice was so low I could barely hear. "There's going to be another soon. Another one of us. Do you hear? A very tiny, blessed one." I held her slowly tighter. "Oh, my darling girl," I whispered. Suddenly I relaxed my hold, for I was afraid of hurting her now. In a moment all was so utterly changed. And as in that brave, quiet way of hers she looked smiling steadily into my eyes, my throat contracted sharply. For into my mind leaped the memory of what the harbor had shown to me on that sultry, hideous summer night in the tenement over in Brooklyn. And that must happen to my wife. "Oh, my dear," she whispered, "if you only knew how much strength I stored up way over there in the mountains." So she had been thinking of this even then, and yet had told me nothing. Here was the beginning of a long, anxious period. Month after month I watched her quietly preparing. Slowly we drew into ourselves while her father and mine and Sue and our friends came and went, but mattered little. I wondered if Dillon ever felt this. As he came down to us in the evenings from the apartment upstairs, where he and Eleanor had meant so much to each other only a year before, he gave no sign that he saw any change. But one night after he had gone, Eleanor happened to pick up the evening paper which had dropped from his bulging overcoat pocket. "Billy, come here," she said presently. "What is it?" "Look at this." The President of the United States had gone with Eleanor's father that day in a revenue cutter over the harbor, and had spoken of Dillon's great dream in vigorous terms of approval. "And father was here this evening," said Eleanor very slowly. "And yet he never told me a word. He saw that I'd heard nothing, and he thought I didn't care. Oh, Billy, I feel so ashamed." But she soon forgot the incident. My suspense grew sharp as the time drew near. I had a good doctor, I was sure of that, and he told me he had an excellent nurse. But what good were all these puny precautions? The tenement room in Brooklyn kept rising in my mind. She sat by the window that last night, and looking down on the far-away lights of the river we planned another trip abroad. A few hours later I stood over her, holding her hand, and with her white lips pressed close together and her eyes shut, she went through one of those terrible spasms. Then she looked up in the moment's relief, and suddenly here was that smile of hers. And she said, low between clenched teeth, "Well, dearie, another starting out." End of chapter 18. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 19 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 19. The next morning, after the rush of relief at the news of Eleanor's safety and the strange sight of our tiny son, I felt keyed gloriously high, ready for anything under the sun. But there seemed to be nothing whatever to do, I felt in the way each time that I moved, so I took to my old refuge, work. And then into my small workroom came Eleanor's father for a long talk. He, too, had been up all night. His lean face was heavily marked from the strain, but their unusual deep serenity had come back into his quiet eyes. "Let's take a day off," he said, smiling. "We're both so tired we don't know it." "Tired?" I demanded. "Yes," he said. "You're tired, more than you've ever been in your life. You'll feel like a rag by tomorrow, and then I'll hope you'll take a good rest. But today, while you are still way up, I want to talk to you about your work. Do you mind?" "Mind? No," I replied, a bit anxiously. "It's just what I'm trying to figure out." "I know you are. You've figured for months and you've worked yourself thin. I don't mind that. I like it, because I know the reason. But I don't think the result has been good. It seems to me you've been so anxious to get on, because of this large family of yours, that you've shut yourself up and written too fast. You've gotten rather away from life. Shall I go right on?" "Yes," I said, watching intently. "Well," he continued, "you've been using what name you've already made and writing short stories of harbor life." "That's what the editors want," I said. "When a man makes a hit in one vein of writing, they want that and nothing else." "At this rate you'll soon work out of the vein," he said. "I'd like to see you stop writing now, take time to find new ground and dig." "There's not an awful lot of time," I remarked. "My plan won't stop your making money," he replied. "I want you to write less but get more pay." "That sounds attractive. How shall I do it?" "By writing about big men," he said. "I suggest that you try a series of portraits of some of the big Americans and the America they know." I jumped up so suddenly he started. "What's the matter?" he asked with a glance at the door. "Did you hear anything?" "Yes," I said excitedly. "I heard a stunning title. The America They Know." We discussed it all that morning, and it appealed to me more and more. Later on, with Eleanor's help, for she grew stronger fast those days, I prevailed upon her father to let me practice upon himself as my first subject. I worked fast, my material right at hand, and within a few weeks I had written the story of those significant incidents out of 30 years of work and wanderings east and west that showed the America he had known, his widening view. I did his portrait, so to speak, with his back to the reader, letting the reader see what he saw. This story I sold promptly, and under the tonic of that success I went into the work with zest and vim. It filled the next 4 years of my life. It took the view I had had of the harbor and widened it to embrace the whole land, which I now saw altogether through the eyes of the men at the top. The most central figure of them all, and by far the most difficult to attack, was a powerful New York banker, one of those invisible gods whose hand I had felt on the harbor. "The value of him to you," Dillon said, "is that if you can only make him talk, you'll find him a born storyteller. The secret scandal of his life is that once in a short vacation he tried to write a play. It was weeks before he would see me, and I had my first interview at the last only by getting on a night train which he had taken for Cleveland. There in his stateroom, cornered, he received me with a grim reluctance and with a humorous glint in his eyes. 'How much do you know about banking?' he asked. 'Nothing,' I said frankly, and then I took a sudden chance. 'What do you know about writing?' I asked. 'Nothing,' he said placidly. 'Is that true? I thought you once wrote a play.' He sat up very quickly. 'If you did,' I went on, 'you've probably read some of Shakespeare's stuff. It was strong stuff about strong men. If he were alive he'd write about you, but I'm sure that he wouldn't know about banking. That's only your job.' 'What do you want of me, young man?' he inquired. 'Is it my soul?' 'Not at all,' I answered. 'It's the America you know, expressed in such simple human terms that even a young ignoramus like me will be able to understand it. Out of this big country a good many thousands of men, I suppose, have come to you for money. Which are the most significant ones?' And I went on to explain my idea. Soon it began to take hold of him. We talked until after midnight, and later we had other talks. It was hard at first in the questioning to dodge the technical side of it all, the widely intricate workings of that machine of credit of which he was chief engineer. But as he saw how eager I was to feel his view and become enthused, by degrees he humanized it all. And not only that, he trusted me. He gave me the most intimate glimpses into his life of big money, although when I dared to include such bits in the story that I showed him, he calmly scratched them out and said, 'You're mistaken, young man. I didn't say that.' As he talked I saw again that vision I had had on the North River docks. For into this man's office had come the men of the mines, the factories and the mills, the promoters of vast irrigations on prairies, builders of railroads, store owners, newspaper proprietors, politicians, the builders and boomers, the strong, energetic men of the land. He showed me their power and made me feel it was still but in its infancy. He made me feel a dazzling future rushing upon us, a future of plenty still more controlled by the keen minds and wide visions of the powerful men at the top. Of all these men and the rushing world of power they lived in, I have only a jumble of memories now. For my own life was a jumble, irregular, crowded and intense. In their offices, clubs and homes, in their motors, on yachts and trains, in Chicago and Pittsburgh and other cities, I followed them, making my time suit theirs. Some had no use for me at all, but I found others delighted to talk, like the great Dakota ranchman who ordered 20,000 copies of the issue in which his story appeared, and scattered them like seeds of fame over the various counties of wheat, corn and alfalfa he owned. And in the main I had little trouble. I met often that curious respect which so many men of affairs seem to have, God knows why, for a successful writer. I got in where men with 10 times my knowledge were barred. I remember with a touch of shame the Institute of Scientific Research, where the chief of the place took a whole afternoon to show me around, and while I looked wise and tried to feel thrilled over glass tubes and jars and microscopes through which I peered at microbes, a simple old country doctor, one of the thousands of common visitors, by my invitation followed humbly in my wake, murmuring from time to time, "Miraculous! By George, astounding!" and gratefully pressing my hand at the end, "This has been the chance of a lifetime," he said. Perhaps the principal reason why I got so warm a welcome was the name I had already made as a writer of glory stories. I liked these men. I liked to enthuse over all the big things they were doing. And still true to my efficiency god, the immense importance of getting things done loomed so high in my view of life as to overshadow everything else. My sense of moral values changed. It was a strange, unmoral world. In the Institute of Science, these keen laboratory gods, who had seemed so cold and comfortless to me but a few short years ago, were perfecting a cure for syphilis. Strong men were removing the wages of sin. In Chicago, I met the president of a huge industrial company who had found it necessary at times to use money on politicians. For this he had been sent to jail, but later his influence got him out. Promptly he was made treasurer of another company. In 1 year, through his energy, now more intense than ever, the business of that company increased some 35%. Whereupon the directors of the original corporation, after a stormy meeting in which 2 church deacon directors fussed and fumed considerably, unanimously decided to ask him to come back. He did. He told me the story quite frankly himself. I admired him tremendously. The head of a mining company sat in his office one afternoon and talked of the labor problem. There was no right or wrong involved, he said. It was simply a matter of force. Once, when a strike threatened, he had called in a labor expert who had used money wholesale, and there had been no strike. "Well," he asked, smiling, "what do you think of it?" "I think I can't print it." He still smiled. "Naturally not. But what do you think? If you yourself were responsible to several hundred stockholders, what would you do? Risk a strike that might wipe out their dividends? Or would you resort to bribery?" His smile slowly deepened. "Which is a penal offense in this state." I found such questions cropping up almost everywhere I went. In their dealings with the public, and still more with their rivals, there was a ruthless vigor that swept old-fashioned maxims aside. And I liked this, for it got things done. I was bored to find, as I often did, these men in their homes quite old-fashioned again to suit sober old wives who still went to church. I remember one such elderly lady and the shock I unwittingly gave her. She had deplored the decline of churches. Her own, she said, was barely half full. And I then tried to cheer her by an account of my last story, which was of an advertising man, a genius, who in the last 2 years had made churches his especial line, and by his up-to-date methods had packed church after church on a commission basis. Her burst of disapproval almost drove me from the house. And there were so many homes like that. Men who were perfect giants by day would become the gentlest babies at night, allowing their wives to read to them such sentimental drivel as would have been kicked from the office by day. But God knows they need such vacuous homes, I reflected, to rest in. I never dreamed before how strenuous men's lives could be. One day in the New York office of a big plunger in real estate, I pointed to a map on the wall. "What are all those lots marked vacant for?" I asked him. "I never saw many vacant lots in that part of town." He grinned cheerfully. "Anything under 4 stories is vacant to us," he answered, "because it pays to buy it, tear it down, and build something higher." That was the way they crowded their cities. And as with their cities, so with their lives. One story that interested me most was of the weird America which a renowned nerve specialist knew. To him came these men, broken down, some on the verge of insanity. He gave me stories of their lives, of his glimpses into their straining minds. He described their pathetic efforts to rest, their strenuous attempts to relax. He himself had some mysterious ailment. His hands kept trembling while he talked. His wife said he hadn't had a vacation of over a week in 11 years. From such men I would turn to exuberant lives, like that of the Tammany leader now dead, who gave a $10,000 banquet one night in the 10 in Albany in honor of the newsboy who every morning for 22 winters had brought morning papers to him in bed in his hotel room. Or like that of the millionaire merchant who told me with the most naïve pride of the 1,100 electric lights in his new home on Fifth Avenue, and of how the bathrooms of both his large daughters were fitted in solid silver throughout. "Not plated, understand," he said. "I told the architect while he was at it to put in the real solid stuff, and plenty of it." Through this varied throng of successes, this rich abundance of types, I ranged with an ever deepening zest. As a hunter of game I watched that endless human procession on and off the front pages of papers, the men who were for the moment news. Often small people too would be there, like the telephone girl from a suburb who for one day, as the most important witness in a sensational case of graft, was suddenly before the whole country, and then as suddenly dropped out of sight. In fact, that was now my view of the land. Figures emerging from dark, obscure multitudes up into the bright circle of light. And I took this front page view of New York. I saw it as a city where big exceptional people were endlessly doing sensational things, both in the making and spending of money. I saw it not only as a cluster of tall buildings far downtown, but uptown as well, a towering pile of rich hotels and apartments, a region that sparkled gaily at night, lights flashing from tens of thousands of rooms, in and out of which I felt delightedly millions of people had passed through the years. I loved to look up at these windows at night, at the sheer inscrutability of them. For behind these twinkling masses I knew were all things tragic, comic, people laughing, fighting, hating, scheming, dreaming, loving, living. I thought of that row of cabins de luxe that I had seen on the Christmas boat. Here was the same thing magnified, a monstrous caravansary with but one question over its doors. "Have you got the price?" Once I had seen a harbor. Then it had grown into a port. And now I saw a metropolis, the hub of a successful land. And through this gay city of triumph I moved, myself a success, and my view of the whole was colored by that. My life as an observer was sprinkled with personal moments that made me see everything in highlights. I would watch the life of a street full of people, and I myself would be on my way to an interview with some noted man, or coming away from one who had given me stuff that I knew would write up big, I knew just how. Or at a corner newsstand I would catch a glimpse of my name on the cover of some magazine. Again I would be hurrying home, or into a neighboring florist's, or a theater ticket office, or diving into the jolly whirl of the large Fifth Avenue toy shop, in which I took an unflagging delight. In my mind would be thoughts of a pillow fight, or a long evening with Eleanor, or we would be having friends to dine or going out to dinner. For Eleanor had been swift to use my success to broaden both our lives. Young and adorably happy, eagerly alive, she did for me what she had done for her father, filling my life with other lives. She was an artist in living. It was a joy to see her make out a list of people to be asked to dine. Her father, once watching the process, remarked to me in low, solemn tones, "She's a regular social chemist, who has never had an explosion." He was often on the list, and through him and his many friends and the ones I made through my writing, by degrees our circle widened. We met all kinds of people, for Eleanor hated sets or cliques. We met not only successful men, but, God help us sometimes, we also met their wives. We met successful writers, artists and musicians, and a few people of the stage. We met visitors from the West and from half the big cities of Europe. We furbished up our French and German, our knowledge of books and pictures and plays. Successful books and pictures and plays. Through Eleanor's father and his work our minds were still held to the past, to the harbor which had taken me, bruised and blind and petty, and lifted me up and taught me to live, had given me my work, my home, and my new God. I was grateful. I was proud. I was in love and I felt strong. And my view of the harbor in those days was of a glorious symbol of the power of mind over matter, and of the mighty speeding up of a world of civilization and peace, a successful world, strong, broad, tolerant, sweeping on and bearing us with it. So we adventured gaily, not deeper down, but higher and higher up into life. End of chapter 19. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 1 of Book 3 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 1 of Book 3. We had been married 4 years. At the end of a crisp November day, I was just about starting home. I remember how keenly alive I felt, how tingling with bodily health, and above all, how successful. I had had such a successful day. I had written hard all morning and my work had been going splendidly. I had lunched downtown with the man whose life I was writing that month, a man of astounding fertility, who had started 15 years ago with a small hotel in a western town, had made money, had built a larger hotel, had made money, had moved to a larger town and bought a still larger hotel, had made money, had moved to Chicago, New York, had made money. And the America he knew was made up of people who themselves had made their money so suddenly they had to come to hotels to spend it. The stories that he told me, both scandalous and otherwise, of these men and women who shot up rich and diamondy out of this booming country of ours, had a range and a richness of color that had held me delighted through many long talks. During luncheon he had told me some of his best, and had given me permission to print, with a discreet twist or so to disguise them, certain intimate episodes in the first fat years of men whose names were bywords now all over the land. I could already see that story selling on the newsstands. From this man I had come uptown to a branch of the Y.M.C.A. where after an hour of handball and a plunge in the swimming tank I had gone to a room downstairs, to which ambitious youngsters came for free advice from an expert who told them how to get on in life. His room was a confessional. He would cross-examine each suppliant hard, make a diagnosis of each one, and then give him advice as to what to do, whether or not to throw over his job, what kind of work he was suited for best. The America he knew was made up of these small human units, some pitiably or absurdly small, but all anxiously straining upward. And they too appealed to me. For I was so successful now that I was growing mellow. From certain big men I had written about, I had taken a spacious breadth of view that included a deep indulgence for all these scurrying pygmies. Poor little devils, give 'em a chance, especially those among them who had vim enough to want a chance, and to wonder why they were not getting on, and want to do something about it. And so I had formed the habit of dropping in often at this room, hearing its confessions and now and then helping get someone a job. As the swimming tank made my body tingle, so this place affected my soul. It warmed me to do all I could for some fellow, some decent kid who was down on his luck. Besides, some confessions were gems of their kind, glimpses into human lives, hard struggles, wild ambitions. I meant to write them up some day. In fact, I meant to write everything up. I felt everything waiting for my pen. And as I went down to the coat room, the thought I had had so often lately came again into my mind. I, too, would soon throw over my job, leave articles and write fiction, my old Paris dream. But what a wide and varied experience of life I had gathered since those ingenuous Paris days. Yes, I would do it real and big, out of the big life I had known. And my heroes would no longer be watching at my elbow to point to the choicest bits and say, "You're mistaken, young man. I never said that." No, all those lifelike human touches would stay in. Stories kept coming up in my mind, one especially of late. As I stood in line for my hat and coat, I thought of it now and grew so absorbed I forgot that I was standing in a line of insignificant clerks, until the one ahead of me, who had just come in from the street, asked the chap in front of him, "Say, Gus, did you see the suffragettes? Their parade's just going by." This brought me down from the clouds with a jerk, for I had meant to see that parade. Sue was in it hard. Suffrage was her latest fad. "Nah," growled Gus. "If I was the mayor and they came to me for a permit to march, I'd tell 'em to go and buy corsets. That's their complaint. They can't get kissed, so they want to vote." The other one chuckled. "I saw one who can have my vote, and all I'll ask is a better look. Believe me, some silk stockings." As they went away, I glared after them. Damn little mutts, I thought. I was rather in favor of suffrage, at least I felt indulgent about it. Why shouldn't I be? The great thing was to keep your mind open and kindly, to feel contempt for nothing whatever. And because I felt contempt for no thing or person in all the world, I now glared with the most utter contempt on these narrow-minded little clerks. Then I hurried out and over to Fifth Avenue, where the throb of the drums was still to be heard. And there I found to my surprise that in a very real sense, this parade was different from anything that I had ever seen before. I was more than indulgent, I was excited. And by what? Not by the marching lines of figures, fluttering banners, booming bands, nor just by the fact that these marchers were women, and women quite frankly dressed for effect, so that the whole rhythmic mass had a feminine color and dash that made it all gay and delightful. No, there was something deeper. And that something, I finally made out, was this. These women and girls were all deeply thrilled by the feeling that for the first time in their lives they were doing something all together. For an idea that each one of them had thought rather big and stirring before, but now, as each felt herself a part of this moving, swinging multitude, she felt the idea suddenly loom so infinitely larger and more compelling than before that she herself was astounded. Here, for the first time in my life, I felt the power of mass action. And as presently I started home and the intensity of it was gone, there was an added pleasure in me in remembering how I had felt it. Another proof of my breadth of mind. I hurried home to dinner. As I entered our apartment I gave a long, low, mysterious whistle. And after a moment another whistle, which tried hard to be mysterious, answered mine from another room. Then there were stealthy footsteps which ended in a sudden charge, and my wee son, the Indian, hurled me onto a sofa, where, to use his expression, we rush-housed each other. We did this almost every night. When the big time was about over, Eleanor appeared. "Come, Indian, it's time for bed." She let him off protesting and blew me back a kiss from the door. She had developed wonderfully, this bewitching wife of mine, this quiet, able one in her work, this smiling, humorous one in her life, this watchful, joyous, intimate one in the hours that shut everything out. Sue said I idolized my wife, that I saw her all perfection, without one redeeming vice. Not at all. I knew her vices well enough. I knew she could get distinctly cross when a new gown came home all wrong. I knew that she could lie to me. I had caught her at it several times when she said she was feeling finely and then confessed to me the next day, "I had a splitting headache last night." In fact, she had any number of vices. Queer, mysterious feminine moods when she quite shamelessly shut me out. She didn't half take care of herself, she went places when she should have stayed home. And finally, she was slow at dressing. Placidly seated in front of her mirror, she could spend an entire hour in doing her soft, luxuriant hair. I went over all these vices now as I lay back on the sofa. Idolize her? Not at all. I knew her. We were married, thank God. Then she came back into the room. She was smiling in rather a curious way, an expectant way, and I noticed that her color was unusually high. Eleanor always dressed so well, but tonight she had outdone herself. From her trim blue satin slippers to the demure little band of blue at her throat, she was more enchantingly fresh than ever. Suffragettes and that sort of thing were all very well on the Avenue. Give me Eleanor at home. "Did you see the parade?" she inquired. "Yes." "Did you see me?" I fairly jumped. "You?" I demanded. "Were you in that march?" "I most certainly was," she said quietly. Having shot her bolt, she was regarding me gravely now, with the merest glint of amused delight somewhere in her gray blue eyes. "Why not?" she asked. "I believe in it. I want the vote. Why shouldn't I march? I paraded," she added serenely, "in the college section right up near the head of the line. That's why I'm home so early. I'm afraid I was quite conspicuous, for you see I'm rather small and I had to take long swinging strides to keep in step. But I soon got used to it, and I thoroughly enjoyed the cheers. We waved back at them with our flags." "But," I cried, "my darling wife! Why didn't you tell me about it ahead?" "Because," she came close up to me and said quite confidentially, "we do these things all by ourselves. You don't mean to say that you mind it, dear?" I lost about 5 seconds, and then I did exactly right. I took her in my arms and laughed and called my wife by many names and said she couldn't worry me, that I didn't mind it in the least, was proud of her, and so on. In short, to use a slang expression, I distinctly got away with it. Moreover, I soon felt what I said. I was honestly rather proud of my wife for having had the nerve to march. It must have been quite a struggle, for she was no born marcher. And I was glad that I was proud. Another proof of my tolerance, which was the more grateful to me just now because a magazine man I admired had genially hinted the other day that I was rather narrow. "Did you see Sue?" I inquired. "Only for a moment," she said. "Sue was one of the marshals and she was all up and down the lines. She's coming to supper with many paraders." "A crowd of women here? I'm off." "No, you're not. She's bringing some men paraders, too." Men paraders. Now I could smile. I had earned the right. I had been broad. But after all there are limits. I could see those chaps parading with women. I knew them, I had seen them before, for Sue had often brought them here. I enjoyed myself immensely, till Eleanor shot another bolt. "Smile on, funny one," she said. "You'll be in line yourself in a year." "I will not be in line." "I wonder." She looked at me in a curious way. The mirth went slowly out of her eyes. "There are so many queer new ideas crowding in all around us," she said. "And I know you, Billy, oh, so well. So much better than you know yourself. I know that when you once feel a thing you're just the kind to go into it hard. I'm not speaking of suffrage now. That's only one nice little part. I mean this whole big radical movement. All the kind of thing your friend Joe Kramer stood for." She put her arms about my neck. "Don't get too radical, husband mine. You're so nice and funny now, my love." I regarded her anxiously. "Has this parade gone to your head, or has Sue been talking to you again?" "I lunched with Sue." "I knew it. And now she's coming here to supper, bringing men paraders." "And they'll all be rabidly hungry," said Eleanor with a sudden change. She went quickly in to see the cook and left me to grim meditation. I a radical. I smiled, and my slight uneasiness passed away as I thought about my sister. End of chapter 1. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 2 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 2. Poor old Sue. What queer friends she had, what a muddled life compared to ours. What a vague, confused development, jumping from one idea to another, never seeing any job through, forever starting all over again with the same feverish absorption in the next radical fad. Highbrow dramatics, the settlement movement, the post-impressionists, socialism. Votes for women. One thing after the other, pell-mell. She would work herself all up, live hard, talk, organize, think and feel till her nerves went all to pieces, and then she would come to us for a rest and laugh at us for our restfulness and at herself for the state she was in. That was one thing at least she had learned, to laugh at herself. She could be deliciously humorous. And Eleanor, meeting her on that ground, would quiet her and steady her down. We had grown very fond of Sue. We knew her life was not easy at home. Alone over there with poor old Dad and feeling herself anchored down, she would still at intervals rebel against his sticking to his dull job, against her own dependence, against the small monthly allowance which without my father's knowledge they still had from me. "Let me earn my own living," she would exclaim. "Why shouldn't I? I'm 26 and I'm working hard enough as it is, the Lord knows. I'm organizing every day and making speeches half my nights. Other girls take pay for that. Now, Father, please be sensible. I'm going to take a good salaried job." But then Dad, whose mind was so old and rigid, so much less tolerant than mine, would grow excited or, still worse, ashamed that he couldn't make money enough to give her all she wanted. And that desperate, hungry love with which he clung to her these latter days would in the end make her give in. For under all her radical talk, Sue had the kindest heart in the world. Eleanor did her best to help. She was always having Dad over to dinner, and we had a room which she called his, where he would come and stay the week-end. At 6 o'clock each Saturday night he would arrive with his satchel. "Daughter-in-law," he would announce, "my other daughter's agin the law. She's off revolutin'. Can you take a decent old gentleman in out of the last century? Don't change any plans on my account. If you're going out to dinner just tell the cook to give me a snack and a cup of tea, and then I'll light up a good cigar and read the works of my great son. Go right ahead, as if I wasn't here." If we had, he would have been furious. Eleanor always made it his night, and no quiet evening either. When we didn't take him out to a play she invited people to dinner. Young people, for he liked them best. And late on Sunday morning the Indian would wake him up, would watch him shave and dress and breakfast, and then they would be off to the park. We had named our small son after Dad, and they were the most splendid chums. They had any number of secrets. Eleanor, too, had made Sue use our apartment. Sue called it her Manhattan Club, and brought her friends here now and then, to stir you people up, she said. But this did not disturb me. I felt too secure in life. And with a safe, amused, and slightly curious attitude I found Sue quite a tonic. I liked to hear her knock my big men in her cocksure superior way. It was mighty good fun, and every now and then, by mistake, she would hit on something that was true. I found something, too, in her ideas. This suffrage business, for example. She had stuck to this hobby quite a while, and through it she had reached the conviction that women would never get the vote until the great mass of working girls were drawn into the movement. So she had gone in for working girls' clubs, and from clubs into trade unions, and from trade unions into strikes. There had been a strike of laundry girls which for a week was the talk of the town. Sue and some of her suffrage friends had organized meetings every night, and in a borrowed automobile she had rushed from meeting to meeting with two laundry women, meager, forlorn-looking creatures, who stood up, much embarrassed, and awkwardly told about their lives. One of them, a young widow, had gone home from work one night at 11 and found that her small baby had died of convulsions during her absence. It was grim, terrible stuff of its kind, and Sue was so intensely wrought up you'd have thought there was nothing else in the world. But the strike stopped as suddenly as it began, and the two women whose names she had brought into headlines were refused jobs wherever they went. Sue tried to help them for a while until this suffrage parade came along, when she went into this equally hard and quite forgot their existence. And then Eleanor took them up. Quietly and as a matter of course, she took their troubles on her hands, sent one to a hospital, and got the other work, looked into their wretched home affairs and had them come often to see her. And this kind of thing was happening often, Sue taking up and dropping what Eleanor then took up and put through. I compared them with a glow of pride. Eleanor's way was so sane and sure. She looked upon society much as she did upon our son, who had frequent little ailments, but through them all what a glorious growth to watch it was a perpetual joy. I remember once, when in his young stomach there were some fearful goings-on, Eleanor's remarking, "Now if Sue had a child with the stomach in trouble, I suppose her way would be to quickly remove the entire stomach and put some new radical thing in its place." And then she went to the medicine chest, and a vastly comforted Indian was soon cheerfully sitting up in bed. Eleanor could help others, I felt, because she had first helped herself, had tackled the mote in her own eye from the time when she had gone down to the harbor to get her roots, as she called it. She was a wonderful manager, our budget was carefully worked out, and she had herself so well in hand she could put herself behind herself and smile clearly out on life. "When Eleanor takes up a charity case," said her father, "she turns it into a person at once, and later into an intimate friend." He himself took a quiet interest in all her charity cases. They would often talk them over at night, and in his easy, careless way he would turn over all his spare money to help in the work. Eleanor would protest at times, and tell him how utterly foolish he was in not putting money aside for himself. But soon, deep in another case of poignant human misery, she would throw all caution to the winds and use her father's money, every dollar he could spare. That was another vice she had. How she hated all the red tape in that huge network of institutions by which New York City provides relief. She never dropped a case of hers into that cumbrous relief machine and then let it slip out of her sight. She did the hard thing. She followed it up. She had learned, as I had in my work, to get on the inside of this sensitive city, to go to the gods behind it all and so have her cases shoved. One day, when one of them, a woman, was in a hospital so desperately ill that her very life depended on being moved to a private room, "It can't be done," said the superintendent, Eleanor took the subway downtown to the Wall Street office of the man who was the hospital's principal backer. She found his outer office crowded with men who were waiting to see him on business. "He can't see you," she was told. Then she scribbled this on her card: "I want none of your money, a little of your influence, and 1 minute of your time on behalf of a woman who is dying." About 20 minutes later, that woman was in a private room. It is hard to stop talking about my wife. But to return to my sister. Into my reverie that night Sue burst with a dozen radical friends. Others kept arriving, and our small rooms were soon a riot of color and chatter. Banners were stacked against the wall, bright yellow ribbons were everywhere, faces were flushed and happily tired. Eleanor sat at her coffee urn, cups and saucers and plates went around, and people still too excited to rest stood about eating hungrily. The talking was fast and furious now. I listened, watched their faces. These radicals, it seemed to me, had talked straight on both day and night ever since the evenings years ago when one of their earliest coteries had gathered in our Brooklyn home. And talking they had multiplied and ramified all over the town. There was nothing under heaven their fingers did not itch to change. Here, close by my side, were 3 of them, 2 would-be Ibsen actresses, and 1 budding playwright who had had 2 Broadway failures and 1 Berkeley Lyceum success. But were they talking of plays? Not at all. They talked of the Russian Revolution. It had died down in the last few years, and they wanted to help stir it up again by throwing some more American money into the smoldering embers. To do this they planned to whip into new life the Friends of Russian Freedom. That was it, I told myself. These people were all friends of revolutions. Vaguely as I watched them now I felt I was seeing the parlor side, the light and fluffy outer fringe of something rather dangerous. I thought again of that parade and my impression of massed force. No danger in that. It was dressy and safe. But some of these youngsters did not stop there. They went in for stirring up people in rags, massed force of a very different kind. Here was a sculptor's socialist who openly bragged that he'd had a hand in filling Union Square one day with a seething mass of unemployed, and then when some poor crazed fanatic threw a bomb, our socialist friend, as he himself smilingly put it, never once stopped running until he reached his studio. It was this kind of thing that got on my nerves, for I pitied the unwieldy poor, the numberless muddle-headed crowds down there in the tenements, and it seemed to me perfectly criminal that a lot of these young highbrows should be allowed to stir them up. Their own thinking was so muddled, their views of life so out of gear. I, a radical? No chance. While they chattered on excitedly, I thought of my trip uptown on the L that afternoon, a trip that I had made hundreds of times. Coming as I usually was from some big man or other, whose busy office and whose mind was a clean, brilliant illustration of what efficiency can be, I would sit in the car and idly watch the upper story windows we passed, with yellow gas jets flaring in the cave-like rooms behind them. There I had glimpses of men and girls at long crowded tables making coats, pants, vests, paper flowers, chewing gum, 5-cent cigars. I saw countless tenement kitchens, dirty cooking, unmade beds. These glimpses followed one on the other in such a dizzying torrent they merged into one moving picture for me. And that picture was of crowds, 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 of people living frazzily. This was poverty. And it was like some prodigious swamp. What could you do about it? You could pull out individuals here and there, as Eleanor did. I considered that a mighty fine job for a woman or a clergyman. But to go at it and drain the swamp was a very different matter. You couldn't do it by easy preaching of patent cure-alls, nor by stirring up class hatred through rabid attacks upon big men. No, this was a job for the big men themselves, men who would go at this human swamp as Eleanor's father had gone at the harbor, quietly and slowly, with an engineer's precision. He had been at it 6 solid years, but he still remarked humbly, "We've only begun." Then from thinking of big men I thought of the one I had seen that day, and of my story about him. It was just in the stage I liked, where I could feel it all coming together. Incidents, bits of character and neat little turns of speech rose temptingly before my mind. Presently, through the clamor around me, I heard the Indian crying. All this chatter had waked him up. I saw Eleanor go in to him, and soon I heard the crying stop, and I knew she was telling him a story, a nice sleepy one to quiet him down. What an infernal racket these people were making about the world. I went on thinking about my work. End of chapter 2. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 3 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 3. "You too," said Sue, when at last her friends had gone away, "have built up a wall of contentment around you a person couldn't break through with an axe." "Have a little," I suggested. "Stay all night," said Eleanor. "No thanks," said Sue. "I promised Dad that I'd be home." And then instead of going home she sprawled lazily on the sofa with her head upon one elbow, and settled in for some talk. But her talk was different tonight. She usually talked about herself, but tonight she talked of us instead, of our contemptible content. And presently through her talk I felt that she had some surprise to spring. In a few moments Eleanor felt it too. I could tell by that vigilant way she kept glancing up from her knitting. "I think," I was remarking, "we're a pretty liberal-minded pair." "That's it," said Sue. "You're liberals." What utter disdain she threw into the word. "And what's more, you're citizens. In all these movements," she went on, "you always find two classes, citizens and criminals. You two are both born citizens." "What's the difference?" I inquired. "Citizens," said Sue impressively, "are ready to vote for what they believe in. Criminals are ready to get arrested and go to jail." Eleanor looked up at her. "Who gave you that?" she asked. Sue looked a little taken back, but only for a moment. "One of the criminals," she said. Her voice was carefully casual now, but her eyes were a little excited. "He's a man who made up his mind that he wanted to get away down to the bottom, and see how it feels to be down there. So he took the very worst job he could find. For 2 years he was a stoker, on ships of all kinds, all over the world. And now that he knows just how it feels, he has an office down on the docks where he's getting the stokers and dockers together, getting them ready for a strike on your beloved harbor." "Joe Kramer," said Eleanor quietly. Sue gave a sudden nervous start. "Eleanor," she severely rejoined, "sometimes you're simply uncanny. The way you quietly jump at a thing." Eleanor had gone on with her knitting. I rose and lit a cigarette. I could feel Sue's eyes upon me. So this was her infernal surprise. J.K. banging into my life again. "How long has Joe been here?" I asked. "About 5 months," Sue answered. "He might have looked me up," I said. "He doesn't want to look anyone up. I've only seen him once myself. He has simply buried himself down there. Why don't you go and see him, Billy?" she added, with a quick glance at Eleanor. "He won't amuse you the way we do. He's one of the real criminals now." Still Eleanor did not look up. "What's his address?" I asked gruffly. Sue gave it to me and good-humoredly yawned and said she must be getting home. "Good night, dear," said Eleanor. She had risen and come to the door. "What a love of a hat you're wearing. It's a new one, isn't it? I caught sight of it in the parade." But the smile which my tall sister threw back at us from the doorway had nothing whatever to do with hats. It said as plainly as in words, "Now, you cozy liberals, go over and touch that spot if you dare." When she had gone I took up a book and tried to read. But I soon gloomily relapsed. Would J.K. never leave me alone? What was he doing with my harbor? Why should I look him up, confound him? He hadn't bothered his head about me. But I knew that I would look him up, and would find him more disturbing than ever. How he did keep moving on. No, not on, but down, down, until now he had bumped the bottom. "Are you going to see him?" Glancing sharply up, I saw Eleanor carefully watching my face. "Oh, I suppose so," I replied. She bent again to her knitting. "He must be a strange kind of person," she said. End of chapter 3. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 4 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 4. I slept little that night, and my work the next morning went badly. So after wasting an hour or two, I decided to stop. I would go and see Joe and be done with it. What was he doing with my harbor? The address Sue had given me was down on the North River, my old hunting ground. The weather had turned cold overnight, and when I came to the waterfront I felt the big raw breath of the sea. I had hardly been near the harbor in years. It had become for me a deep invisible cornerstone, upon which my vigorous world was built. I had climbed up into the airy heights, I had been writing of millionaires. And coming so abruptly now from my story of life in rich hotels, the place I had once glorified looked bleak and naked, elemental, down to the roots of things again. I came to a bare wooden building, climbed some stairs, and entered a large low-ceilinged room which was evidently a meeting hall. Chairs were stacked along the walls, and there was a low platform at one end. As I lingered there a moment, by habit my eyes took in the details. The local color was lurid enough. On the walls were foreign pictures, one of the anarchist Faré being executed in Spain, and another of an Italian mob shaking their fists and yelling like demons at a bloated, hideous priest. There were posters in which flaming torches, blood-red flags, and barricades and cannon-belching clouds of smoke stood out in heavy blacks and reds. And all this foreign violence was made grimly real in its purpose here by the way these pictures centered around the largest poster, which was of an ocean liner with all its different kinds of workers gathered together in one mass and staring fixedly up at the ship. Through a door in a board partition I went into a narrow room from which two dirty windows looked out upon the docks below. This room was cramped and crowded. Newspapers and pamphlets lay heaped on the floor, and in the corners were 4 desks, at one of which 3 men, whom I learned later to be an Italian, an Englishman, and a Spaniard, were talking together intensely. They took no notice of my entrance, for many other visitors, burly, sooty creatures, were constantly straggling in and out. I saw Joe at a desk in one corner. Looking doubly tall and lean and stooped, and with a tired frown on his face, he sat there with his sleeves rolled up, slowly pounding out a letter on the typewriter before him. On top of his desk were huge ledgers, and over them upon hooks of the wall hung bunches of letters from other ports. It all gave me a heavy impression of dull, daily drudgery. And in this Joe was so absorbed that he took no notice of my presence, although I now stood close behind him. When at last he did look up, and I got a full view of his face, with its large familiar features, tight-set jaw, and deep-set eyes, I was startled at its gauntness. "Hello, Joe." "Hello." A dullish red came into his face, and then a slight frown. He half rose from his seat. "Hello, Bill," he repeated. "What's brought you here?" He appeared a little dazed at first, then anything but glad to see me. The thought of our old college days flashed for a moment into my mind. How far away they seemed just now. Through our first few awkward remarks he lapsed back into such a tired, worn indifference that I was soon on the point of leaving. But that bony gauntness in his face, and all it showed me he had been through, gave him some right to his rudeness, I thought. So I changed my mind and stuck to my purpose of having it all out with Joe, and learning what he was about. Persisting in my friendliness, my questions slowly drew him out. Since I had seen him 5 years ago, he had continued his writing, but as he had grown steadily more set on writing only what he called the truth about things, the newspapers had closed their doors. While I had gone up, he had gone down, until finally throwing up in disgust this whole fool game of putting words on paper, he had made up his mind to throw in his life with the lives of the men at the bottom. So for over 2 years he had shoveled coal in the stokeholes of ships by day and by night. He had mixed with stokers of every race, from English, French and Germans to Russians and Italians, Spaniards, Hindus, coolies, Greeks. He had worked and eaten and slept in their holes, he had ranged the slums of all the seas. And of all this he spoke in short, commonplace phrases, still in that indifferent tone, as though personal stories were a bore. "But look here, Joe," I asked at the end, "what's the good of living like this? What the devil can you do?" I still remember the look he gave me, the weary remoteness of it. But all he said was, "Organize strikes." "Here?" "Everywhere." "Of stokers?" "No, of all industries." "For higher pay, eh? And shorter hours?" Another brief look. "No, for revolution," he said. Briefly, in reply to my questions, he explained how he and his friends had already induced some 12,000 stokers and dockers to leave their old trade unions and enroll themselves as members of this new international body, which was to embrace not only one trade, but all the labor connected with ships, ships of all nations. He was here doing the advance work. As soon as the ground was made ready, he said, some of the bigger leaders would come. Then there would be mass meetings here and presently a general strike. And as the years went on, there would be similar strikes in all trades and in all countries, until at some time, not many years off, there would be such labor rebellions as would paralyze the industrial world. And out of this catastrophe the workers would emerge into power to build up a strange new world of their own. This was what Joe saw ahead. He seemed to be seeing it while he spoke, with a hard, clear intensity that struck me rather cold. Here was no mere parlor talk. Here was a man who lived what he said. "You comfortable people," he said, "are so damn comfortable you're blind. You see nothing ahead but peace on earth and a nice smooth evolution, with a lot of steady little reforms. You've got so you honestly can't believe there's any violence left in the world. You're as blind as most folks were 5 years before the Civil War. But what's the use talking?" he ended. "You can't understand all this." Again my irritation rose. "No, I can't say I do," I replied. "To stir up millions of men of that kind and then let 'em loose upon the world strikes me as absolutely mad." I knew it would. "Look here, Joe, how are you so sure about all this? Hasn't it ever struck you that you're getting damnably narrow?" He smiled. "I don't care much if I'm narrow," he said. "You think it's good for you, being like this?" "I don't care if it's good for me." "Don't you want to see anything else?" "Not in your successful world." "Well, J.K., I'm sorry," I retorted hotly, "because I'd like to see your world. I honestly would. I'm not like you. I'm always ready to be shown." "All right, come and see it. Why don't you write up Jim Marsh?" He smiled as he named the notorious leader of the whole organization. "He'll be here soon, and in his line he has been a mighty successful man. All up and down the USA Jim's name has been in headlines and Jim himself has been in jail. A successful revolutionist. So why not add him to your list? Write up the America he knows." There was a challenge in Joe's voice. "All right, perhaps I will," I said. At least I had him talking now. "Come out to lunch and tell me some more." "I don't want any lunch." Something in the way he said that made me look at him quickly. He appeared to me now not only thin but tense and rather feverish. His nerves were plainly all on edge. He had smoked one cigarette after another. "I've got a lot of work to day," he added restlessly. "Not only these damn letters to write, I've got to make up our paper besides. It goes to the printer to-morrow. Here, take a copy with you." And he handed me the last week's issue. It was a crude and flimsy affair with its name in scare-head letters. War Sure. I glanced it over in silence a moment. What a drop for Joe, from what he had been to this wretched, violent little sheet, this muckraker of the ocean world. "Not like the harbor you painted," he said. "No," I answered shortly. "Do you want another look at your harbor?" I eyed him for a moment. "All right, I'll look." Fine business. He had risen now, and a gleam of the old likable Joe came for a moment into his eyes. "Meet me to-morrow at 7 a.m. and let's look at some of its failures," he said. End of chapter 4. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 5 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 5. "Did you see him?" Eleanor asked that night. Yes, I saw him. I could feel her waiting, but I could not bring myself to talk. Eleanor wouldn't like J.K. She wouldn't like what I had told him I'd do. I was sorry now that I had. It was simply looking for trouble. I damned that challenge in Joe's voice. Why did he always get hold of me so? How did he look? "Is he much changed?" Eleanor asked me quietly. "Yes, he looks half sick and old. "He's been through a great deal," I answered. "Did he talk about that?" "Yes," I hesitated, "and of what he wants to show me," I said. Eleanor looked quickly up. "Are you going to see him soon again?" "Yes, tomorrow morning, to have a look at his stoker friends. I want to have just one good look at the life that has made him what he is. That's all it amounts to." There was another silence. Then she came over behind my chair, and I felt the cool quiet of her hand as she slowly stroked my forehead. "You look tired, dear," she said. Just before daylight the next morning I rose and dressed, swallowed some coffee, and set out. I took a surface car downtown. I had not been out at this hour in years, and as in my present mood, troubled and expectant, I watched the streets in the raw half light. They looked as utterly changed to me as though they were streets of a different world. The department store windows looked unreal. Their soft, rich lights had been put out, and in this cold hard light of dawn all their blandishing ladies of wax appeared like so many buxom ghosts. Men were washing the windows. Women and girls were hurrying by, and as some of them stopped for a moment to peer in at these phantoms of fashion, their own faces looked equally waxen to me. A long, luxurious motor passed with a man and a woman in evening clothes half asleep in each other's arms. An old man with a huge pack of rags turned slowly and stared after them. The day's work was beginning. Peddlers trundled push-carts along. Newspaper vendors opened their stands. Milk wagons and trucks from the markets came by, some on the gallop. Our car had filled with people now. Men and boys clung to the steps behind, and women and girls were packed inside, most of them hanging to the straps. How badly and foolishly dressed were these girls. There must be thousands of them out. Two kept twittering inanely. All the rest were silent. By the time that I reached the dock sheds the day was breaking over their roofs. It was freezing cold, and the chill was worse in the dock that I entered. I buttoned my ulster tighter. The big place was dark and empty. The dockers, I learned from the watchman, had quit work at 3 o'clock, for a few tons of fruit was all the freight that remained to be loaded. The ship was set to sail at 9 o'clock. The stokers had not yet gone aboard. I found about 100 of them huddled along the steel wall of the shed. Some of them had old leather grips or canvas bags, but many had no luggage at all. A few wore seedy overcoats, but the greater part had none. They stood with their hands in their ragged pockets, shivering and stamping. Most of them were undersized, some tough, some rather sickly. A dull-eyed, wretched, sodden lot. I got the liquor on their breaths. A fat old Irish stoker came drifting half drunk up the pier with a serene and waggish smile. "Hello," said Joe at my elbow. He looked more fagged than the day before. I noticed that his lips were blue and that his teeth were chattering. "Joe," I said abruptly, "you're not fit to be here. Let's get out of this. You belong in bed." He glanced at me impatiently. "I'm fit enough," he muttered. "We'll stay right here and see this show. Unless you feel you want to quit." "Did I say I did? I'm ready enough." "All right. Then wait a minute. They're about ready to go on board." But as we stood and watched them, I still felt the chattering teeth by my side, and a wave of pity and anger and of disgust swept over me. Joe wouldn't last long at this kind of thing. "What do you think of my friends?" he asked. "I think you're throwing your life away." "Do you? How do you make it out?" "Because they're an utterly hopeless crowd. Look at 'em, poor devils. They look like a lot of Bowery bums." "Yes, they look like a lot of bums. And they feed all the fires at sea." "Are they all like this?" I demanded. "No better dressed," he answered. "A million lousy brothers of Christ." "And you think you can build a new world with them?" "No. I think they can do it themselves." "Do you know what I think they'll do themselves? If they ever do win in any strike and get a raise in wages, they'll simply blow it in on drink." Joe looked for a moment. "They'll do so much more than drink," he said. "Come on," he added. "They're going aboard." They were forming in a long line now before the third-class gangplank. As they went up with their packs on their shoulders, a man at the top gave each a shove and shouted out a number, which another official checked off in a book. The latter, I learned, was the chief engineer. He was a lean, powerful, ruddy-faced man with a plentiful store of profanity which he poured out in a torrent. "Come on, for Christ's sake! Do you want a free solid, you human bunch of stiffs?" We came up the plank at the end of the line, and I showed him a letter which I had procured admitting us to the engine rooms. He turned us over promptly to one of his junior engineers, and we were soon climbing down oily ladders through the intricate parts of the engines, all polished, glistening, carefully cleaned, and then climbing down more ladders until we were, as I was told, within 10 feet of the keel of the ship. We came into the stoker's quarters. And here nothing at all was carefully cleaned. The place was foul. Its painted steel walls and floor and ceiling were heavily encrusted with dirt. The low chamber was crowded with rows of bunks, steel skeleton bunks 3 tiers high, the top tier just under the ceiling. In each was a thin, dirty mattress and blanket. In some of these men were already asleep, breathing hard, snoring and wheezing. Others were crowded around their bags, intent on something I could not see. Many were smoking. The air was blue. Some were almost naked, and the smells of their bodies filled the place. It was already stifling. "Had enough?" asked our young guide, with a grin. "No," I said, with an answering superior smile. "We'll stay a while and get it all." And after a little more talk, he left us. "How do you like our home?" asked Joe. "I'm here now," I said grimly. "Go ahead and show me. And try to believe that I want to be shown." "All right. Here comes our breakfast." 2 stokers were bringing in a huge boiler. They set it down on the dirty floor. It was full of a greasy, watery soup with a thick, yellow scum on the top, through which chunks of pork and potato bobbed up here and there. "This is scouse," Joe told me. Men eagerly dipped tin cups in this and gulped it down. The chunks of meat they ate with their hands. They ate sitting on bunks or standing between them. Some were wedged in close around a bunk in which lay a sleeper who looked utterly dead to the world. His face was white. "He reminds me," said Joe, "of a fellow whose bunk was once next to mine. He was shipped at Buenos Aires, where the crimps still handle the business. A crimp had carried this chap on board, dumped him, got his $10, and left. The man was supposed to wake up at sea and shovel coal. But this one didn't. The second day out someone leaned over and touched him and yelled. The crimp had sold us a dead one." As Joe said this he stared down at the sleeper, a curious tensity in his eyes. "Joe, how did you ever stand this life?" My own voice almost startled me, it sounded so suddenly tense and strained. Joe turned and looked at me searchingly, with a trace of that old affection of his. "I didn't, kid," he said gruffly. "The 2 years almost got me. And that's what happens to most of 'em here. Half of 'em," he added, "are down and outers when they start. They're what the factories and mills and all the rest of this lovely, modern, industrial world throw out as no more wanted. So they drift down here and take a job that nobody else will take, it's so rotten. And here they have 1 week of hell and another week's good drunk and port. And when the bar rooms and the women and all the waterfront sharks have stripped 'em of their last red cent, then the crimps collect an advance allotment from their future wages to ship 'em off to sea again." "That's not true in this port," I retorted, eagerly catching him up on the one point that I knew was wrong. "They don't allow crimps in New York any more." "No," Joe answered grimly. "The port of New York has got reformed. It's become all for efficiency now. The big companies put up money for a kind of seamen's YMCA, where they try to keep men sober ashore and so get 'em back quick into holes like these, in the name of Christ. But there's one thing they forget," he added bitterly. "The age of steam has sent the old-style sailors ashore and shipped these fellows in their places. And that makes all the difference. These chaps didn't grow up on ships and get used to being kicked and cowed and shot for mutiny if they struck. No, they're all grown up on land, in factories where they've been in strikes, and they bring their factory views along into these floating factories. And they don't like these stinking holes. They don't like their jobs with no day and no night, only steel walls and electric light. You hear a shout at midnight, and you jump down into the stokehole and work like hell till 4 a.m., when you crawl up all soaked in sweat and fall asleep till the next shout. And you do this not as the sailor did for a captain he knew and called the Old Man, but for a corporation so big it has rules and regulations for you like what they have in the Navy. You're nothing but a number. Look here." He took me to a bulletin board that had just been put up on the wall. Around it men were eagerly crowding. "Here's where you find by your number what shift you're to work in," he said, "and what other number you have to replace if he goes down. Heart failure is damn common here, and if your man gives out, it means you double up for the rest of the voyage. So you get his number and hunt for him and size him up. You hope he'll last. I'll show you why." He crawled down a short ladder and through low passageways dripping wet, and so came into the stokehole. This was a long, narrow chamber with a row of glowing furnace doors. Wet coal and coal dust lay on the floor. At either end a small steel door opened into bunkers that ran along the sides of the ship, deep down near the bottom, containing thousands of tons of soft coal, which the men called trimmers kept shoveling out to the stokers. As the voyage went on, Joe told me, these trimmers had to go farther and farther back into the long black bunkers, full of stifling coal dust, in which, if the ship were rolling, the masses of coal kept crashing down. Hundreds of men had been killed that way. In the stokehole the fires were not yet up, but by the time the ship was at sea the furnace mouths would be white hot, and the men at work half naked. They not only shoveled coal into flames, they had to spread it out as well, and at intervals rake out the clinkers in fiery masses on the floor. On these a stream of water played, filling the chamber with clouds of steam. In older ships, like this one, a lead stoker stood at the head of the line and set the pace for the others to follow. He was paid more to keep up the pace, but on the fast new liners this pacer was replaced by a gong. "And at each stroke of the gong you shovel," said Joe. "You do this till you forget your name. Every time the boat pitches, the floor heaves you forward, the fire spurts at you out of the doors, and the gong keeps on like a sledgehammer coming down on top of your mind. And all you think of is your bunk and the time when you're to tumble in." From the stokers' quarters presently there came a burst of singing. "Now let's go back," he ended, "and see how they're getting ready for this." As we crawled back the noise increased, and it swelled to a roar as we entered. The place was pandemonium now. Those groups I had noticed around the bags had been getting out the liquor, and now at 8 o'clock in the morning half the crew was already well soused. Some moved restlessly about. One huge bull of a creature with large, limpid, shining eyes stopped suddenly with a puzzled stare, then leaned back on a bunk and laughed uproariously. From there he lurched over the shoulder of a thin, wiry, sober man who, sitting on the edge of a bunk, was slowly spelling out the words of a newspaper aeroplane story. The big man laughed again and spit, and the thin man jumped half up and snarled. Louder rose the singing. Half the crew was crowded close around a little red-faced cockney. He was the modern chanty man. With sweat pouring down his cheeks and the muscles of his neck drawn tight, he was jerking out verse after verse about women. He sang to an old chanty tune, one that I remembered well. But he was not singing out under the stars. He was screaming at steel walls down here in the bottom of the ship. And although he kept speeding up his song, the crowd were too drunk to wait for the chorus. Their voices kept tumbling in over his, and soon it was only a frenzy of sound, a roar with yells rising out of it. The singers kept pounding each other's backs or waving bottles over their heads. 2 bottles smashed together and brought a still higher burst of glee. "I'm tired," Joe shouted. "Let's get out." I caught a glimpse of his strained, frowning face. Again it came over me in a flash, the years he had spent in holes like this, in this hideous, rotten world of his, while I had lived joyously in mine. And as though he had read the thought in my disturbed and troubled eyes, "Let's go up where you belong," he said. I followed him up and away from his friends. As we climbed ladder after ladder, fainter and fainter on our ears rose that yelling from below. Suddenly we came out on deck and slammed an iron door behind us. And I was where I belonged. I was in dazzling sunshine and keen frosty autumn air. I was among gay throngs of people. Dainty women brushed me by. I felt the softness of their furs. I breathed the fragrant scent of them and of the flowers that they wore. I saw their fresh, immaculate clothes. I heard the joyous tumult of their talking and their laughing to the regular crash of the band. All the life of the ship I had known so well. And I walked through it all as though in a dream. On the dock I watched it spellbound, until with handkerchiefs waving and voices calling down good-byes, that throng of happy travelers moved slowly out into mid-stream. And I knew that deep below all this, down in the bottom of the ship, the stokers were still singing. End of chapter 5. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 6 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 6. That same day I had an appointment to lunch with the owner of rich hotels whose story I was writing, and the interview dragged. For the America he knew was like what I'd seen on the upper decks of the ship that had sailed a few hours before. And I could not get back my old zest for it all. I kept thinking of what I had seen underneath. The faces of individual stokers, some fiery red, some sodden gray, kept bobbing up in my memory. Angrily trying to keep them down, I went on with my questions. But I caught the hotel millionaire throwing curious looks at me now and then. I went home worried and depressed and shut myself up in my workroom. This business had to be thought out. It wasn't only stokers, it was something deep, worldwide. I had come up against the slums. What had I to do with it all? I was in my room all afternoon. I heard the Indian at my door, but I sat still and silent, and presently he went away. Late in the twilight Eleanor came. How beautiful she was tonight. She was wearing a soft gown of silk, blue with something white at her throat and a brooch that I had given her. As she bent over my shoulder I felt her clean, fresh loveliness. "Don't you want to tell me, love, just what it was he showed you?" "I'd rather not, my dear one. It was something so terribly ugly," I said. "I don't like being so far away from you, dear. Please tell me. Suppose you begin at the start." It took a long time, for she would let me keep nothing back. "I wouldn't have thought it could hit me so hard," I said at the end. "I'm not surprised," said Eleanor. "I can't be simply angry at Joe," I went on. "He's so intensely and gauntly sincere. It isn't just talk with him, you see, as it is with Sue's parlor radical friends. Think of the life he's been leading. Think of it compared to mine. Joe and I were mighty close once." I broke off and got up restlessly. "I hate to think of him," I said. "It's funny," said Eleanor quietly. "I knew this was coming sooner or later. Ever since we've been married, I've known that Joe Kramer still means more to you than any man you've ever met." "He doesn't," I said sharply. "Where on earth did you get that idea?" "From you, my love," she answered. "You can't dream how often you've spoken about him." I didn't know I had. It is most disquieting at times, the things Eleanor tells me about myself. "I know you don't," she continued. "You do it so unconsciously. That's why I'm so sure he has a real place in the deep unconscious part of you. He worries you. He gets you to think you've no right to be happy." There was a bitterness in her voice that I had never heard before. "I believe in helping people, of course, whenever I get the chance," she said.
But I don't believe in this. I hate it. It's simply an insane attempt to pull every good thing down. It's too awful even to think of it." "We're not going to," I told her. "I'm sorry for Joe, and I wish I could help him out of his hole. But I can't. It's too infernally deep. He won't listen to any talk from me, and as long as he won't, I'll leave him alone. It's hideous enough, God knows. But if I ever tackle poverty and labor and that sort of thing, it'll be along quite different lines." The doorbell rang. "Oh, Billy," she said, "I forgot to tell you. Father's coming to dinner tonight." I looked at her a moment. "Did you ask him here on my account?" Eleanor smiled frankly. "Yes. I thought I might need him," she said. I did not talk to her father of Joe. His plans for a strike were his secret, not mine. But with Eleanor pushing me on, I described the hell I had seen in the stokehole. "You're right, it's hell," her father agreed. "But in time we'll do away with it." "I knew it," Eleanor put in. "How?" I asked. "By using oil instead of coal, or if we can't get oil cheap enough, by automatic stokers, machines to do the work of men." I thought hard and fast for a moment, and suddenly I realized that I had never given any real thought to matters of this kind before. "Then what will become of the stokers?" I asked him. "One thing at a time." I caught Dillon keenly watching me over his cigar. "Don't give up your faith in efficiency, Bill. If they'll only give us enough time, we'll be able to do so much for men." There was something so big and sincere in his voice and in his clear and kindly eyes. "I'm sure you will," I answered. "If you don't, there's nobody else who can." In a week or two, by grinding steadily on at my work, and by a few more quiet talks with Eleanor and her father, I could feel myself safely back on my ground. But one morning Sue broke in on me. "I've just heard from a friend of Joe Kramer's," she said, "that he is dangerously ill, and there's no one to look after him. Hadn't you better go yourself?" "Of course," I answered gruffly. "I'll go down at once." It seemed as though the fates and Sue were in league to keep Joe in my life. I went to Joe's office and found the address of the room where he slept. It was over a German saloon close by. It was a large, low-ceilinged room, bare and cheaply furnished, with dirty curtains at the windows, dirty collars and shirts on the floor. It was cold. In the high, old-fashioned fireplace the coal fire had gone out. Joe was lying dressed on the bed. He jumped up as I entered and came to me with his face flushed and his eyes dilated. He gripped my hand. "Well, hello, kid," he cried. "Glad to see you." And then with a quick drop of his voice, "Hold on. We mustn't talk so loud. We've got to be quiet here, you know." He turned away from me restlessly. "I've been hunting for hours for that damn book. Their cataloging system here is rotten, kid. It's rotten." As he spoke he was slowly feeling his way along the dirty white wall of his room. "They've cheated us, Bill. I'm on to 'em now. That's what college is really for these days, to hide the books we ought to read." It came over me suddenly that Joe was back in college, on one of those library evenings of ours. I felt a tightening at my throat. "Say, Joe," I drew him toward the bed. "The chapel bell has just struck 10. Time for beer and pretzels." "Fine business. Gee, but I've got a thirst. But where's the door? God damn it all, I can't find anything tonight." He laughed unsteadily. "Right over here," I answered. "Steady, old man." And so I got him to bed. He fell down on it, breathing hard, and I brought him a drink of water. He began to shiver violently. I covered him up with dirty blankets, went down to the barroom and telephoned to Eleanor. Too deeply disturbed to think very clearly, acting on an impulse, I told her of Joe's condition and asked if I might bring him home. "Why, of course," came the answer, a little sharp. "Wait a moment. Let me think." There was a pause, and then she added quietly, "Go back to his room and keep him in bed. I'll see that an ambulance comes right down." Within an hour after that Joe was installed in our guest room with a trained nurse to attend to him. The doctor pronounced it typhoid, and he was with us for 9 weeks. The effect upon our lives was sharp. In our small crowded apartment all entertaining was suddenly stopped, and with the sole exception of Sue, no one came to see us. Even our little Indian learned to be quiet as a mouse. Our whole home became intense. Through the thin wall of my workroom I could hear Joe in his delirium. Now he was busily writing letters. Now in a harsh, excited voice he was talking to a crowd of men. Again he was furiously shoveling coal. All this was incoherent, only mutterings most of the time. But when the voice rose suddenly it was so full of a stern pain, so quivering with revolt against life, and it poured out such a torrent of commonplace minute details that showed this was Joe's daily life and the deepest part of his being, that, as I listened at my desk, the ghost I thought I had buried deep, that vague, guilty feeling over my own happiness, came stealing up in me again. And it was so poignant now, that struggle angrily as I would to plunge again into my work, I found it impossible to describe the life in those rich, gay hotels with the zest and the dash I needed to make my story a success. But it had to be a success, for we needed money badly. The expenses of Joe's sickness were already rolling in. So I did finish it at last, and took it to my successful man, who read it with evident disappointment. It was not the glory story that I had led him to expect. My magazine editor said he would use it, but he too appeared surprised. "You weren't up to your usual form," was his comment. "What's the matter?" "A sick friend." I started another story at once, one I had already planned, about a man who was to build a string of gorgeous opera houses in the leading American cities. This story, too, went slowly. Joe Kramer's voice kept breaking in. From time to time as I struggled on I could feel Eleanor watching me. "Don't try to hurry it," she said. "We can always borrow from father, you know. And besides, I'm going to cut our expenses." She was as good as her word. She dismissed the nurse, and through the last weeks of delirium and the first of returning consciousness, she placed herself in Joe's borderland as the one whose presence he vaguely felt pulling him back into comfort and strength. "Now don't talk," I heard her say to him one evening. "I don't want to hear you. All I want is to get you well. That's the only thing you and I have to talk of." But having so thrown him off his guard, as his mind grew clearer, she began cautiously drawing him out, despite his awakening hostility to this woman who had made me a success. From my room I heard snatches of their talk. She surprised J.K. by the intimate bits of knowledge about him that she had collected, both from me and from his own sick ramblings. She had just enough of his point of view to rouse him from his indifference, to annoy him by her mistakes and her refusals to understand. I remember one afternoon when I went in to sit with him, his staring grimly up at my face and saying, "Bill, that wife of yours is such a born success she scares me. Everything she touches, everything she brings me to drink, everything she does to this bed, is one thundering success. And she won't listen to anything but success. Your case is absolutely hopeless." They became grim enemies, and both of them enjoyed it. She let our small son come and sit by the bed. The Indian promptly worshipped Joe as the longest man he had ever seen, and they became boon companions. "It's pathetic," Eleanor told me, "the little things that appeal to him here. Poor boy, he has forgotten what a decent home is like." As he grew stronger she read the paper to him each morning, and they quarreled with keen relish over the news events of the day. And, as at the start, so now, she kept giving him little shocks of surprise by her intimate glimpses into his views. On one of these occasions, after she had come out from his room and was sitting by me reading, "You're a wonder, Eleanor," I said. "I don't see how you've done it." "Done what, my love?" asked Eleanor. "Wormed all his views out of poor old Joe." "I haven't done anything of the sort. I've learned over half of it from Sue. She comes here often nowadays, and we have long talks about him. Sue seems to know him rather well." This did not interest me much, so I switched our talk to something that did. "What bothers me," I said with a scowl, "is this infernal work of mine." "What are you smiling at?" I asked. "Nothing," she murmured, beginning to read. "But if I were you, I'd stick at my work. You're good at that." "Not now I'm not," I retorted. "This story about the opera man isn't coming on at all. The more I work, the worse it gets." "It will get better soon," she said. "I'm not so sure. Do you know what I think is the matter with me? I was in today, looking at Joe asleep, and watching the lines in that face of his, it came over me all of a sudden what a wretched coward I've been." Eleanor looked up suddenly. "I know there's something in all his talk. I've known it every time we've met. His view's so distorted that it makes me mad. But there's something in it you can't get away from. Poverty, that's what it is, and I've always steered away clear of it as though I were afraid to look. I've taken your father's point of view and left the slums for him and his friends to tackle when they get the time. I was only too glad to be left out. But that hour with J.K. and his stokers gave me a jolt. I can feel it still. I can't seem to shake it off. And I'm beginning to wonder now why I shouldn't get up the nerve to see for myself, to have a good big look at it all, and write about it for a while." "Don't," said Eleanor. "Leave it alone." Her voice was so sharp it startled me. "Why?" I rejoined. "You've tackled poverty often enough. I guess I can stand it if you can." "You're different," she answered. "You leave poverty alone and force yourself to go on with your work. You've made a very wonderful start. You'll be ready to take up fiction soon. When you have, and when you have gone so far that you feel sure of your name and yourself, then you can look at whatever you like." I wonder what Joe would say to that. "I know what he'll say. He'll agree with me. Why don't you ask him and see for yourself? I'm beginning to like Joe Kramer," she added with a quiet smile, "because now that I understand him, I know that his life and yours are so far apart you've hardly a point in common." And in the talks I had with Joe this soon proved to be the case. Eleanor brought us together now and listened with deep satisfaction as we clashed and jarred each other apart. His old indifferent manner was gone. He was softened, grateful for what we had done. But he held to that view of his like a rock, and the view entirely shut me out. Joe saw society wholly as war sure, between two classes, and I was hopelessly on the wrong side. My work, my home, and my whole life were bound in with the upper class, and there could be no middle ground. My boasted tolerance, breadth of mind, my readiness to see both sides, my passion for showing up all men as human, this, to Joe, was utter piffle. He had no use for such writing, or in fact for art of any kind. Propaganda was all that he wanted, and that could be as cheap as Nick Carter, as sentimental as Uncle Tom's Cabin, if only it had the kind of punch that would reach to the mass of ignorant workers and stir their minds and their passions into swift and bitter revolt. Revolution! That was the thing. The world had come to a time, he said, when talking and writing weren't going to count. We were entering into an age of force, of direct action, strikes and the like, by prodigious masses of men. All I could do was worthless. These talks made me so indignant and sore, so sure that Joe and all his work were utterly wild and that only in Dillon and his kind lay any hope of solving the dreary problems of the slums, that within a few days more I was delving into my opera man with a most determined approval. He, at least, was a builder. He didn't want to tear everything down. In his every scheme for a huge success I took now an aggravated delight. All my recent tolerance gone, I threw into my work an intensity that I had not felt in months. And Eleanor smiled contentedly, as though she knew what she was about. When at last the time came for Joe to leave, she was twice as friendly to him as I. End of chapter 6. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 7 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 7. But on coming home one evening 2 or 3 weeks later, I found Eleanor reading aloud to our son with a most preoccupied look on her face. "Joe Kramer is coming to dinner," she said. "He called up this morning and said he'd like to see us again. Sue is coming too, as it happens. She dropped in this afternoon." Sue arrived a few minutes later, and at once I thought to myself I had never seen her look so well. For once she had taken the time to dress. She had done her dark hair in a different way. Her color, which had been poor of late, tonight was most becomingly high, and those fascinating eyes of hers were bright with a new animation. She has found a fine new hobby, I thought. Her whole attitude to us was one of eager friendliness. She made much of what we had done for Joe. "You've no idea," she told me, "how he feels about you both." She was speaking of this when Joe came in. He, too, appeared to me different. Into his blunt manner had crept a certain awkwardness. His gruff voice had an anxious note at times, and his eyes a hungry gleam. Poor old Joe, I thought. It must be hard, despite all his talk, to see what he had missed in life, to feel what a sacrifice he had made. He had thrown everything aside, love, marriage, home, all personal ties, to tackle this bleak business of slums. The more pity he had such a twisted view. And as presently, in reply to Sue's questions, he talked about the approaching strike, my irritation at his talk grew even sharper than before. "Your stokers and dock laborers," I interrupted hotly, "are about as fit to build up a new world as they are to build a Brooklyn Bridge. When I compare them to Eleanor's father in his way of going to work." I broke off in exasperation. "Can't you see you're all just floundering in a perfect swamp of ignorance?" "No," said Joe. "I don't see that." "I'm mighty glad you don't," said Sue. Eleanor turned on her abruptly. "Why are you glad, Sue?" she asked. "Because," Sue answered warmly, "he's where every one of us ought to be. He's doing the work we all ought to be doing." "Then why don't you do it?" said Joe. His voice was low but sharp as in pain. The next instant he turned from Sue to me. "I mean all of you," he added. I looked at him in astonishment. What had worked this change in Joe? In our last talk he had shut me out so completely. He seemed to feel this at once himself, for he hastened to explain his remark. He turned his back on Sue and was talking hard at me. "Of course, I don't mean you can do it, Bill, unless you change your whole view of life. But why shouldn't you change? You're young enough. That look at the stokehole got hold of you hard. And if you're able to feel like that, why not do some thinking, too?" "I'm thinking," I said grimly. "I told you before that I wanted to help." "But you said—" "I say it still," J.K. cut in. "If you want to help the people, you've got to drop your efficiency gods. You've got to believe in the people first. That's all they need is waking up to handle this whole job themselves. You've got to see that they're waking up fast, all over the world, that they're getting tired of gods above them slowly planning out their lives, that they don't want to wait till they're dead to be happy, that they feel poverty every day like a million tons of brick on their chest. It's got so they can't even breathe without thinking. And you've got to see that what they're thinking is, do it yourself and do it quick. The only thing that's keeping them back is that in these times of peace men get out of the habit of violence. But the minute you get this clear in your mind, then I say you can help 'em, because what's needed is so big. It's not only more pay and shorter hours and homes where they needn't die off like flies. They need more than that. They need a change as much as you, in their whole way of looking at things. They've got to learn that they are a crowd and can't get anywhere at all until all pull together. Ignorant? Of course they are. But that's where you and me come in. We can help 'em get together faster than they would if left to themselves. You can help that way a lot, by writing to the tenements. That's what I meant."
Joe stopped short. And after his passionate outburst, Eleanor spoke up quietly. "This sounds funny from you," she said. "A few weeks ago you were just as sure that Billy could do nothing. What has made you change so?" Joe reddened and looked down at his hands. "I suppose," he said gruffly after a moment, "it's because I'm still weak from typhoid, weak enough to want to see someone but stokers get into the job that's become my life. You see," he muttered, "I was raised among people like you. It's a kind of craving, I suppose, like cigarettes." Again he stopped short, and there was a pause. "Rather natural," Sue murmured. Again he turned sharply from her to me. "I say you can help by your writing," he said. "You call my friends an ignorant mob, but thousands of 'em have read your stuff." I looked up at Joe with a start. "Oh, they don't like it," he went on. "It only makes 'em sore and mad. But if you ever see things right and get into their side of this fight with that queer fountain axe of yours, you'll be surprised at the tenement friends who'll pop up all around you. The first thing you know they'll be calling you Bill. That's the kind they are. They don't want to shut anyone out. All they want to know is whether he means business. If he doesn't, he's no use, because they know that sooner or later they'll do it anyhow themselves. It's going to be the biggest fight that happened since the world began. No cause has ever been so fine, so worth a man's giving his life to aid. And all you've got to decide is this: whether you're to get in now and help make it a little easier, help make it come without violence, or wait till it all comes to a crash, and then be yanked in like a sack of meal." Before I could speak, Sue drew a deep breath. "I don't see how there's any chance about that," she said. Eleanor turned to her again. "Do you mean for Billy?" "I mean for us all," Sue answered. "Even for a person like me." Sue was beautiful just then, her cheeks aglow, her features tense, a radiant eagerness in her eyes. "I've felt it, oh, so long," she said. "It's gone all through my suffrage work, through every speech that I have made, that the suffragists need the working girls and ought to help them with their strikes." "And what do you think, Joe?" Eleanor persisted. "Were you speaking of Billy alone just now? Or did you have Sue, too, in mind?" Joe looked back at her steadily. "I don't want to shut out the women," he said. "I've seen too many girls jump in and make a big success of it. Not only working girls, but plenty of college girls like you." He turned from Eleanor to Sue, and with a gruff intensity, "You may think you can't do it, Sue," he said, "but I know you can. I've seen it done, I tell you, all the way from here to the coast. Girls like you as speakers, as regular organizers, forgetting themselves and sinking themselves, ready for any job that comes." "That's the way I should want to do it," said Sue, her voice a little breathless. "But how about wives?" asked Eleanor. "For some of these girls marry, I suppose," she added thoughtfully. "At least, I hope they do. I hope Sue will." "I never said anything against that," Joe answered shortly. "But if they marry and have children," Eleanor continued, "aren't they apt to get sick of it then, even bitter about it, this movement you speak of that takes you in and sinks you down, swallows up every dollar you have and all your thoughts and feelings?" "It needn't do as much as that," Joe muttered as though to himself. "Still, I'd like to see it work out," Eleanor persisted. "Do you happen to know the wives of any labor leaders?" "I do," Joe answered quickly. "The wife of the biggest man we've got. Jim Marsh arrived in town last night. His wife is with him. She always is." "Now are you satisfied, dear?" Sue asked. But Eleanor smiled and shook her head. "Is Mrs. Marsh a radical, too? I mean an agitator?" she asked. Joe's face had clouded a little. "Not exactly," he replied. Eleanor's eyes were attentive now. "Do you know her well, Joe?" "I've met her." "I'd like to meet her, too," she said, "and find out how she likes her life." "I think I know what you'd find," said Sue in her old cocksure superior manner. "I guess she likes it well enough." "Still, dear," Eleanor murmured, "instead of taking things for granted, it would be interesting, I think, in all this talk, to have one look at a little real life." "Aren't you just a little afraid of real life, Eleanor?" Sue demanded in a quick, challenging tone. "Am I?" asked Eleanor placidly. Long after Joe had left us, Sue kept up that challenging tone. But she did not speak to Eleanor now. Her talk, like Joe's, was aimed at me. "Why not think it over, Billy?" she urged. "You're not happy now. I never saw you so worried and blue." "I'm not in the least," I said stoutly. But Sue did not seem to hear me. She went on in an eager, absorbed sort of way. "Why not try it a little? You needn't go as far as Joe Kramer. He may even learn to go slower himself, now that he has had typhoid." "Do you think so?" Eleanor put in. "Why not?" cried Sue impatiently. "If he keeps on at this pace, it will kill him. Has he no right to some joy in his life? Why should you two have it all? Just think of it, Billy. You have a name, success, and a lot of power. Why not use it here? Suppose it is harder. Oh, I get so out of patience with myself and all of us. Our easy, lazy, soft little lives. Why can't we give ourselves a little?" And she went back over all Joe had said. "It's all so real, so tremendously real," she ended. "I wonder what's going to happen," said Eleanor when we were alone. "God knows," I answered gloomily. That hammering from Joe and Sue had stirred me up all over again. I had doggedly resisted. I had told Sue almost angrily that I meant to keep right on as before. But now she was gone, I was not so sure. "I still feel certain Joe's all wrong," I said aloud. "But he and his kind are so dead in earnest, so ready for any sacrifice to push their utterly wild ideas, that they may get a lot of power. God help the country if they do." "I wasn't speaking of the country, my love," my wife informed me cheerfully. "I was speaking of Sue and Joe Kramer." "Joe," I replied, "will slam right ahead. You can be sure of that. I've got him down cold." "Have you?" she asked. "And how about Sue?" "Oh, Sue," I replied indifferently, "has been enthused so many times." "Billy?" I turned and saw my wife regarding her husband thoughtfully. "I wonder," she said, "how long it will be before you can write a love story." "What?" "Sue and Joe Kramer, you idiot." I stared at her dumbfounded. "Did you think all that talk was aimed at you?" my pitiless spouse continued. "Did you think all that change in Joe's point of view was on your account?" I watched her vigilantly for a while. "If there's anything in what you say," I remarked carefully at last, "I'll bet at least that Joe doesn't know it. He doesn't even suspect it." "There are so many things," said Eleanor, "that men don't even suspect in themselves. I'm sorry," she added regretfully, "but that summer vacation we'd planned is off." "What?" "Oh, yes. We'll stay right here in town. I see anything but a pleasant summer." "Suppose," I said excitedly, "you tell me exactly what you do see." "I see something," Eleanor answered, "which, unless we can stop it, may be a very tragic affair. Tragic for Sue, because I feel sure that she'd never stand Joe's impossible life. And even worse for your father. He's not only old and excitable, and very weak and feeble too, but he's so conservative besides that if Sue married Joe Kramer, he'd consider her utterly damned." "But I tell you you're wrong, all wrong," I broke in. "Joe isn't that kind of an idiot." "Joe," said my wife decidedly, "is like every man I've ever met. I found that out when he was sick. He has the old natural longing for a wife and a home of his own. His glimpse of it here may have started it rising. I'm no more sure than you are that he admits it to himself. But it's there, all the same, in the back of his mind. And in that same mysterious region he's trying to reconcile marrying Sue to the work which he believes in, even with this strike coming on. It's perfectly pathetic. Isn't it funny," she added, "how sometimes everything comes all at once? Do you know what this may mean to us? I don't. I haven't the least idea. I only know that you yourself are horribly unsettled. And that now, through this affair of Sue's, we'll have to see a good deal of Joe. And not only Joe, but his friends on the docks. And not even the quiet ones. "No, we're to see all the wild ones. We're to be drawn right into this strike, into what Joe calls revolution." "You may be right," I said doggedly, "but I don't believe it." End of chapter 7. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 8 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 8. A few days later, Joe called me up and asked me to come down to his office. His reason for wanting to see me, he said, he'd rather not give me over the phone. "You're right," I told Eleanor dismally. "He's going to talk to me about Sue." I dreaded this talk, and I went to see Joe in no easy frame of mind. But it was not about Sue. I saw that in my first glimpse of his face. He sat half around in his office chair, listening intensely to a man by his side. "I want you to meet Jim Marsh," he said. I felt a little electric shock. So here was the great mob agitator, the notorious leader of strikes. Eleanor's words came into my mind. We're to meet all the wild ones. We're to be drawn right into this strike, into what Joe calls revolution. Well, here was the arch revolutionist, the prime mover of them all. Of middle size, about 40 years old, angular and wiry, there was a lithe, easy force in his limbs, but he barely moved as he spoke to me now. He just turned his narrow, bony face and gave me a glance with his keen, gray eyes. "I've known your work for quite a while," he said in a low, drawling voice. "Joe says you're thinking of writing me up." So this was why Joe had sent for me. I had quite forgotten this idea, but I took to it eagerly now. My work was going badly. Here was something I could do. The life story of a man whose picture would soon be on the front page of every paper in New York. It would interest my magazine. It would give me a chance to get myself clear on this whole ugly business of labor, poverty, and strikes. I had evaded it long enough. I would turn and face it squarely now. "Why, yes, I'd like to try," I said. "He wants to do your picture with the America you know," said Joe. "He says he's ready to be shown." Marsh glanced out at the harbor. "If he'll trail around with us for a while, we may show him some of it here," he drawled. And then, quietly ignoring my presence, he continued his talk with Joe, as though taking it for granted that I was an interested friend. I listened there all afternoon. The thing that struck me most at first was the cool effrontery of the man in undertaking such a struggle. The old type of labor leader had at least stuck to one industry, and had known by close experience what he had to face. But here was a mere outsider, a visitor strolling into a place and saying, "I guess I'll stop all this." Vaguely I knew what he had to contend with. Sitting here in this cheap, bare room, the thought of other rooms rose in my mind, spacious, handsomely furnished rooms where at one time or another I had interviewed heads of foreign ship companies, railroad presidents, bankers and lawyers, newspaper editors, men representing enormous wealth. All these rooms had been parts of my harbor, a massed array of money and brains. He would have all this against him. And to such a struggle I could see no end for him but jail. For against all this on his side was a chaotic army of ignorant men. Stokers, dockers, teamsters, scattered all over this immense region, practically unorganized. What possible chance to bring them together? How could he feel that he had a chance? How much did he already know? I asked him what he had seen of the harbor. For days, I learned, he had told no one but Joe of his coming. He had wandered about the port by himself. And as a veteran tramp will, in some mysterious fashion, get the feel of a new town within a few short hours there,
So Marsh had got the feel of this place, of a harbor different from mine, for he felt it from the point of view of its 100,000 laborers. He felt it with its human fringe. He saw its various tenement borders like so many camps and bivouacs on the eve of a battle. He told a little incident of how the harbor learned he was there. About 9 o'clock one morning, as he was waiting his chance to get into one of the North River docks, a teamster recognized him there from a picture of him he had once seen. The news traveled swiftly along the docks, out onto piers and into ships, and at noon, way over in Hoboken, Marsh had overheard a German docker say to the man eating lunch beside him, "I hear dot tam fool anarchist Marsh is raising hell over dere in New York." "But I wasn't raising hell," he drawled. "I was over here studying literature." And he drew out from his pocket a tattered copy of a report, the result of a careful investigation of work on the docks, made recently by a most conservative philanthropic organization. "In all the fierce rush of American industry," he read with a quiet smile of derision, "no work is so long, so irregular, or more full of danger. 7 a.m. until midnight is a common workday here. And in the rush season of winter, when ships are often delayed by storms, and so must make up time in port, the same men often work all day and night, and even on into the following day, with only hour and half-hour stops for coffee, food, or liquor. This strain makes for accidents. From police reports and other sources we find that 6,000 killed and injured every year on the docks is a conservative estimate." Marsh glanced dryly up at me. "Here's the America I know." I said nothing. I was appalled. 6,000 killed and injured! I could feel his sharp gray eyes boring down into my soul. "You wrote up this harbor once." "Yes," I said. "Did you write this?" "No, I would have said it was a lie." "Do you say so now? These people are a careful crowd." I took the pamphlet from his hands. "Queer," I muttered vaguely. "I never saw this report before." "Not so queer," he answered. "I'm told that it wasn't meant to be seen by you and the general public. That's the way this society works. They spend half a dead old lady's cash investigating poverty and the other half in keeping the public from learning what they've discovered. But we're going to furnish publicity to this secluded work of art." "On Saturday afternoon," he continued, "I went along the North River docks. I found long lines of dockers there. They were waiting for their pay. At every pay window one of 'em stood with an empty cigar box in his hands. And into that box every man as he passed dropped a part of his pay. For the man who had been hurt that week, for him, or for his widow. And over across the way," he went on, "I saw something on the waterfront that fitted right into the scenery. It was a poster on a high fence, and it had a black border around it. On one side of it was a picture of a tall gent in a swell frock suit. He was looking squarely at the docks and pointing to the sign beside him, which said, 'Certainly I'm talking to you. Money saved is money earned. Read what I will furnish you for $75 cash. Black cloth or any color you like. Plush or imitation oak. Casket with a good white or cream linen. Pillow. Burial suit or brown habit. Draping and embalming room. Chairs. Hearse. 3 coaches. Complete care and attendance. Also handsome candelabra and candles if requested.'" As Marsh read this grisly list from his notebook, it suddenly came into my mind that in my explorations years ago I had seen this poster at many points all along the waterfront. It had made no impression on me then, for it had not fitted into my harbor. But Marsh had caught its meaning at once and had promptly jotted it down for use. For it fitted his harbor exactly. Vaguely in this and a dozen ways I could feel him taking my harbor to pieces,
transforming each piece into something grim and so building a harbor all his own. Disturbedly and angrily I struggled to find the flaws in his building. Eagerly I caught at distortions here and there, twisted facts and wrong conclusions. But in all the terrible stuff which he had so hastily gathered here, there was so much that I could not deny. And he gave no chance for argument. Quickly jumping from point to point, he pictured a harbor of slaves overburdened, driven into fierce revolt. It was hard to keep my footing. For his talk was not only of this harbor. It ranged out over an ocean world which was all in a state of ferment and change. Men of every race and creed, from English, Germans, Russians to coolies, Japs and Lascars, had crowded into the stokeholes, mixing bowls for all the world. And the mixing process had begun. At Copenhagen 2 years before, in a great marine convention that followed the Socialist Congress there, Marsh had seen the delegates from 17 different countries representing millions of seamen. And this crude world parliament, this international brotherhood, had placed itself on record as against wars of every kind, except the one deepening bitter war of labor against capital. To further this, they had proposed to paralyze by strikes the whole international transport world. The first had followed promptly, breaking out in England. The second was to take place here. "You don't see how it can happen," said Marsh, with one of those keen sudden looks that showed he was aware of my presence. "You admit this place is a watery hell, but you don't believe we can change it. You don't see how ignorant mobs of men can rise up and take the whole game in their hands. Do I get you right?" "You do?" I said. "Look over there." I followed his glance to the doorway. It was filled with a group of big ragged men. Some of the faces were black with soot, some were smiling stolidly, some scowling in the effort to hear. All eyes were intent on the face of the man who had never been known to lose a strike. "That's the beginning," Marsh told me. "You keep your eyes on their faces. From now on, right into the strike. And you may see something grow there that'll give you a new religion." As the day wore into evening, the crowd from outside pressed into the room until they were packed all around us. "Let's get out of this," said Joe at last. We went to a neighboring lunchroom and ate a hasty supper. But as here, too, the crowd pressed in to get a look at Marsh, Joe asked us to come up to his room. "They know your room," Marsh answered. His tone was grim, as though he had been accustomed for years to this ceaselessly curious pressing mass, pressing around him tight. "Suppose we go up to mine," he said. "I want you fellows to meet my wife. She has never met any writers before," he added to me, "and she's interested in that kind of thing. She was a music teacher once." I was about to decline and start for home, but suddenly I recalled Eleanor saying that she would like to meet Mrs. Marsh. So I accepted his invitation, and what I saw a few minutes later brought me down abruptly from these worldwide schemes for labor. We entered a small cheap hotel, climbed a flight of stairs, and came into the narrow bedroom which was for the moment this notorious wanderer's home. A little girl about 6 years old lay asleep on a cot in one corner, and under the one electric light a woman sat reading a magazine. She had a strong, rather clever face which would have been appealing if it were not for the bitter, impatient glance she gave us as we entered. "Talk low, boys, our little girl's asleep," Marsh said. "Say, Sally," he continued with his faint, derisive smile, "here's a writer come to see you." "Pleased to meet you, I'm sure," she said, then relapsed into a stiff silence. I tried to break through her awkwardness, but entirely without avail. I grew more and more sure of my first impression, that this woman hated her husband's friends, his strikes, his proletariat. She was smart, pushing, ambitious, I thought, just the kind that would have got on in any Middle Western town. Eleanor must meet her. Then presently I noticed that only Marsh was talking. I glanced at Joe and was startled by the intensity in his eyes. For Joe was watching his leader's wife. And watching, he appeared to me to be seeing her in a dreary succession of rooms like these, in cities, towns and mining camps, wherever her husband was leading a strike, and then trying to see his own home in such rooms, and Sue in his home, a wife like this. The picture struck me suddenly cold. Sue pulled into this for life. Again I remembered Eleanor's words, drawn into revolution. "Say, Joe," drawled Marsh, with a sharp look at him, "got any of that typhoid left?" Joe laughed quickly, confusedly. Soon after that I left them. End of chapter 8. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 9 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 9. The next day I went to the editor for whom I was doing most of my work. When I told him I wanted to try Jim Marsh, the editor looked at me curiously. "Why?" he asked. I spoke of the impending strike. "Have you met Marsh?" he inquired. "Yes." "Do you like him?" "No." "But he struck you as big." "Yes, he did." "Are you getting interested in strikes?" "I want to see a big one close." "Why?" "Why not?" I retorted. "They're getting to be significant, aren't they? I want to see what they're like inside." The editor smiled. "You'll find them rather hot inside. Don't get overheated." "Oh, you needn't think I'll lose my head." "I hope not," he said quietly. "Go ahead with your story about Marsh. I'll be interested to see what you do." I went out of the office in no easy frame of mind. The editor's inquisitive tone had started me thinking of how J.K. had been shut out by the papers because he wrote the truth about things. "Oh, that's all rot," I told myself. "Joe's case and mine are not the same. The magazines aren't like the papers, and I'm not like Joe. His idea of the truth and mine will never be anywhere near alike." But what would Eleanor think of it? I went home and told her of my plan. To my surprise, she made no objection. "It's the best thing you can do," she said. "We're in this now, on account of Sue we can't keep out. And so long as we are, you might as well write about it, too. You think so much better when you're at work, more clearly, don't you? And that's what I want." She was looking at me steadily out of those gray-blue eyes of hers. "I want you to think yourself all out, as clearly as you possibly can, and then write just what you think," she said. "I want you to feel that I'm never afraid of anything you may ever write, so long as you're really sure it's true." I held her a moment in my arms and felt her tremble slightly. And then she said with her old quiet smile, "Sue has asked us over to Brooklyn tonight. Joe Kramer is to be there, too." "That affair is moving rather fast." "Oh, yes, quite fast," she said cheerfully. "How will Dad look at it?" "As you did," said Eleanor dryly. "He'll look at it and see nothing at all." "I've half a mind to tell him." "Don't," she said. "If you did he would only get excited, become the old-fashioned father and order Sue to leave Joe alone. Which would be all that is needed now to make Sue marry Joe in a week." "Sue is about as selfish," I said hotly, "about as wrapped up in her own little self " "As any girl is who thinks she's in love but isn't sure," said Eleanor. "Sue isn't sure, poor thing, she's frightfully unsettled." "But why drag Joe way over there?" "Because she wants to look at him there. It's her home, you know, her whole past life, all that she has been used to. It's the place where she has breakfast. She wants to see how Joe fits in." "But they'd never live there if they married." "Nevertheless," said Eleanor, "that's one of the ways a girl makes up her mind." She looked pityingly into my eyes. "Women are beyond you, aren't they, dear?" she murmured. "J.K. isn't," I rejoined, "and I can't see him in any home." "Can't you? Then watch him a little closer the next time he comes to ours." I went out for a walk along the docks and tried to picture the coming strike. When I came home I found Joe there. He had come to go with us to Brooklyn. He was sitting on the floor with our boy gravely intent on a toy circus. Neither one was saying a word, but as Joe carefully poised an elephant on the top of a tall red ladder, I recalled my wife's injunction. By Jove, he did fit into a home. Here certainly was a different Joe. He did not see me at the door. Later I called to him from our bedroom. "Say, Joe, don't you want to come in and wash?" He came in, and presently watching him, I noticed his glances about our room. It was most decidedly Eleanor's room, from the flowered curtains to the warm, soft rug on the floor. It was gay, it was quiet and restful, it was intimately personal. Here was her desk with a small heap of letters and photographs of our son and of me. And here close by was her dressing table strewn with all its dainty equipment. A few invitations were stuck in the mirror. Eleanor's hat and crumpled white gloves lay on our bed. I had thrown my coat beside them. There were such things in this small room as Joe had never dreamed of. "Oh, Joe," said Eleanor from the hall, "don't you want to come into the nursery? Somebody wants a pillow fight." "Sure," said Joe with a queer little start. "By the way," I heard her add outside, "Billy told me he saw Mrs. Marsh, and I should so like to meet her too. Couldn't you have us all down to your room some evening?" "If you like," he answered gruffly. "I'm honestly curious," Eleanor said, "to see what kind of a person she is, and I'm sure that Sue is too. May we bring her with us?" "Of course you may, whenever you like." "Would Friday evening be too soon?" "I'll see if I can fix it." When Eleanor came in to me, her lips were set tight as though something had hurt her. "That was pretty tough," I muttered. "Yes, wasn't it?" she said quickly. "I don't care. I'm not going to have him marrying Sue. I'm too fond of both of them. Besides, your father has to be thought of. It would simply kill him." Yes, I thought to myself that night. No doubt about that. It would kill him. How much older he looked in the strong light of the huge old-fashioned gas lamp that hung over the dining room table. He was making a visible effort to be young and genial. He had not seen Joe in several years, and he evidently knew nothing whatever of what Joe was up to, except that he had been ill at our home. Joe spoke of what we had done for him, and Sue eagerly took up the cue, keeping the talk upon us and the Indian to my father's deep satisfaction. From this she turned to our childhood and the life in this old house. Dad pictured it all in such glowing colors I recognized almost nothing as real. But watching Sue's face as she listened, she seemed to me trying to feel again as she had felt here long ago when she had been his only chum. Every few moments she would break off to throw a quick, restless glance at Joe. When the time came for us to go, my father assured us warmly that he had not felt so young in years. He said we had so stirred him up that he must take a book and read or he wouldn't sleep a wink all night. Joe did not come away with us. As we stood all together at the door, I saw Eleanor glance into Dad's study where his heavy leather chair was waiting, and then into the room across the hall where Sue had drawn up two chairs to the fire. And I thought of the next hour or two. My father already had under his arm a book on American shipping, which told about the old despotic sea world of his day, in which there had been no strikers, but only mutineers. "There's very little time to lose," said Eleanor on the way home. "Look here," I suggested. "Why don't you talk this out with Sue and tell her just what you think of it all?" "Because," said Eleanor, "what I think and what you think has nothing whatever to do with the case. Sue would say it was none of our business. And she'd be quite right. It isn't. Aren't we making it our business? My wife at times gets me so confused. I'm not telling them anything, she rejoined. I'm only trying to show them something and let the poor idiots see for themselves. If they won't see, it's hopeless. End of chapter 9. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 10 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 10. On Friday evening Sue sent word that she would be late and that she would meet us at Joe's room. So we went down without her. His room had changed since I'd seen it last. I took in at once his pathetic attempts to fix it up for our coming. Gone were the dirty curtains, the dirty collars and shirts, and the bed was concealed by an old green screen borrowed from his landlady, the German saloon-keeper's wife, below. The same woman had scrubbed the floor and put down a faded rag carpet in front of the old fireplace, in which now a coal fire was burning. Poor Joe had turned up all the lights to make things bright and cheerful, but it only showed things up as they were. The room was glaringly forlorn. And now that Eleanor had come, her presence made him feel at once what a wretchedly dreary place it was. Eleanor knew what she wanted to do, and she had dressed herself for the part. And as Joe took in the effect of her smart little suit and waited for Sue and Mrs. Marsh, he became so anxious and gloomy that he could only speak with an effort. He kept glancing uneasily at the door. "I don't like the idea," said Eleanor, "of Sue's coming down here alone at night through this part of town." Joe looked around at her quickly. "But I suppose," she added thoughtfully, "that she'd have to get used to queer parts of towns if she ever took up the life you've spoke of." "I don't think that would bother her," Joe answered gruffly. Presently there was a step on the stairs. He jumped up and went to the door, and a moment later Sue entered the room. Immediately its whole atmosphere changed. Sue was plainly excited. She, too, had dressed herself with care, or rather with a careful neglect. She wore the oldest suit she had and a simple blouse with a gay red tie. With one sharp glance at Eleanor, she took in the strained situation and set about to ease it. "What a nice fireplace!" she exclaimed. "Let's turn down the lights and draw round the fire. You need more chairs, Joe. Go down and get some." And soon with the lights turned low and the coals stirred into a ruddy glow, we were sitting in quite a dramatic place. The scene was set for revolution. The curtainless windows were no longer bleak, for through them from the now darkened room we looked out on the lights of the harbor. Sue thought the view thrilling, and equally thrilling she found the last issue of Joe's weekly paper, War Sure, which lay on the table. It was called our Special Sabotage Number, and in it various stokers and dockers, in response to an appeal from Joe, had crudely written their ideas upon just how the engines of a ship or the hoisting winches on a dock could be most effectively put out of order in time of strike, "so that the scabs," wrote one contributor, "can see how they like it." "Why not have blue penciled some of this?" I asked with a faint premonition of trouble ahead. "Because Joe believes in free speech, I suppose," Sue answered for him quickly. "I'm not much of a lawyer, Joe," I said, "but this stuff looks to me a good deal like incitement to violence." "Possibly," J.K. replied. "You don't look horribly frightened," laughed Sue, and she wanted to hear all the latest strike news. The time was rapidly drawing near. It was now close to the end of March, and the strike was expected in April. When Marsh arrived about 9 o'clock, there was an awkward moment, for behind him came his wife and their small daughter, both of whom were stiffly dressed, and with one glance at Eleanor they felt immediately out of place. Mrs. Marsh was even more hostile and curt than when I had seen her last. She was angry at having been dragged into this and took little pains to hide it. "My husband would have me come," she said, "and I couldn't leave my little girl, so I had to bring her along." And she stopped abruptly with a look that asked us plainly, "Now that I'm here, what do you want?" "How old is your little girl?" Eleanor inquired. "6 last month." "Are you going to put her in school in New York?" And in spite of short, suspicious replies, she soon had Mrs. Marsh and her child talking of kindergartens and parks, and other parts of the town they must see. Sue was now eagerly talking to Marsh, Joe was beside her helping her out, and both seemed wholly to have forgotten the disturbing woman behind them. But by the quick looks that Eleanor gave them now and then, I could see she was only holding back until she should have Mrs. Marsh in a mood where she could be brought into the talk and made to tell about her life. "Don't you ever want to settle down?" she asked when there had come a pause. Marsh turned abruptly to Eleanor. "Of course she does," he answered. "Did you ever know a woman who didn't, the moment that she got a kid? But my wife can't, if she sticks to me. She has had to make up her mind to live in any old place that comes along, from a $1 room in a cheap hotel to a shanty in a mining camp." And his look at Eleanor seemed to add, "That's the kind she is, you little doll." Eleanor quickly made herself look as much like a doll as possible. She placidly folded her dainty gloved hands. "I should think," she murmured in ladylike tones, "Mrs. Marsh would find that rather difficult." "She does," said Marsh aggressively. "But my wife has nerve enough to stand up to the rough side of life, as the wives of most working men have to, in this rich and glorious land." "Won't you tell us about it?" asked Eleanor sweetly. "I should be so interested to hear. It's so different, you see, from all I've been accustomed to." "Yes," Marsh answered grimly, "I've no doubt it is. Go ahead, Sally, and tell them about it." And Sally did. Gladly taking her husband's aggressive tone, she started out almost with a sneer. Her remarks at first were disjointed and brief, but I told her I was writing the story of her husband's life, and that I wanted her side of it from the start. I promised to show her what I wrote and let her cut anything she had told me if she did not want it in print. And so, in scattered incidents, with bits thrown in now and then by Marsh, the lives of these two began to come out. And we understood her bitterness. Mr. Marsh was born, she said, in one of the poorest little towns in southern Iowa. It was nothing but a hole of a place about 6 miles from the county seat where my father was a lawyer. But even in that little hole his family was the poorest there. I've been all over the States since then, and I've seen poor people, the Lord knows. But I want to say I've never seen people anywhere that were any worse off than my husband was when he was a boy. And yet he got out of it all by himself. He didn't need any strikes to help him. "But of course," Sue put in smoothly, "your husband was an exceptional man." Mrs. Marsh threw her a bitter glance. "He might have been," she answered. "What was he like as a boy?" I asked. "A fighter," she said. For a moment her sharp voice grew proud. "His father took diabetes and died, and they went into debt to bury him. Jim helped his mother run the farm and missed half his schooling. But his teacher loaned him textbooks, and at home they had no candles, so he used to work with his back to the fire half the night. My father used to call him a regular little Honest Abe. That's a surprise to you, isn't it?" she added with a hard little laugh. But then the town had a sudden boom. A new branch of the railroad came through that way, and houses and stores went up overnight. Jim was only 16 then, but he grabbed the chance to get into the building. In less than a year he had earned enough money so he could quit and go to school. He came over to high school in our town, walking his 6 miles twice a day. And that's where I met him. My father took a shine to him right off and promised to make him a lawyer. He loaned him law books the first year, and the second Jim worked in his office. She looked for a moment at the wall. "I expect it's not a love story you're after, so I'll leave that part of it out. Papa was mad when I broke the news, and I can't say I blame him. He was the richest man in town, the railroad lawyer of the place, and he had meant that I should go to a polishing school in St. Louis. Well, I did go to St. Louis, but I was eloping at the time and I became Jim's wife. We had a hard fight for a year or two, but we made up our minds we'd make it go. Jim got a job on a skyscraper which was going up at the time. I got him his breakfast at 6 every morning, and he got home about 7 at night. And right after supper he went at his Blackstone and dug into it all evening. As a rule he got to bed at 1, and 5 hours sleep was all he had, with a few hours extra Sundays. I knew a girl from home in St. Louis whose husband was making money fast, but Jim was too proud to make use of my friends or go to her home when we were invited. We missed 3 card parties on that account. But she helped me to get some pupils and I gave piano lessons. When my baby was born I had to quit, but I thought we were out of the woods by then, for Jim was made foreman of his gang and was raised to $100 a month. We moved from our boarding house into a flat. I hired a young Swedish girl and began to feel that I knew where I was. But then the building workers struck. Jim had always been popular with his men, and now he wanted his boss to give them half of what they asked for. But his boss didn't see it that way at all, and he and Jim had trouble. The next week Jim decided he wouldn't manage what he called scabs. So he left his employment, went in with the men, and made the strike a great success. That left him leader of their union. The salary they paid him was $80 instead of $100, so I let our Swedish girl go. He said his new position would give him more time to study law. But it didn't turn out quite that way. He got so wrapped up in his union affairs that he had no time for his law books. One day I put them up on a shelf and found he didn't notice it. Eleanor suddenly tightened at this, a quick sympathy came into her eyes. Sue gave a restless little sigh. He'd be out at meetings most every night, Mrs. Marsh continued. At the end of the year he was one of 3 leaders in a strike of all the building trades in town. All work of that kind in the city was stopped, and things got very ugly. One night a man came to our flat and informed me that my husband was in jail. I went to the jail the next morning and saw him. We had quite a talk, and that afternoon I gave up our flat. "Why?" asked Eleanor softly. "I presume the landlord wished it," said Mrs. Marsh without looking around. I took a room in a cheap hotel. Mr. Marsh came out of jail with ideas that were all new to me. He had left his old trade union and gone in with a new crowd of men who stood for out-and-out revolution, which I couldn't understand. But we made the best of it. We went to the theater that night and then took the midnight train on one of his first labor trips. At first these trips were only for a week or so, but as time went on they grew longer. As a rule I never wrote him because I never knew his address. On one trip he was away 5 weeks, and before he got back there was time enough for my second baby, a little boy, to be born and die of pneumonia. Eleanor flinched as though that had hurt. I saw her turn and look at Sue, who seemed even more restless than before. "You decided to travel with him then, didn't you?" Eleanor murmured. "Yes," said the other gruffly. "We used to try to figure out what city we would likely be in, or at least not far away from, and then my little girl and I would find a place to board there. It has been like that for the past 4 years. In that time we've lived in 14 places all the way between here and the coast." "Have you lived all the time at hotels?" Eleanor inquired. "We have," said the woman curtly, "but hardly the kind you're accustomed to. As a rule, as soon as we reach a town, my husband's name appears in the papers, and on that account the more refined houses wouldn't care to keep us long." Eleanor leaned forward, her eyes troubled and intent. She seemed to have forgotten Sue. "How do you know they wouldn't?" she asked. "I found out by trying. Twice." I heard a sudden angry creak in the battered old chair in which Sue was sitting. "So my little girl Lucy and I," the embittered voice went on, "go to hotels that don't ask many questions. We pass the time going to parks or museums, or now and then to a concert, where I tried to give her a taste for good music. "Do you find the time to keep up your music?" I asked. "There's time enough," came the quick reply. "You see, as a rule, I'm just waiting around. One night in Pittsburgh it was my birthday, and as the Grand Opera was there for a week and I had never been to one, I got Mr. Marsh to take me. We made it a regular celebration, with dinner in a first-class restaurant, just for once. But my husband is generally watched, and the papers all took it up the next day. Marsh and wife dine and see opera after his speech to starving strikers, or similar words to that effect." "Do you see anything of the strikers?" I asked. "Not much," she replied. "We used to be invited to go to parties at their homes. But most of them, even the leaders, were Irish, Germans, Italians, or Jews whose wives could barely speak English. I found them not very pleasant affairs. Some of the wives drank a good deal of beer, and most of them had very little to say. Strike dances were no better. The wives as a rule sat with their children around the walls, while a lot of young factory girls, Jewesses for the most part, danced turkey trots around the hall." "There were speeches, I suppose?" Sue put in impatiently. "Yes. Mr. Marsh and others made speeches between dances. They weren't the kind of affairs I'd been used to in our home town," said Mrs. Marsh. "I've lost track of the folks at home. I never write and they don't write me. Only once, when my mother knew where I was, she sent me a box at Christmas. Lucy and I got quite excited over that box. It was all the presents we'd had from outside in quite a line of Christmases. So we thought we'd celebrate." "How do you celebrate Christmas?" Eleanor asked softly. "We went out and bought a tree and candles, some gold balls and popcorn and all the other fixings. And we popped the corn over the gas that night. The next day we bought things for each other's stockings. Lucy was then only 4 years old, but I'd leave her at a counter and tell the clerk to let her have all she wanted to buy for me up to $1. That was how we worked it. The next night we had the tree in our room. I got Mr. Marsh to help me trim it. At last we lit the candles and let Lucy in from the hotel hall, where she nearly caught her death of cold. Then we opened the box from home. There was a doll for Lucy and a framed photograph of my mother for me, and for Mr. Marsh a Bible. He got laughing over that and so did I. And that ended Christmas. We had another Christmas last year," she said in a slow, intense sort of way, as though seeing the place as she spoke, "in a mining town in Montana, where Jim had been in jail 5 days and the whole place was under martial law. A major of the militia came to me on Christmas Eve. He claimed that Jim had been seen by detectives traveling with another woman and that I was not his wife. They locked me up for 2 hours that night as an immoral woman." Sue was sitting rigid now, her lips pressed tight, and Joe, with a strained, unnatural face, was staring into the fire. "But of course," Mrs. Marsh concluded, "most of the time it isn't like that. As a rule, when we come to a city, nothing especial happens at all. We just take a room like the one we have now and wait till the strike is over. I've got so I have a queer view of towns. I'm always there at the time of a strike, when crowds of Italians and Poles and Jews fill the streets on parade, or jam into halls and talk about running the world by themselves. And I guess they're going to do it some day, but I presume not by tomorrow." For some time while she was speaking her eyes had been fixed steadily upon Joe's only picture. It stood on the mantel, a big charcoal sketch of a crowd of immigrants just leaving Ellis Island. They were of all races, uncouth, heavy, stolid, with that hungry hope in all their eyes for more of the good things of the earth. They seemed like some barbaric horde about to pour in over the land. With her eyes upon their faces in deep, quiet hatred, this woman from the Middle West had told the story of her life. "Well, Sally," said her husband, who had grown restive toward the end, "I guess that'll do. Let's go on home." "I'm sure I'm ready," she replied quickly. Now that she had come out of herself she seemed angry at having told so much. When they had left there was a silence which Sue broke with a breath of impatience. "What a frightful thing it must be for a man in this work," she exclaimed, "to have a wife like that. A wife so hard and narrow, so wrapped up in her own little life, with not a spark of sympathy for any of his big ideals." "I suppose it's the life that has done it," said Eleanor quietly, looking at Sue. "I'd like to see some women," Sue retorted angrily, "who have been in that life for years and years, and have sympathy, have everything, don't care for anything else in the world." She turned suddenly to Joe. "You said there were hundreds, didn't you?" Joe looked back at her a moment. There was a startled, groping, searching expression in his eyes. "Yes," he said, "there are hundreds." "Are many of them married?" Eleanor inquired. "Some of them are," he answered. "When a woman who, as Sue has just said, throws herself into this heart and soul, marries a man who is in it too, how much of their time can they spend together?" "That depends on the kind of work," he said. Eleanor held his eyes with hers. "In some cases, I suppose," she went on, "like yours for example, where the man's work keeps him moving, if the woman's work wouldn't let her go with him, they would have to be half their time apart." "Yes." "As Mrs. Marsh and her husband were at the time when her second baby was born." "Yes," said Joe, still watching her. "Aren't there a good many, too, who don't exactly marry, but marry just a little, one woman here, another there, and so on?" "Yes," said Joe, "there are some who do that." "I should think," said Eleanor thoughtfully, "that in a movement of this kind a man ought not to marry at all, or else marry a little a good many times, so as always to be free for the cause." "Unless," said Joe quite steadily, "he finds a woman like some I've known, whose feeling for a man, one man, seems to be planted in her for life, who can easily stand not being with him because she herself is deep in her own job, and her job is about the same as his, and because the two of them have decided to see the whole job through to the end." His eyes went up to the charcoal sketch. "It's a job worth seeing through," he said. Sue was leaning forward now. "Where did you get that picture, Joe?" she asked. "It was an illustration," he said, "for a thing I once had in a magazine." And then, as though almost forgetting us all, his eyes still upon those immigrant faces, he said with a slow, rough intensity, "I know every figure in it. I know just where they're strong and where each one of 'em is weak. I've never made gods of 'em, but I know they do all the real work in the world. They're the ones who get all the rotten deals, the ones who get shot down in wars and work like dogs in time of peace. They're the ones who are ready to go out on strike and risk their lives to change all this. They're the people worth spending your life with. But it's a job for your whole life, and before a man or a woman jumps in, they want to be sure they're ready." He did not look at Sue as he spoke. He seemed barely able to hold himself in. His relief was plain when we took her away. Sue took a car to Brooklyn and we started homeward. Eleanor wanted to walk for a while. She walked quickly, her face set. "What do you think of it?" I asked. "I was thinking of Sue," she said. "I was thinking of Mrs. Marsh. I've never tormented a woman like that, and I never will again in my life. Not for Sue or anyone else. She can marry anybody she likes." "Well, she won't marry Joe," I said. "Did you see his face, poor devil? You've certainly settled that affair." "Have I?" she asked sharply, and then her curious feminine mind took a long leap. "And what are you going to be," she asked, "in a year from now?" I smiled at her. "Not a second Marsh," I said. "But even if I were the man in the moon, you'd make a success of being my wife." "I think I would," said Eleanor. "It must be so quiet up there in the moon." End of chapter 10. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 11 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 11. "Come over here at once.
My father's voice over the telephone one morning a few days later sounded thick and unnatural. "What about?" I asked. "Your sister." When I reached the house in Brooklyn he came himself to let me in and took me into the library. I was shocked by his face, it was terribly worn. Quite plainly he had been up all night. As he began speaking his voice shook and he leaned forward, every inch of him tense. Sue had told him the night before that she was going to marry Joe Kramer. In reply to his anxious questions she had given him some of the facts about what Joe was doing. And Dad had stormed at her half the night. "She wants to marry him, Billy," he cried. "She's got her mind set on a man like that. What has he got to support her with? Not a cent, not even a decent job. He's not writing now. Do you know what he's doing? Stirring up strikes. Of the ugliest kind, of the most ignorant class of men, foreigners. I know such strikes, I've fought 'em myself and I know how they're handled. That young man will land in jail, and it's where he belongs. Do you know what he's up to right here on the docks?" "Yes, I know." "Why didn't you tell me? Why did you let him come to the house?" "I was doing my best to stop it, Dad." "You were, eh? Well, you'll stop it now. Understand, Billy, he's your friend. You brought him here, way back at the start. You've got to put a stop to this." "But how?" I asked, trying to steady my voice. "What do you think that I can do?" "You can talk to her, can't you? God Almighty! Make her see this will ruin her life." "I can't do that." "Can't you?" He rose and bent over me gripping my arms, and I felt his violent trembling. "If you don't, it's the end of me," he said. "Steady, Dad. Now steady. This is coming out all right, you know." I got him back into his chair. "I'm going to do all I possibly can. I'm going to see Joe Kramer now. He's the only one who can influence her. I'm going to get him to come to Sue and help me make her feel what's ahead, the hardest, ugliest parts of his life. Now promise me you'll keep out of it. Promise you'll leave her alone while I'm gone." He agreed to this at last and I left him. But as I went into the hall Sue came to me from the other room. Her face was white and strained. "Well, Billy?" she said. My throat tightened. She looked so pitifully worn. "I'm sorry, Sue." "Is that all you have to say to me?" She cut in with a quick catch of her breath. "No, no." I took her in my arms. "Dear old Sue, don't you know how I feel? I want to see you happy. I'm trying to see what on earth we can do." "Why can't you all leave me alone?" she demanded in low broken tones. "That's all I want. I'm old enough. I love him. Isn't that enough? To be treated like this, like a bad little child. If you'd been here and heard him, Dad I mean, I tell you he's half out of his mind. I'm afraid to be left alone with him." "Sue?" It was our father's voice. He had come out close behind us. "Leave me alone!" Sue started back, but he caught her arm. "You'll stay right here with me till he comes." "Till who comes?" "Kramer." "Who said he was coming?" "Your brother." "Billy!" "Now, Sis, I'm going to talk to Joe and try to persuade him to see you and me together. That's all, quietly, over in our apartment." "No," said our father. "He'll see her right here." "Now, Dad." "Careful, son, don't get in my way. I'm standing about as much as I can. Kramer is to come right here. If there's any seeing Sue to be done, it's to be in her home, where she belongs. I won't let her out of it, not for an hour out of my sight." "You'll lock me in here?" she panted. He turned on her. "You can call the police if you want to." He let go his hold and turned to me. "I'm thinking of her mother. If she sees this man at all again, I'll see him too." "Can't you leave us?" I implored her. "Sue, please, go to your room." When she'd gone I tried to quiet him. And now that Sue was out of the way I partly succeeded. But he stuck to his purpose. Joe must come and see Sue here. "I want to be on hand when she sees him," he insisted. "I don't want to talk, I've done all that. I won't say a word, but I want to be here. You think you know her better than I do because you're younger, but you don't. We lived right here together. She's been my chum for 25 years, and I know things about her you don't know. She's willful.
She's as wild as a hawk, but she can't hold out. She hasn't it in her." "She will if you act as you did just now." "But I won't," he said sharply. "That was a mistake, and I won't let it happen again. When he comes, you do the talking, boy. And if we're beaten I won't try to keep her. She goes, and it's ended. I promise you that. But, son, don't make any mistake about this. I have an influence over this girl that you haven't got and nobody has. I want her to feel me beside her." He went over this again and again, and with this I had to leave him. I found Joe in his office. He rose abruptly when I came in and reached for his hat. "Let's go out for a walk," he said. Down in the street he turned on me. "Sue has just phoned me you were there. She thought you were going to help her, Bill. She thought that you'd stand by her. She didn't get any sleep last night. She's been through hell with that father of hers." "Oh, I've been all through Sue's sufferings, Joe. Don't give me any more of that." "You mean you think she's faking?" "No, but to be good and brutally frank about it, what she suffers just now doesn't count with me. It's what her whole life may be with you." "That's not exactly your business, is it?" "It wouldn't be if I didn't know Sue." "What do you know?" "I know that in spite of all her talk and the way she acts and honestly feels whenever she's with you," I replied, "Sue wants to hang on to her home and us. She isn't the heroic kind. She can't just follow along with you and leave all this she's used to." Joe's face clouded a little. "She'll get over that," he muttered. "Perhaps she will. And perhaps she won't. How do you know? You want to know, don't you? You want her to be happy?" "No, that's not what I want most. Being happy isn't the only thing." "Then tell her so. That's all I ask. I'll tell you what I've come for, Joe. You've always been more honest, more painfully blunt and open than any man I've ever known. Be that way now with Sue. Give her the plainest, hardest picture you can of the life you're getting her into." "I've tried to do that already." "You haven't. If you want to know what you've done, I can tell you. You've painted up this life of yours, and all these things you believe in, with power enough and smash enough to knock holes through all I believe in myself. And I'm stronger than Sue. You've done more to her. What I ask of you now is to drop all the fire and punch of your dreams and line out the cold facts of your life on its personal side, what it's going to be. I'll help draw it out by asking you questions." "What's the use of that? I know it won't change her." "Maybe it won't. But if it won't, at least it'll make my father give up. Can't you see? If you and I together, I asking and you answering, paint your life the way it's to be and she says, 'Good, that's what I want,' he'll feel she's so far away from him then that he'll throw up his hands and let her go. He can rest then. We can help him then, Eleanor and I. It may save the last years of his life. And Sue will be free to come to you." "You mean the more ugly we make it, the better?" "Just that. Let's end this one way or the other." "All right. I agree to that." When Joe and I came into the library my father rose slowly from his chair, and the two stood looking at one another. And by some curious mental process two memories flashed into my mind. One was of the towering sails that my father had told me he had seen on his first day on the harbor, when coming here a crude boy from the inland he had thrilled to the vision of owning such ships with crews to whom his word should be law, and of sending them over the ocean world. Such was the age he had lived in. The other was of the stokers down in the bottom of the ship, and Joe's tired frowning face as he said, "Yes, they look like a lot of bums, and they feed all the fires at sea." What was there in common between these two? To each age a harbor of its own. "Well, young man, what have you to say to me?" "Nothing." Sue came into the room. Briefly I explained to her what our father had agreed upon, that she was to do the deciding and that he would abide by her decision. Then I began my questions to Joe. I felt awkward, painfully the intruder into two other people's lives, and I felt as though I were operating upon the silent old man close by. The uglier, the better, I kept repeating to myself. Let's take up first the money side, Joe. Have you any regular salary? No. Such as it is, where does it come from? Out of the stokers. How much do you get? 1 week $20 and another 10 or 5, he said. 1 week I got $3.87. Is that likely to grow steadier? Possibly. More likely, worse. But can two of you live on pay like that, say an average of $10 a week? I know several millions of people that have to, and most of them have children too. And you'd expect to live like that? No better, was his answer. My father turned to him slowly as though he had not heard just right. But as a matter of fact, I went on, you wouldn't have to, would you? You'd expect Sue to earn money as well as yourself. I hope so, if she wants to. It's my idea of a woman's life. And the work you hope she'll enter will be the kind you believe in? Organizing labor and taking an active part in strikes? Yes, she's a good speaker. I see. And if you were out of a job at times, you'd be willing to let her support you? Sue angrily half rose from her chair, but Joe, with a grim move of his hand, said softly, "Sit down and try to stand this. Let's get it over and done with." Then he turned quietly back to me. "Why, yes, I'd let her support me," he said. "You mean you don't care one way or the other? You'd both be working for what you believe in, and how you lived wouldn't especially count?" "That's about it." "What do you believe in, Joe? Just briefly, what's your main idea in stirring up millions of ignorant men?" "Mainly to pull down what's on top." "As for instance?" "All of it. Business, industry and finance as it's being run at present." "A clean sweep? And in place of that?" "Everything run by the workers themselves." "For example," I asked, "the ships by the stokers?" "Yes, the ships by the stokers," he said. And I felt Dad stiffen in his chair. "As they will be when the time comes," Joe added. "How soon will that be?" "I'll see it," he said. "The working people in full control, no restraints whatever from above?" "There won't be anyone left above. No more gods," he answered. "Not even one?" "Is there one?" he asked. "You're an atheist, aren't you?" I said. "Yes, when I happen to think of it." "And Sue would likely be the same." "Isn't she now?" he inquired. I dropped the point and hurried on. "How about Sue's friends, Joe? In a life like that, always in strikes, she'd have to give them up, wouldn't she?" "Probably. Some of them think they're radicals, but I doubt if they'd come far out of the parlor." "So her new friends would be either strikers or the people who lead in strikes. Her life would be practically sunk in the mass." "I hope so." "You may be in jail at times." "Quite probably." "Sue too?" "Possibly." I caught the look in my father's face and knew that I had but a few moments more. "Do you want to marry her, Joe?" I asked. "Yes. I'll go down to City Hall if a large fat Tammany alderman can make our love any cleaner." "You mean you don't believe in marriage?" "Not especially," he said. "And so if either gets sick of the other he just leaves without any fuss?" "Naturally." There was a pause, and then Joe spoke again. "You're a better interviewer than I thought you were," he said. "You've made the picture quite complete, as far as you can see it. Of course you've left all the real stuff out." "What is the real stuff, as you call it, young man?" My father's voice had a deadly ring. Joe turned and looked at him as before. "You couldn't understand," he said. "I think I understand enough." Dad rose abruptly and turned to Sue. "Sue," he said, "shall I ask your anarchist friend to go?" I could feel Sue gather herself. She was white. "I'll have to go with him," she managed to say. A slight spasm shot over our father's face. For a moment there was silence. "You've heard all he said of this life of his?" "Yes." "And what he wants and expects you to do?" "I heard it." "And just how he wants you to live, with nothing you've been used to, nothing. No money but what a few drunken stokers throw your way, no decent ideals,
No religion, no home?" Again a pause. "I want to go with him," she brought out at last. Dad turned sharply and left the room. I heard a deep breath behind me. It came from Joe Kramer, whose face was set in a frown of pain. "He's so damn old," Joe muttered. "You operated on him hard." Suddenly Sue threw herself on the lounge. She huddled there shaking and motioned us off. "Leave me alone, can't you? Go away!" we heard between her sobs. "It's all right. I'm ready. I'll come to you, Joe. But not now. Not just now. Go away, both of you. Leave me alone." Joe left the house. Soon after that Eleanor arrived and I told her what had happened. She went in to Sue. I left them together and went up to my father's room. He lay on the bed, breathing quickly. "You did splendidly, son," he said. "You slashed into her hard. It hurt me to listen, but it's all right. Let her suffer, she had to. It hit her, I tell you. She'll break down. If we can only keep her here. Get Eleanor." He stopped with a jerk, his hand went to his heart, and he panted and scowled with pain. "I sent for her," I told him. "She's come, and she's in Sue's room now." "Let's leave them alone. It's going to be all right, Dad." I sent for a doctor who was an old friend of my father's. He came and spent a long time in the room, and I could hear them talking. At last he came out. "It won't do," he said. "We can't have any more of this. We must keep your sister out of his sight. She can't stay alone with him in this house, and she can't go now to your anarchist friend. If she does, it may be the end of your father. Suppose you persuade her to come to you." But here Eleanor joined us. "I have a better plan," she said. "I've been talking to Sue and she has agreed. She's to stay and we'll move over here and try to keep Sue and her father apart." "What about Joe?" I asked her. "Sue has promised me not to see Joe until the strike is over. It will only be a matter of weeks, perhaps even days. It may break out tomorrow. It's not much of a time for Joe to get married. Besides, it's the least she can do for her father, to wait that long. And she has agreed. So that much is settled." She went home to pack up a few things for the night. When she came back, it was evening. She spent some time with Sue in her room while I stayed in with my father. I gave him a powder the doctor had left and he was soon sleeping heavily. At last in my old bedroom Eleanor and I were alone. It was a long time before we could sleep. "Funny," said Eleanor presently, "how thoroughly selfish people can be. Here's Sue and your father going through a perfectly ghastly crisis. But I haven't been thinking of them, not at all. I've been thinking of us, of you, I mean, of what this strike will do to you. You're getting so terribly tense these days." I reached over and took her hand. "You don't want me to run away from it now?" "No," she said quickly. "I don't want that. I've told you that I'm not afraid." "Then we'll have to wait and see, won't we, dear? We can't help ourselves now. I've got to keep on writing, you know. We depend on that for our living. And I can't write what I did before. I don't seem to have it in me. So I'm going into this strike as hard as I can. I'm going to watch it as hard as I can and think it out as clearly. I know I'll never be like Joe. But I do feel now I'm going to change. I've got to, after what I've been shown. The harbor is so different now. Don't you understand?" I felt her hand slowly tighten on mine. "Yes, dear," she said. "I understand." End of chapter 11. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 12 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 12. The events of that day dropped out of my mind in the turbulent weeks that followed. For day to day I felt myself sink deeper and deeper into the crowd, into surging multitudes of men, till something that I found down here lifted me up and swept me on into a strange new harbor. Of the strike I can give only one man's view. what I could see with my one pair of eyes in that swiftly spreading confusion that soon embraced the whole port of New York and other ports, both here and abroad. War correspondents, I suppose, must feel the same chaos around them, but in my case it rose from within me as well. I was like a war correspondent who is trying to make up his mind about war. What was good in this labor rebellion? What was bad? Where was it taking me? From the beginning I could feel that it meant for me a breaking of ties with the safe, strong world that had been my life. I felt this first before the strike, when I went to my magazine editor. He had taken my story about Jim Marsh. But when I came to him now and told him that I wanted to cover the strike, "Go ahead if you like," he answered, a weary indulgence in his tone. "I don't want to interfere in your work, but I can't promise you now that we'll buy it. If you feel you must write up this strike, you'll have to do it at your own risk." "Why?" I asked. For years my work had been ordered ahead. I thought of that small apartment of ours, of my father sick at home, and I felt myself suddenly insecure. "Because," he answered coolly, "I'm not quite sure that what you write will be a fair, unbiased presentation of the facts. I've seen so many good reporters utterly spoiled in strikes like this. They lose their whole sense of proportion and never seem to get it quite back." This little talk left me deeply disturbed. But I was unwilling to give up my plan, and so, after some anxious thinking, I decided to freelance it. After all, if this one story didn't sell, I could borrow until I wrote something that did. And I set to work with an angry vim. The very thought that my old world was closing up behind me made my mind the more ready now for the new world opening ahead. From the old house in Brooklyn I once more explored my harbor. All day and the greater part of each night I went back over my old ground. Old memories rose in sharp contrast to new views I was getting. From the top I had come to the bottom. Crowds of sweating laborers rose everywhere between me and my past. And as between me and my past, and between these masses and their rulers, I felt the struggle drawing near. The whole immense region took on for me the aspect of a battlefield, with puffs and clouds and darting lines of smoke and steam from its ships and trains and factories. Through it I moved confusedly, troubled and absorbed. I saw the work of the harbor go now with an even mightier rush because of the impending strike. The rumor of its coming had spread far over the country, and shippers were hurrying cargoes in. I saw boxes and barrels by thousands marked "Rush," and they were rushed. On one dock I saw the dockers begin at 7 in the morning, and when I came back late in the evening the same men were there. At midnight I went home to sleep. When I came back at daybreak the same men were there, and I watched them straining through the last rush until the ship sailed that day at noon. They had worked for 29 hours. In that last hour I drew close, so close that I could feel them heaving, sweating, panting, feel their laboring hearts and lungs. Long ago I had watched them thus, but then I had seen from a different world. I had felt the pulse of a nation beating, and I had gloried in its speed. But now I felt the pulse beats of exhausted, straining men. I saw that undertaker's sign staring fixedly from across the way. Certainly I'm talking to you. 6,000 killed and injured. I saw accidents that week. I saw a Polish docker knocked on the head by the end of a heavy chain that broke. I saw a little Italian caught by the foot in a rope net, swung yelling with terror into the air, then dropped. His leg was broken. And toward the end of a long night's work I saw a tired man slip and fall with a huge bag on his shoulders. The bag came down on top of him, and he lay there white and still. Later I learned that his spine had been broken, that he would be paralyzed for life. But what I saw was only a part. From the policeman's books alone I found a record for that week of 6 dockers killed and 87 injured. I traced about a score of these cases back into their tenement homes, and there I found haggard, crippled men and silent, anxious women, the mothers of small children. Curious and deeply thrilled, these children looked at the man on the bed. Between his groans of pain I heard their eager questions. They kept getting in their mother's way. One thin Italian mother, whose nerves were plainly all on edge, suddenly slapped the child at her skirts, and then when it began to cry, she herself burst into tears. These tragic people gripped me hard. The stokers down in their foul hole in the bottom of the ship had only disturbed and repelled me. But these crippled dockers in their homes, with their women and their children, their shattered lives, their agony, starvation looming up ahead, they brought a tightening at my throat. Nor was it all of pity. For these labor victims were not dumb. I heard the word strike spoken bitterly here, and now I felt they had a right to this bitter passion of revolt. But still I felt their way was wrong. How could any real good, any sure, intelligent remedies for all this fearful misery come out of the minds of such people as these, who were rushing so blindly into revolt? I went into saloons full of dockers and stokers, and out of the low, harsh hubbub there the word strike came repeatedly to my ears, recklessly from drunken tongues. Wherever I went I heard that word. I heard it spoken in many languages, in many tones. Anxious old women said "strike" with fear. Little street urchins shouted it joyously. Even the greenest foreigner understood its meaning. A little Greek, who had broken his arm and was one of the cases I traced home, understood none of my questions. "You speak no English?" He shook his head. "Strike?" I ventured. Up he leaped. "You bet!" he cried emphatically. What was it deep within me that leaped up then as though to meet that burning passion in his eyes? "Keep your head," I warned myself. "To change all this means years of work, thinking of the clearest kind." And what clear thinking can these men do? These ships have got them down so low they've no minds left to get out of their holes. And yet, as now on every dock, that strike feeling in the air kept growing tenser, tenser. Its tensity crept into me. What was it that lay just ahead? I felt like a man starting out on a journey from which when he comes back he will find nothing quite the same. I had a talk about the strike one day with Eleanor's father. I can still see the affectionate smile on his face. He looked as though he were seeing me off. "My dear boy," he said in his kind, quiet voice, "don't forget for even a minute that the men who stand behind my work are going to stamp out this strike. This modern world is too complex to allow brute force and violence to wreck all that civilization has done. I'm sorry you've gone into this, but so long as you have, as Eleanor's father, I want you now to promise you won't write a line until the strike is over and you have plenty of time to get clear. Don't let yourself get swamped in this. Remember that you have a wife and a small son to think of." My father had put it more sharply. He was out of bed now, and he seemed to take strength from the news reports that he eagerly read of the struggle so fast approaching. "At sea," he said, "when stokers try to quit their jobs and force their way on deck, they're either put in irons or shot down as mutineers. You'll see your friend Kramer dead or in jail. No danger to your sister now. Only see that you keep out of it." I did not tell him of my work, for I knew it would only excite him again, and excitement would be dangerous. "Now you and Eleanor must go home," said Sue that night. "You'll have enough to think of. I'll be all right with father. He knows there's nothing to do but wait, and he's so kind to me now that it hurts. Poor old Dad, how well he means. But he's the old, and we're the new, and that's the whole trouble between us." A sudden light came in her eyes. "The new are bound to win," she said. But I was not so sure of the new. To me it was still very vague and chaotic. After we had moved back to New York, at the times when I came home to sleep, Eleanor was silent or quietly casual in her remarks, but I felt her always watching me. One night, when I came in very late and thought her asleep, being too tired to sleep myself, I went to our bedroom window and stood looking off down into the distant expanse of the harbor. How quiet and cool it seemed down there. But presently out of the darkness behind, Eleanor's arm came around me. "I wonder whether the harbor will ever let us alone," she said. "It was so good to us at first. We were getting on so splendidly. But it's taking hold of us now again, as though we had wandered too far away and were living too smoothly and needed a jolt. Never mind. We're not afraid. Only let's be very sure we know what we are doing." "We'll be very sure," I whispered, and I held her very close. "Let's try to be sure together," she said. "Don't leave me out. I want to be in. I want to see as much as I can and help in any way I can. If you make any friends, I want to know them. Remember that whatever comes, thy people shall be mine, my dear." The next day the strike began. Out of the docks at 9 in the morning I saw dockers pour in crowds. They moved on to other docks, merged themselves in other crowds, scattered here and gathered there, until at last a black tide of men, here straggling wide, here densely massed, moved slowly along the waterfront. In and out of these surging throngs I moved, so close that in the quiver of muscles, the excited movements of big limbs, the rough eagerness of voices that spoke in a babel of many tongues, such a storm of emotions beat in upon me that I felt I had suddenly dived into an ocean of human beings, each one of whom was as human as I. I caught a glimpse of Joe hurrying by, and I thought of Sue, and of Joe's appeal to her and to me to throw in our lives with such strangers as these whose coarse, heavy faces were pressing so close. And I thought of Eleanor at home. "Thy people shall be mine, my dear." Teamsters drove clattering trucks through the crowds. Some of them did not unload, but others dumped piles of freight by the docks. The dam had begun. All day long the freight piled up, and by evening the light of a pale moon shone down upon acres of barrels and boxes. Then the teamsters unharnessed the teams, left the empty trucks with poles in the air, and the teamsters and their horses, and all the crowds of strikers, scattered by degrees up into the tenement regions. Bursts of laughter and singing came now and then out of the saloons. Silence settled down over the docks. Walking now down the waterfront, I met only a figure here and there. A taxi came tearing and screeching by, and later down the long empty space came a single wagon slowly. A smoky lantern swung under its wheels, and its old white horse with his shaggy head down came plodding wearily along. He alone had no strike feeling. Battered and worn from the day's impressions, I wanted to be alone and to think. I made my way in and out among trucks and around a dockshed out to a slip. It was filled with barges, tugs and floats jammed in between the two big vessels that loomed one at either pier. It was a dark jungle of spars and masts, derricks, funnels and cabin roofs, all shadowy and silent. A single light gleamed here and there from the long dark deck of the Morgan coaster close to my right. She was heavily loaded still, for she had come to dock too late. Smoke still drifted from her stout funnel, steam puffed now and then from her side. Behind her, reaching a mile to the north, were ships by the dozen, coasters and great ocean liners, loaded and waiting to discharge, or empty and waiting to reload. And to the south were miles of railroad sheds already packed to bursting. I thought of the trains from all over the land still rushing a nation's produce here, and of the starlit ocean roads, of ships coming from all over the world, the men in their fiery caverns below feeding faster the fires to quicken their speed, all bringing cargoes to this port, more barrels, boxes, crates and bags to be piled high up on the waterfront. for the workers had gone away from their work, and the great white ships were still. What has all this to do with me? There came into my mind the picture of a little man I had seen that day, a suburban commuter by his looks, frowning from a ferry boat upon a cheering crowd of strikers. I laughed to myself as I thought of him. He had seemed so ludicrously small. "Yes, my friend," I thought, "you and I are a couple of two-spots here, swallowed up in the scenery." I thought of what Joe had said that day. When you see the crowd in a strike like this, loosen up and show all it could be if it had the chance. That sight is so big it blots you out. You sink, you melt into the crowd. Something like that had happened to me. I had seen the multitudes loosen up. I had felt myself melt into the crowd. But I had not seen what they could be, nor did I see what they could do. Far to the south, high over all the squalid tenement dwellings, rose that tower of lights I had known so well, the airy place where Eleanor's father had dreamed and planned his clean, vigorous world. It was lighted tonight as usual, as though nothing whatever had happened. I thought of the men I had seen that day. How crassly ignorant they seemed. And yet in a few brief hours they had paralyzed all that the tower had planned, reduced it all to silence, nothing. Could it be that such upheavals as these meant an end to the rule of the world from above, by the keen minds of the men at the top? Was that great idol which had been mine for so many glad years, that last of my gods, efficiency, beginning to rock a little now upon its deep foundations? What could these men ever put in its place? I recalled the words of an old dock watchman with whom I had talked the evening before. From the days of the Knights of Labor he had been through many strikes, and all had failed, he told me. His dog sat there beside him, a solemn old red spaniel, looking wistfully into his master's face. And with somewhat the same expression, looking out on the moonlit Hudson, the old striker had said slowly, "Before these labor leaders will do half of what they say, a pile of water will have to go by." A sharp, slight sound behind me jerked me suddenly out of my thoughts. I jumped as though at a shot. How infernally tight my nerves were getting. That sound had come from a mere piece of paper blown by the wind, a rough salt wind which now blew in from the ocean as though impatient of all this stillness. From below came a lapping and slapping of waves. Above me a derrick mast growled and whined as it rocked. And now as I looked about me all those densely crowded derricks moved to and fro against the sky. I had never felt in this watery world such deep restlessness as now. "I wonder if you'll ever stop heaving," I thought half angrily. "I wonder what I'll be like when you finally get through with me. When will you ever let me stand pat and get things settled for good and all? When stop this endless starting out?" End of chapter 12. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 13 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 13. What could such men as these raise up in place of the mighty life they had stilled? At first only chaos. As I went along the waterfront I felt a confused disappointment. Deep under all my questioning there had been a vague subconscious hope that I would see a miracle here. I had looked for an army. I saw only mobs of angry men. They were picketing the docks, here making furious rushes at men suspected of being scabs, there clustering quickly around some talker or some man who was reading a paper, again drifting up into the streets of teeming foreign quarters, jamming into bar-rooms, voicing wildest rumors, talking, shouting, pounding tables with huge fists. And to me there was nothing inspiring, but only something terrible here, an appalling force turned loose, sightless and unguided. What a fool I had been to hope! The harbor held no miracles. The strike leaders seemed to have little control. Headquarters were in the wildest disorder. Into the big bare meeting hall and through the rooms adjoining drifted multitudes of men. There were no inner private rooms, and Marsh saw everyone who came. He was constantly shaking hands or drawling casual orders, more like suggestions than commands. I caught sight of Joe Kramer's face at his desk, where he was signing and giving out union cards to a changing throng that kept pressing around him. Joe's face was set and haggard. He had been at that desk all night. It's hopeless. They can do nothing, I thought. But when I came back the next morning I felt a sudden shock of surprise. For in some mysterious fashion a crude order had appeared. The striker throng had poured into the hall, filled all the seats and then wedged in around the walls. They were silent and attentive now. On the stage sat Marsh and his fellow leaders. Before them, in the first 3 rows of seats, was the Central Committee, a rough parliament sprung up overnight. Each member, I found, had been elected the night before by his district committee. These district bodies had somehow formed in the last 2 days, and in them leaders had arisen. The leaders were here to plan together. The mass was here to make sure they planned right. And watching the deep, rough eagerness on all those silent faces, that vague hope stirred again in my breast. Presently I caught Joe's eye. At once he left his platform seat and came to me in the rear of the hall. "Come on, Bill," he said. "We want you up here." And we made our way up to the platform. There Marsh reached over and gripped my hand. "Hello, Bill. Glad you're with us," he said. I tingled slightly at his tone, and at 1,000 friendly eyes that met mine for an instant. Then it was over. The work went on. What they did at first seemed haphazard enough. Reports from the districts were being read with frequent interruptions, petty corrections, and useless discussions that strayed from the point and made me impatient. And yet wide vistas opened here. Telegrams by the dozen were read from labor unions all over the country, from groups of socialists east and west. There were cables from England, Germany, France, from Russia, Poland, Norway, from Italy, Spain, and even Japan. Greetings to our comrades came pouring in from all over the earth. What measureless army of labor was this? All at once the dense mass in the rear would part to let a new body of men march through. These were new strikers to swell the ranks, and at their coming all business would stop. There would be wild cheers and stamping of feet, shrill whistles, pandemonium. Gradually I began to feel what was happening in this hall. That first strike feeling, diffused, shifting and uncertain, was condensing as in a storm cloud here, swelling, thickening, whirling, attracting swiftly to itself all these floating forces. Here was the first awakening of that mass thought and passion, which, swelling later into full life, was to give me such flashes of insight into the deep buried resources of the common herd of mankind, their resources and their power of vision when they are joined and fused in a mass. Here, in a few hours, the great spirit of the crowd was born. For now the crowd began to question, think and plan. Ideas were thrown out pell-mell. I found that every plan of action, everything felt and thought and spoken, though it might start from a single man, was at once transformed by the feeling of all, expressed in fragments of speech, in applause, or in loud bursts of laughter, or again by a chilling silence in which an unwelcome thought soon died. The crowd spoke its will through many voices, through men who sprang up and talked hard a few moments, then sat down and were lost to sight. Some to rise later again and grow in force of thought and expression. Others not to be seen again. They had simply been parts of the crowd, and the crowd had made them rise and speak. On the first day of this labor parliament, up rose a stolid Pole. He was no committee man, but simply a member of the throng. "You'll send a spicker to my dock," he said. "Pier 52.
East River. I tink he make de boys come out." He sat down, breathing heavily. "You don't need any speaker. Go yourself," an Irishman called from across the hall. "I no speak," said the Pole emphatically. "You're speakin' now, ain't you?" There was a burst of laughter, and the big man's face grew red. "You don't need to talk," the voice went on. "Just go into your dock and yell 'Strike!' You've got chest enough, you Polak." The big Pole made his way out of the hall. In the rear I saw him light his pipe and puff and scowl in a puzzled way. Then he disappeared. The next day, in the midst of some discussion, he rose from another part of the hall. "I want to say I strike my dock," he shouted. Nobody seemed to hear him. It had nothing whatever to do with the subject, but he sat down with a glow of pride. A Norwegian had arisen and was speaking earnestly, but his English was so wonderful that no one could understand. "Shut up, you big Swede, go and learn English," somebody said. "He don't have to shut up." The voice of Marsh cut in, and the mass backed up his curt rebuke by a murmur of approval. He had risen and come forward, and now waited till there was absolute silence. "Everyone gets a hearing here," he said. "We've got 9 nationalities, but each one checks his race at the door. Every man is to have a fair show. What we need is an interpreter. Where's someone who can help this Swede?" There was a quick stirring in the mass, and then a man was shoved out of it. He went over to the speaker, who at once began talking intensely. "The first thing he wants to say," said the interpreter at the end of the torrent, "is that he'd rather be dead than a Swede. He says he's a Norwegian. His second point is that all bad feeling between nationalities ought to be stopped if the strike's to be won. He says he's seen fights already between Irish and Italians." Up leaped an enormous negro docker who sounded as though he preached often on Sundays. "Yes, brothers," he boomed, "let us stop our fights. Let us desist, let us refrain. We are men from all countries, black and white. The last speaker came from Norway. He came from way up there in the north. My father came from Africa." "He must have come last Monday," said a dry, thin voice from the back of the hall, and there was a laugh. "Brothers," cried the black man, "I come here from the colored race. At my dock I got over 60 negroes to walk out. Is there no place for us in this strike? If my father was a slave, is my color so against me?" "It ain't your color, it's your scabbing," a sharp voice interrupted. "They broke the last strike with coons like you. They brought you up in boats from the south, and you scabbed yourself. Didn't you? You did. You of a nigger." A little Italian sprang up in reply. He did not look like a docker. He was gaily dressed in a neat blue suit with a bright red tie. "Fellow workers, I am Italian man. You call me Guinea, Dago, Wop. You call another man coon, nigger. You call another man a sheeny. Stop calling names. Call men fellow workers. We are on strike. Let us not fight each other. Let us have peace. Let us have a good time. I know a man who has a big boat, and he say now we can have it for nothing, to take our wives and children and make excursions every day. On the boat we will have a good time. I am a musician. I play the violin on a boat till I strike. So now I will get you the music, and we shall run that boat ourselves. We have our own dockers to start it from the dock. We have our own stokers, our own engineers. We have our own pilots. We have all. And it will be easy to steer that boat, for we have made the harbor empty. We shall have the whole place to ourselves. Some day, maybe soon, we have all the boats in the world for ourselves, and we shall be free. All battle boats we shall sink in the sea. We stop all wars. So now we begin. We stop all our fighting. We take out this boat, all our comrades on boards. No coons, no niggers, no sheenies, no wops. Fellow workers, I tell you the name of our boat, the Internationale." The little man's speech was greeted with a sudden roar of applause, for the crowd had seen at once this danger of race hatred and was eager to put it down. The Internationale made her first trip on the following day, and after that her daily cruise became the gala event of the strike.
Both decks of the clumsy craft were packed with strikers, their wives and their children, and all up and down the harbor she went. The little Italian and his friends had had printed a red pamphlet, "Revolutionary Songs of the Sea," the solos of which he sang on the boat while the rest came in on the chorus. A new kind of chanty-man was he, voicing the wrongs and the fierce revolt and the surging hopes and longings of all the toilers on the sea, while the ship that was run by the workers themselves plowed over a strange new harbor. I watched it one day from the end of a pier. It approached with a swelling volume of song. It drew so near I could see the flushed faces of those who were singing, some with their eyes on their leader's face, others singing out over the water as though they were spreading far and wide the exultant prophecy of that song. It passed, the singing died away, and still I sat there wondering. We shall have all the boats in the world for ourselves, and we shall be free. All battle boats we shall sink in the sea. We stop all wars. So now we begin. Was it indeed a beginning? Was this the opening measure of music that would be heard round the world? My mind rejected the idea. I thought it merest madness. But still that song rang in my ears. What deep compelling force was there? This curious power of the crowd that had so suddenly gripped hold of this simple Italian musician, this fiddler on excursion boats, and in a few short days and nights had made him pour into music the fire of its world-wide dreams. I saw it seize on others. One day a young girl rose up in the hall. A stenographer on one of the docks, she was neatly, rather sprucely dressed, but her face was white and scared. She had never made a speech before. She was speaking now as though impelled by something she could not control. "Comrades, fellow workers?" Her voice trembled violently. She paused and set her teeth, went on. "How about the women and babies?" she asked. "I know of one who was born last night, and that's only one of a lot. We have thousands of kids and old people, sick people too, and cripples and drunks, all that these lovely jobs of ours have left on our backs. They've got to be carried. Who's to take care of 'em, feed 'em, doctor 'em? If we're going to run the earth, let's begin at home. What does anyone know about that?" She sat down with a kind of a gasp of relief. Her seat was close to the platform, and I could see her bright, excited eyes as she listened to what she had started here. For the crowd, as though it had been only waiting for this girl to speak its thought, now seized upon her question. Sharp voices were heard all over the hall. Some said they could get doctors. Others knew of empty stores that could be had for nothing, and used as free food stations. An assistant cook from an ocean liner told where his chief bought wholesale supplies. And the girl who had roused this discussion, her nervousness forgotten now, rose up again and again with so many quick, eager suggestions that when the first relief station was opened that evening, she was one of those placed in charge. I saw her grow amazingly, for now I came to know her well. Her name was Nora Ganey. At home that night, when Eleanor said, "Remember, dear, I want something to do that will let me see the strike for myself," I thought at once of this work of relief. Eleanor would be good at this. She had trained herself in just such work. And it appealed to her at once. She went down with me the next morning, and she and Nora Ganey, though their lives had been so different, yet proved at once to be kindred souls. Eleanor gave half her time to the work, and these two became fast friends. Before the strike, Nora had sat all day in an office pounding a typewriter. Several nights a week she had gone to dances in public halls, and that had made her entire life. In the strike she was at her food station all day, and each evening till late she visited homes, looking into appeals for aid, and if need be, issuing tickets for food. She heard the bitterest stories from wives of harbor victims, and she began telling these stories in speeches. Soon she was sent out over the city to speak at meetings and ask for aid.
With Eleanor, I went one night to hear this young stenographer speak to 20,000 in Madison Square Garden. And the strike leader who made that speech was not the girl of 2 weeks before. Her life had been as utterly changed as though she had jumped to another world. Through Marsh and Joe, in those tense days, I was fast making striker friends. With some I had long, intimate talks. I ate many kitchen suppers and spent many evenings in tenement homes. But though by degrees I felt myself drawn to these men who called me Bill, when alone with each one I felt little or none of that passion born of the crowd as a whole. With a sharp drop, a sudden reaction, I would feel this new world gone. Its strength and its wide vision would seem like mere illusions now. What could we little pygmies do with the world? Its guidance was for Dillon and all the big men I had known. Often in those days of groping, knotty problems all unsolved, with a sickening hunger I would think of those men at the top, of their keen minds so thoroughly trained, their vast experience in affairs. I would feel myself in a hopeless mob, a dense, heavy jungle of ignorant minds. And groping for a foothold here I would find only chaos. But back we would go into the crowd, and there in a twinkling we would be changed. Once more we were members of the whole and took on its huge personality. And again the vision came to me, the dream of a weary world set free, a world where poverty and pain and all the bitterness they bring might in the end be swept away by this awakening giant here, which day by day assumed for me a personality of its own. Slowly I began to feel what it wanted, what it hated, how it planned, and how it acted. And this to me was a miracle, the one great miracle of the strike. For years I had labored to train myself to concentrate on one man at a time, to shut out all else for weeks on end, to feel this man so vividly that his self came into mine. Now, with the same intensity, I found myself striving day and night to feel not one, but thousands of men, a blurred, bewildering multitude. And slowly in my striving I felt them fuse together into one great being, look at me with two great eyes, speak to me with one deep voice, pour into me with one tremendous burning passion for the freedom of mankind. Was this another god of mine? End of chapter 13. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 14 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 14. The great voice of the crowd, incessant, demanding of me and of all within hearing to throw in our lives, to join in this march to a new free world, regardless of all risk to ourselves, grew clear to me now. I felt myself drawn in with the rest. I was helping in the publicity work. Each day I met with the leaders to draw up statements for the press. And these messages to the outside world that I wrote to the slow and labored dictation of some burly docker comrade, or again by myself at dawn to express the will of a meeting that had lasted half the night, slowly became for me my own. Almost unawares I had taken the habit of asking, how much can we do? How sane and vigilant can we be to keep clear of violence, bloodshed, mobs, and a return to chaos? How long can we hold together fast? How far can we march toward this promised land? In order to see ourselves as a whole and feel our swiftly swelling strength, having now burst the confines of our hall, we began to hold meetings out on the farm. There are many farms on the waterfront, for a farm is simply the open shore space in front of a dock. But this, which was one of the widest of all,
now came to be spoken of as the farm, and took on an atmosphere all its own. For there were scenes here which will long endure in the memories of thousands of people. For them it will be a great bright spot in the times gone by, in one of those times behind the times, as this strange world keeps rushing on. From the top of a pile of sand where I stood with the speakers at the end of a soft April day, I saw the whole farm massed solid with people. This mass rose in hummocks and hills of humanity over the piles of brick and sand and of crates and barrels dumped by the trucks, and out over the water they covered the barges and the tugs, and there were even hundreds upon the roofs of dock sheds. The yelp of a dog was heard now and then, and the faint cries of children. But the mass as a whole stood motionless, without a sound. They had stood thus since 2 o'clock, and now the sun was setting. To the west the harbor was empty. No smoke from ships obscured the sun, and it shone with radiant clearness upon 11 races of men, upon Italians, Germans, French, on English, Poles and Russians, on Negroes and Norwegians, Lascars, Malays, coolies, on figures burly, figures puny, faces white and faces swarthy, yellow, brown and black. The sun shone upon all alike, except where that Morgan liner, still lying unloaded at her dock, threw a long, dark, creeping shadow out across the throng. 30,000 people were here, 30,000 intensely alive. As I eagerly watched their faces, it was not their poverty now, but their boundless fresh vitality that took hold of me so hard. I had read many radical books of late, in my groping for a foothold, and I had found most of them dry affairs. But now the crowd, through its leaders, had laid hold upon the thoughts in these books, had made them its own, and so given them life. In the process the thoughts had been twisted and bent, some parts ignored, and others brought out of all their nice proportions. Exaggeration, sentiment, all kinds of crudity were here. But it was crudity alive. A creed was here in action. Out of all the turmoil, the take and give, the jar and clash back there in the meeting hall, had come certain thoughts and passions, hopes and plans, that the multitude had not ignored or hooted, but had caught up and cheered into life. And these ideas that they had cheered were now being pounded back into their minds. Monotonous repetition, you say? Yes, monotonous repetition, slow sledgehammer blows upon something red hot, pounding, 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 that when it cooled its shape might be changed. Nora Ganey was speaking. "Look at those ocean liners," she cried. Her voice was sharp and strident. "They're paralyzed now, and because they are, they're costing the big companies millions of dollars every day. That's what their time is worth to their owners. But what are those ships worth to you? $10 a week and a broken arm? Or a leg or a skull? You can take your choice. 6,000 of you men were crippled and crushed to death last year. And that, let me remind you, was only in the port of New York. Why was it? Why did it have to be? And why will it always have to be until you make these ships your own? Because, fellow workers, the time of the ships is worth so much to their owners that the work has got to be rushed day and night. And in that rush, somebody's bound to get hurt. If he isn't killed, he's lucky. And as for the rest, when at last you're through and dead tired, they point to the saloons and say, 'Now have a few drinks. We won't need you again till next Tuesday.' Do you know what all this means in your homes? It means drunks, cripples, sick and poor. It means such sights as I'll never forget. I've seen 'em all, just lately. I never thought of such things before. I liked my office job on the dock, and all the jobs around me, and when sailing time drew near, I liked the last excitement. I liked the rich furs and dresses and the cute little earrings and slippers
and dogs that were attached to the women who came. I liked to see them pile out of their motors and laugh and make eyes at the men they belonged to. I liked to peep into the cabins they had, get on to all the luxuries there. But out of all this magnificence, friends, and this work that keeps it going, I saw one day a man come on a stretcher. He was dead. And that started me thinking. That's why I came out when the strike was called. And in the strike I've gone into your homes. I've seen what those soft, expensive female dolls and all the work that makes them costs. And I've got a thrill of another kind. It's a thrill that'll last for the rest of my life. And in yours too, fellow workers, for I believe that you'll go right on, that you'll strike and strike and strike again till you make these tenements own these ships, and a life won't be thrown away for $1. She stopped sharply and stepped back, and there burst out a frenzy of applause, which died down to be caught up and prolonged and deepened into a steady roar as Marsh came slowly forward. He stood there bareheaded, impassive and quiet, listening to the great voice of the mass. At last he turned to the chairman. The latter picked up a whistle, and at that piercing call to order slowly the cheering began to subside. Faces pressed eagerly closer. Marsh looked all around him. "Fellow workers," he began, "it's hard for a man to be understood when he's talking to men from all over the world." He pointed down to a cluster of Lascars with white turbans on their heads. "You don't understand me. But some of your comrades will give you my speech, for we are all strike brothers here. On the ship there is no flag. On the ship there is no nation. On the ship there is only work. On the ship there are only the workers. For a ship may be equipped with the most powerful engines to drive her. She may have the best brains to direct her course. But the ship can't sail until you go aboard. You're the men who make the ships of use. You're the men who give value to the stock of all the big ship companies. You are the ship industry. And to you the ship industry should belong. I want you now to think of a tombstone. Out in the Atlantic, 2 miles down, they tell me, a big ship is stuck with her bow in the ooze of the ocean floor and her stern 600 feet up in the water. In the cold green light down there she looks like a tombstone, and she is packed with dead people inside. She is there because where she should have had lifeboats, she had French cafes instead, and sun parlors for the ladies. Some of these ladies went down with the ship, and we heard a lot about their screams, but we haven't heard much of the cries for help of the thousands of men who go down every year in rotten old ships upon the seas. Nor have we heard of the millions more who are killed on land, on the railroads, in the mines and mills and stinking slums of cities. But now we've decided that cries like these are to be heard all over the world. For we've only got one life apiece, we're not quite sure of another. And because we do all the work that is done, we want all the life there is to be had. All the life there is to be had. That's what we are striking for. That is our share of the life in this world. And until we get our share, this labor war will have no end. Other wars may come and go, but under them all, on land and sea, this war of ours will go steadily on, will swallow up all other wars, will swallow up in all your minds all hatred of your brother men. For you, they will be workers all. With them you will rise, and the world will be free. When the long stormy din of cheers had little by little died away, Joe Kramer began the last speech of the day. He had eaten and slept little. He had lived on coffee and cigarettes, and there was a strained look in his deep eyes as he rose up, lean and gaunt, by my side. "I'm here today to speak to the men who work in stokeholes naked," he said. "I'm here to talk of the lives you lead, and the lives that millions before you have led, for a few brief years, and then they have died. For lives in stokeholes are not long. And before I begin, I propose that we stand for a moment with uncovered heads." He looked out over the multitude as though seeing far beyond them, and his voice was as harsh as the look in his eyes. "As a tribute to all the dead stokers," he said. And in a breathless silence the multitude did what he had asked. Joe broke this silence sharply. "Now, for life and the living," he said, "why was it that those men all died? What has the change from sails to steam done to the lives of the men at sea? The old sailor at least had air to breathe. But what you breathe is red-hot gas. I know, because I've been there. There is a gong upon the wall, and when it clangs you heave in coal. And if when it clangs faster you don't quite keep up to its pace, a white light flashes out of the wall, and that light is the chief engineer's way of saying, 'God damn you, keep up those fires down there. Time is money. Who are you?' The old-time sailor lived on deck. He had the winds, the sun, and the stars. But you live down between steel walls, with only the glare of electric lights in which you sleep and eat and sweat. You work at all kinds of irregular hours. For you there is no day or night. You don't know whether the millionaire and his last and loveliest wife are drinking champagne before going to bed in their cabin de luxe above you, or taking their coffee the next day at noon. You don't know about anything way up there, unless you go up as I've seen you do, half out of your senses from the heat, and make a sudden jump for the rail. The cry is heard, 'Man overboard!' Then shrieks and a chorus of 'Oh my gods!' And then somebody says, 'It's only a stoker.'" He stopped short, and at that sudden roar of the crowd I saw him frown and quiver. He drew a deep, slow breath and went on. "They threw off all the good in the ship with sails, but they carefully kept all that was bad. The old mutiny laws, they kept all that. Undermanning of crews, they kept all that. The waterfront sharks, they kept all that. But there was one thing they couldn't keep, the old sailor's habit of standing all this. He had run away to sea as a boy. He'd been kicked all his life by the bucko mate into a state where he couldn't kick back. But with you men it is not so. Among all the thousands standing here, most were on shore a few years ago, and you took your land views with you on board. You organized seamen's unions. The one in this country was meek and mild. It did not strike, it went on its knees to Congress instead. And here's part of the written petition it made. We raise our manacled hands in humble supplication, and we pray that the nations of the earth issue a decree for our emancipation, restore us our rights as brother men." But Congress had no ear for you then. Sailors are men who have no votes, and so you failed in your pleading. But in the labor movement there seems to be no such word as fail. You have not given up your union. Instead, you have formed one of a kind more dangerous to your masters. You have not made smaller your requests. No, you are now demanding more. And instead of asking for merciful laws, you are saying, "We are done with your laws. We'll have none of your laws. We'll break your laws when they come in our way." And what do your masters answer? Here are thousands of deserters. Every man here has broken the law by leaving his ship. But have they tried to arrest you? No. They're afraid to arrest 20,000 men. They're afraid of this strike. They're afraid of you. They're so almighty scared downtown that though we've been only a week on strike, they've already sent their commands to their Congress to give us what merciful laws we like. They're scared because we've thrown over their laws, because they know that we now see our power to stop all their ships and the trade of their land and send their stock market into a panic. And now, do you know what I want you to do? I want you to look at their ships, at their docks, at their harbor, men, and laugh. Laugh! Don't you see there's no need of violence? Laugh! In old times the people built barricades. You don't need barricades nor any guns. All you've got to do is stand here and laugh. Look at all you have done to your bosses, and laugh. To this town, to this nation, and laugh, laugh. Look and think of what you can do, all you, and you, and you, and you, just by folding your arms. Think of all you will do, and laugh, 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 laugh. He broke off with both arms raised, and there followed one moment without a sound. Then suddenly, quick and hard and clear, from a corner of this human ocean, I heard a single peal of laughter. In an instant scores joined in. Rising in outbursts here and there, deepening, rushing out over the farm, it gathered and rolled in wave on wave, rising, always rising, and it swelled into such a laugh that I saw the police feel for their clubs. Reporters scrambled for high places, turned their kodaks on it all. Women snatched up their babies in terror and ran. Marsh stepped forward, caught Joe by the arm, and jerked him back to where I was standing. I gripped Joe's hand. It was icy cold. Marsh shouted to the chairman, and the piercing whistle for order was heard. But it took a long time for that laugh to die. Long after the meeting had broken up, I saw groups gather together, and presently they would begin to laugh, and their laughter would take on again that same convulsive tensity. I heard small clusters laughing, and dense throngs in hot saloons where the low rooms would echo and double the roar. Late at night, out on the waterfront under the bow of that Morgan ship, I found two strikers smoking their pipes, and I sat down and lighted mine. One was a Lascar, the other a Pole. In the strike these wanderers over the earth had met on the waterfront under a wagon where each had come to sleep the night. Since then they had become good friends. Each spoke a little English. Each one had caught bits here and there from the speeches made that afternoon, and they had been trying to pool what they'd heard, trying to find why it was they had laughed. As now I tried to give them the gist of what Joe Kramer had said, from time to time they would glance up at the big ship they had paralyzed and chuckle softly to themselves. Then I went on to Marsh's speech, and out there in the darkness I could feel their rough faces, one white and one brown, grow deeply, eagerly intent, as these strike brothers listened to the voice that had spoken the dream of the crowd. Other wars may come and go, but under them all on land and sea this war of ours will go steadily on, will swallow up all other wars, will swallow up in all your minds all hatred of your brother men. For you they will be workers all. With them you will rise, and the world will be free. End of chapter 14. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 15 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 15. To all this, from the buildings far downtown that loomed like tall, grim shadows, the big companies said nothing. But that same night, while I sat talking to those two men, we heard a sharp, excited cry. We saw a man behind us running along the line of saloons. From these and from the tenements came pouring, angry throngs of men. And out of the hubbub I caught the words, "They're bringing in the scabs! By boat!" Past a watchman that I knew, I ran into a dock shed and out to the open end of the dock. And there I saw a weird, ominous scene. Up the empty harbor, under a dark and cloudy sky, came 4 barges, black with negro laborers, and ahead and around and behind them came police boats, throwing their searchlights upon an angry swarm of Union picket dories, from which, as they drew nearer, I heard furious voices shouting, "Scab!" One of the barges docked where I stood, and the negroes quickly slunk inside. I drew back from them as they passed, for to me, too, they were scabs that night. Afraid to face the men outside, whose jobs they had taken,
These strikebreakers were to live on the dock under cover of police. Soon half of them lay snoring on long, crowded rows of cots. Food and hot coffee were served to the rest. Then I heard the harsh rattle of winches. I saw these negroes trundling freight, the cargo went swooping up into the ship, and with a deep dismay, a sharp foreboding of trouble ahead, I felt the work of the harbor begun. I heard a quick voice at my elbow. "Say, what the hell are you doing here?" I turned to the Pinkerton man by my side. "I'm reporting this strike." "No, you're not. You're in here to report what you see to the strikers. Now don't let's have any words, my friend. We've seen you in their meeting hall, and we've all got your number. Go on out where you belong." So I went out where I belonged. I went out to the crowd, but I found it changed, split up into furious swarms of men. I found the beginning of chaos here. And the world that I had left behind, the old world of order and rule from above, which I had all but forgotten of late, now sharply made its presence felt. For the God I had once known so well was neither dead nor sleeping. Behind closed doors, the doors that had flown open once to show me every courtesy, it had been silently laying plans and sending forth orders or requests to all those in its service. The next day the newspapers changed their tone. Until now they had given us half the front page. Every statement I had written had been printed, word for word. The reporters had been free to dig columns of human interest stuff out of the rich mine of color here, and they had gone at it hungrily, many with real sympathy. You would have thought the entire press was on the side of the strikers. At times it had almost seemed to me as though the entire country had risen in revolt. But now all this was suddenly stopped, and in its place the front pages were filled with news of a very different kind. "Big companies move at last," were the headlines. "Work of breaking strike begun." The first ship would sail that evening. 3 more would be ready to start the next day, and within a week the big companies hoped to resume the regular service. They regretted the loss to shippers of all the perishable produce which to the value of millions of dollars had been rotting away at the docks. They deplored the inconvenience and ruin which had been brought on the innocent public by these bodies of rough, irresponsible men who had openly defied the law. With such men there could be no arbitration, and in fact there was no need. The port would be open inside of a week. So the big companies spoke at last. And as I read the papers at home that day at breakfast, I remembered what Eleanor's father had said. "Don't let yourself forget for 1 minute that the men behind me are going to stamp out this strike." Not without a fight, I thought. But I was anxious and depressed. Dillon had not come of late. He had felt that we wanted to be alone. As now I glanced at Eleanor, whose eyes were intent on the news of the day, I saw with a rush of pity and love how alone she suddenly felt in all this. A moment later she looked up. "Pretty bad, isn't it, dear?" she said. "It doesn't look very fine just now." "Are you going down to the docks?" "Yes, they'll want me," I replied, "to write some answer to this stuff." "Can you wait a few moments?" Eleanor rose. "I'll get on my hat. I promised Nora Ganey I'd run her relief station for her today." I took her a moment in my arms. "You're no quitter, are you?" I said. "We're in this now," she answered just a little breathlessly. "And so, of course, we'll see it through." So we went down together. The waterfront looked different now. In front of the docks where work had begun a large space had been roped off. Inside the rope was an unbroken cordon of police. And without, but pressing close, the multitude of people for whom in a day so much had changed, moved restlessly, no longer sure of its power, no longer sure of anything but a fast rising hatred of the men who had taken their jobs. As at times the police lines tightened and the negroes came out for more freight, thousands of ominous eyes looked on. Standing here at one such time, I saw a negro striker pass. His head was down and he walked quickly. for race feeling had begun. The first ship sailed that evening. Tens of thousands watched her sail, and a bitter voice beside me said, "Laughin' ain't goin' to be enough." Among men on strike there are two kinds of attitudes toward those who take their places. The first is the scorn of a man who is winning. "You are a dirty scab," it says. "You're a Judas to the working class, and a thief who is trying to steal my job. But you won't get it. We're bound to win, and you're barely worth kicking out of the way." The second is quite a different feeling. In this is the fear of the man who is losing. And fear, as an English writer has said, is the great mother of violence. You may keep my job, and if you do, I'll be left with nothing to live on. It is this second attitude which is dreaded by strike leaders, for it leads to a loss of all control, to machine guns and defeat. With a deepening uneasiness I saw this feeling now appear. Starting in small groups of men, I saw it spread out over the mass with the speed of a prairie fire. I felt it that afternoon on the farm, changing with the startling speed that sure and mighty giant, the crowd, into a blind, disordered throng, a mottled mass of groups of men angrily discussing the news. Threats against scabs were shouted out. The word "scab" arose on every side. Bitter things were said against coons, not only scabs, but all of them, God damn 'em. There were hints of violence and open threats of sabotage, things done to dock machinery. But presently, by slow degrees, as though by a deep instinct groping for the giant spirit that had been its life and soul, I felt the crowd now gather itself. Slowly the cries all died away, and all eyes turned to the leader. Facing them with arms upraised, Marsh stood on the speaker's pile, his own face imperturbable, his own voice absolutely sure. "Boys," he said, when silence had come, "one lonesome ship has gone to sea, so badly loaded, they tell me, that she ain't got even a chance in a storm. She was loaded by scabs." A savage storm of boos burst forth. He waited until it subsided and then continued quietly. "We have no use for scabs, black or white. But we have use for strikers, both black and white. Our Negro brothers are with us still, and we'll show them we know that they are our brothers. We're going to stand together. We won't let the bosses split us apart. And when we read the papers tomorrow, we're going to ask if the news is all there. Not the little news in big headlines about a ship or two leaving port, but the big news in a little paragraph. That you have so stopped this nation's trade that now its Congress is demanding that your masters come to terms. And as for this lonesome ship that has sailed, if you want to see just how much that means, go down and look at Wall Street. They say down there, we're all right now. But their market prices say, we're all wrong." Suddenly out of the multitude there came a high, clear voice. "You seem to know Wall Street, Brother Marsh. Have you been selling short down there? Who's your private broker?" Instantly there was a rush toward the questioner, but a group of police formed quickly around him, and he was hurried out of the way. "Get after that, Jim. Get after it quick," said Joe by my side. And Marsh lost not a moment. "Let that man go!" he shouted. "He was sent here to try to stir up a riot. That lie was framed up way downtown. But it is a lie, and you all know it. You know how I live and how my wife lives. We don't exactly roll in wealth. But even if I were a crook, or if I were dead, this strike would go on exactly the same, for think a minute and you'll see that whatever has been done in this struggle has been done each time by you. It's you who have decided each point. It's you who have called here today to decide the one big question. Congress has said arbitrate. It's for you all to decide on your answer. This is no one-man union. There is no one man they can fix, nor even a small committee. We're a committee of 50,000 here to make our own laws for ourselves. As you lift up your hands and vote, so it will be decided. But before you do, I want to say this.
I care so little for Wall Street, and I am so sure we'll win this strike, that with all the strength I have in me I beg you to answer. No arbitration. Nothing halfway. All or nothing. If this is your answer, hold up your hands." Up went the hands by thousands. The crowd was all together now, and again it spoke in one great roar. And with a sudden rush of hope I told myself, "It's still alive. This fight has only just begun." "That is our answer to Congress," said Marsh, when again quiet had been restored. "That is the law which we have enacted. This strike is to be fought through to the end. We are not to be scared by Wall Street or worked upon by their hired thugs and so resort to violence." "I am not afraid of violence," he continued sharply. "I am here to preach it. But the only violence I preach is the violence of folded arms. You have folded your arms and their ships are dead. No other kind is so deadly as that. Only hold to this kind of violence, and though they may send out a ship here and there, this great port of New York will stay closed, bringing ruin all over the land, till the nation turns to Wall Street and says, 'We cannot wait. You will have to give in.'" As he ended his speech, it seemed to me as though he were reaching far out, gripping that throng and holding it in. But for how long could he hold them? Every paper that they read had suddenly turned against them and prophesied their swift defeat. 2 more ships sailed that night, and as Marsh had foretold, their sailing was played up in pictures and huge headlines, while the statement that I wrote was cut to one small paragraph and put upon the second page. That night, with the eager aid of strikers of 5 nationalities, I wrote a message to the crowd, translated it into German and French, Spanish, Italian and Polish. A socialist paper loaned us their press, and by noon our message was scattered in leaflets all up and down the waterfront. This message went out daily now. For the greater part of each night I sat in strike headquarters and wrote direct to the tenements. The next day Marsh proposed a parade, and the farm took it up with prompt acclaim. He challenged the mayor of the city to stop it. To friends who came to him later he said, "You tell the mayor that I'm doing my best to give these men something peaceful to do. If he wants to help me, all well and good. If he don't, let him try to stop this parade." And the mayor granted a permit. The next afternoon the Fifth Avenue shops all closed their doors, and over the rich displays in their windows heavy steel shutters were rolled down. The long procession of motors and cabs with their gaily dressed shoppers had disappeared, and in their place was another procession. Men, women and children, old and young. All around me as I marched I heard an unending torrent of voices speaking many languages, uniting in strange cheers and songs brought from all over the ocean world. Bright-colored turbans bobbed up here and there, for there were no separation of races. All walked together in dense crowds, the whole strike family was here. And listening and watching I felt myself a member now. Behind me came a long line of trucks, packed with sick or crippled men. At their head was a black banner on which was painted, "Our Wounded." Behind the wagons a small, cheap band came blaring forth a funeral dirge, and behind the band, upon men's shoulders, came 11 coffins, in which were those dock victims who had died in the last few days. This section had its banner too, and it was marked, "Our Dead." But at one point late in the afternoon some marcher just ahead of me suddenly started to laugh. At first I thought he was simply in fun. But he kept on. Those near him then caught the look on his face, and they all began to laugh with him. Each moment louder, uglier, it swept up the avenue, and it swelled in volume like the menace of some furious beast. The uncontrollable passion I heard filled me again with a sharp foreboding of violence in the crisis ahead. "Why are you here?" I asked myself. "You can't join in a laugh like that. You're no real member of this crowd. Their world is not where you belong." But from somewhere deep inside me a voice rose up in answer.
If the crowd is growing blind, is this the time to leave it? Wait. End of chapter 15. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 16 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 16. 5 more vessels sailed that day, and in the evening Eleanor said, "The women who came to our station today kept asking, why can't they close up the saloons? They're just the places for trouble to start." "We'll try," I said, and that same night Marsh sent word through a friend to the mayor asking him to close all barrooms on the waterfront during the strike. The mayor sent back a refusal. He said he had no power. Late that night I went down the line and found each barroom packed with men who were talking of those ships that had sailed. And they talked of scabs. Speakers I had not heard before were now shouting and pounding the bar with their fists. The papers the next morning ran lurid accounts of these saloons and the open threats of violence there. They censured the mayor for his weakness and called for the militia. Why wait for mobs and bloodshed? To that challenge I heard the reply of the crowd on the farm that afternoon, in their applause of the fiery speech of a swarthy little Spaniard. Francesco Vasca was his name. "They are sending hired murderers who will come here to shoot us down. But when they come," he shouted, "I want you to remember this. A jail cell is no smaller than our holes in the bottoms of their ships. The food is no worse than the scouse we shall eat if we give in and go back to our jobs. And so we shall not be driven back. When the militia come against us, armed with guns and bayonets, then let us go to meet them armed." He stopped short, and from one end to the other of that motionless mass of men there fell a deathlike silence. Then he grimly ended his speech. "Armed with patience, courage, and a deep belief in our cause." In the sudden storm of cheers and boos I leaned over to Joe at my side. "Why did you let that man speak?" The frown tightened on Joe's face. "Because he's one of us," he said. 7 more ships had sailed by that night. In front of the docksheds, outside the double line of police, the throng had grown denser day by day, and each time the scabs came out there had been a burst of imprecations, a fierce pressing forward. The police had repeatedly used their clubs. Now, late in the afternoon, a red hospital ambulance came clanging down the waterfront. It was greeted by triumphant shouts. Some black bastard hurt at last. There was a quick gathering of police, and a lane was formed reaching into the dock. Through this lane drove the ambulance, and as presently it emerged it was greeted by tumultuous cheers. The papers the next morning said that a raging, howling mob had tried to reach the injured man. Cries of "Sabotage!" had been heard. 2 men, they said, had been injured and one killed on the docks the day before. Was this sabotage? Had the strikers fixed the winches with the purpose of killing strike breakers? Why not? Their leaders had openly preached it. Not only the Spaniard, but Marsh himself was quoted as favoring violence, and from that special sabotage issue of Joe Kramer's paper long extracts were reprinted. Were not these 3 leaders responsible for the death of that innocent black man? And should leaders such as these be allowed to go on preaching murder? Put them in jail. Quell this insurrection while still there was time. So spoke the press. The rumor quickly spread about that Marsh and the Spaniard and Joe Kramer were to be arrested that day. All 3 remained at strike headquarters, and a dozen burly strikers kept the throng from pouring in. "Go on home," I could hear them shouting. But far from going, the throng increased until it filled the whole street outside. Suddenly we heard their cries rise into a raging din. "Well, boys," said Marsh, "I guess they're here." He gave a few more sharp directions to his aides and then went out into the hall.
A dozen Central Office police in plain clothes were just coming in at the door. "All right," said Marsh. "We're ready. But unless you men were sent here with the idea of starting trouble, suppose you leave here now without us. Each one of us will meet you at any place and time you say." "We can't take your orders, Mr. Marsh." "You mean you were sent here for trouble?" "I mean I have warrants for the arrest of yourself, Joseph Kramer, and Francesco Vasca on a charge of incitement to murder." And in less than a minute I saw Marsh, the Spaniard, and Joe Kramer each handcuffed to two men, one on either side. As they left the hall I came close behind with a score of eager reporters. The crowd, to my excited eyes, was like a crouching tiger now, glaring out of countless eyes. Through the solid mass of men that packed the street from wall to wall, the police had formed a narrow lane from the patrol wagon to the door. On either side of this lane I saw a line of faces, eyes. Some looked anxious, frightened, and were trying to press back. But at the sight of their leaders now with a roar the multitude swept in. In a moment the lane was gone, and some 50 police had formed in a circle around the prisoners. Quickly their clubs rose and fell, and men dropped all around them. But furious hundreds kept rushing in from every side. Women and children caught in the tide were swept helplessly forward, came under the clubs and went down with the rest, and still the mass poured over them. Now at last the circle of bluecoats was broken. Policemen alone and in small clusters were rushed and whirled this way and that. Outnumbered 20 to 1, they began to go down in the scrimmage. Then I heard a quick shout, "Use your guns!" After that, 2 pistol shots. Then more in a sharp, steady crackle. The mass began breaking. Out on the edges I could see men starting to run. But down the street came a troop of mounted police on the gallop, and straight through the multitude they rode. I saw the 3 prisoners seized and surrounded and thrown into the wagon. I saw it go rapidly away. The police were now making wholesale arrests. That deep strident roar of the crowd had died down and broken into panting voices. Everywhere were struggling forms. Just before me the throng opened, and I saw a woman at my feet. Her face was bleeding from a club. As I stooped to lift her, I felt a big hand grip my arm, and then a heavy crushing weight pressed down upon my head. I felt myself sink down and down into an empty darkness. When I came to, I was being half pushed and half thrown by police up into one of their wagons. I remember a blurred glimpse of more fighting forms around me. Then a gong clanged and our wagon was off. And in a few moments we had emerged out of all this turbulence into the quiet, commonplace streets of a city of everyday business life. In the wagon a voice began singing. I looked up and saw our Italian musician, the leader of those gay excursions on the Internationale. Now he was singing the song of that name, and as all came in on the chorus, I caught a glimpse of his face. One cheek was bleeding profusely, and with one hand he was keeping the blood from trickling down. With the other hand he was beating time, and his black eyes were blazing. Soon after we came to Jefferson Market and stopped at the entrance of the jail. As we were hustled out of the wagon, and in the stronger light our cuts and swelling bruises came suddenly in view, 2 young girls among us began to laugh hysterically. In a moment we were inside the jail and shoved into a striker group that had come in wagons ahead of ours. A grim old sergeant at the desk was taking down names and addresses and sending the prisoners to their cells. I found myself a cool relief after all that fever of cries. With surprise I noticed it was clean. I had thought all cells were filthy holes. Still in a daze I sat down on my cot and felt the big bruise on my head. Where am I? What has happened? What has all this to do with me? What is it going to mean in my life? I heard a nasal voice from somewhere say, "I know this pen. They're putting the girls with the prostitutes." I heard clanging gongs outside, and soon the banging of steel doors as more prisoners were put into cells. And little by little, through it all,
I made out a low, eager murmur. "Say," inquired a drunken old voice, "who are all you damn fools? What is this party, anyhow?" "It is a revolution," a sharp little voice replied. And at that, from all sides, other voices broke out. Then from his cell our musical friend again started up the singing, his strained tenor voice rising high over all. The song rose in volume, grew more intense. "Hey! Quit that noise!" a policeman shouted. "Ah, let 'em alone," said another. "They'll soon work it off." But we seemed to be only working it up. Up and up, song followed song, and then short impassioned speeches came out of cells, and there was applause. A voice asked each one of us to name his nationality, and we found we were Americans, Irish, Scotch and Germans, Italians and Norwegians, and 3 of us were Lascars, and 1 of us was a coolie. Then there were cheers for the working class all over the world, and after that a call for more singing. And now, as one of the songs died away, we heard from the woman's part of the jail the young girls singing in reply. And slowly as I listened to those songs that rose and swelled and beat against those walls of steel, I felt once more the presence of that great spirit of the crowd. That spirit will go on, I thought. No jail can stop the thing it feels. And at last, with a deep, warm certainty, I felt myself where I belonged. End of chapter 16. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 17 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 17. Early in the evening I was taken out to the visitors' room, and there I found Eleanor's father. When he saw me, Dillon smiled. "Do you know where you are?" he asked. "You're not in the Bastille, or even Libby Prison. You're in the Jefferson Market Jail." "It hasn't felt that way," I said. "Probably not, but it is that way, and there's Eleanor to be thought of." "Eleanor will understand." I saw his features tightened. I noticed now that his face was drawn, as though he too had been through a good deal. "Yes," he said, "she understands, but it's a bit tough on her, isn't it? Jail is not quite in her line." I felt my throat contracting. "I know all that. I'm sorry enough on her account." "Then let's get out of this," he said. "I've brought you bail. No use staying in here all night." "None at all," I agreed. "I want to get back to the waterfront. We're going to issue an answer to this. They'll need me for the writing." Dillon watched me a moment. "You won't be allowed to do that," he said. "They're under martial law down there." I looked at him quickly. "The troops are here?" "Yes," he replied, and there was a pause. "These arrests, this riot," I said a little huskily. "Weren't they all framed up ahead? They needed the riot to get in the troops." "The troops are here." "Rather damnable. Do you think the people on the docks will just sit back and take it all?" "They'll have to," he said gently. "The world's work has been clogged up a little. It's time to go on again now." On the street outside he took my hand. "My boy, when this is over we'll get together, you and I." "All right, when it's over," I said. The farm that night again changed to my eyes. It was now an orderly village of tents. 2 regiments of militia were here, and their sentries reached for a mile to the north, watching the big company's docks. I walked up along the line and had talks with some of the sentries. I remember one in particular, a thin, nervous little man, a shoe clerk in a department store. Every workday for 6 years he had fitted shoes on ladies' feet. He had been doing it all that morning. And now here he was down on the waterfront with only the stars above him and great shadowy spaces all around, out of which at any moment he expected rushes by strikers. These strikers to him were not human, they were foreigners, for the moment gone mad, to be treated very much as mad dogs.
And here he was all by himself, his nerves on edge, with a gun in his hands. The absurdity of that gun in his hands! And the serious danger. I went into many tenements, into homes I had come to know in the strike. And they, too, were different now. Their principal leaders taken away and their headquarters closed by the police, the disorganization was complete. That spirit they had relied upon, that strange new spirit of the mass which they had created by coming together, was now dead. And each one felt the weakness of being alone, the weakness of his separate self. Blindly they fought against their despair. I found them packing tenement rooms, gathering instinctively in search of their great friend, the crowd. But from such gatherings as these, the weaker, the more timid and the wiser kept away. Rash spirits led these meetings, and here was the same hot passion that I had felt back in the jail. These people did not want to think. The time for thinking had gone by. They wanted to act, to do something quick. Their minds were fiercely set on the scabs, the police, and the militia. Their strike was not yet lost. Their friends and sympathizers were working hard that very night to get their leaders out on bail. In Washington, a House committee was striving still to compel arbitration. Everywhere the more moderate spirits were drawing together, trying to work out something safe. But these people did not know this. They were in their tenements, they were scattered far apart. They only knew how they had been clubbed, that 3 had been killed and many more wounded, and that now the troops were here. And the more fiery ones among them were feeling only one thing now, that when you are hit, you must hit back. You must show you're not scared. You must show you're a man. And so on the next morning no women and no children but huge silent throngs of men drifted out of the tenements down to the docks and moved slowly along the sentry lines. The chance to show they were not afraid came late in the afternoon. The clear sweet call of a bugle came floating gaily on the air, then the long hard roll of drums, and from their camp on the farm the troops came on the double quick up along the waterfront. Now thousands of strikers were running that way. From the foot of a city street across the wide open space to a pier the militia formed in 2 double lines, each line facing outward. Then down that street came mounted police, and behind them a score of trucks loaded with freight. At first I had hopes that the mass would not move. But out of the silence came angry shouts, and those behind pushed forward. Those in front were pressed close up to the sharp lines of bayonets, were prodded savagely by the troops. Militia youngsters, but half trained, in 2 thin lines opposing what appeared to them a furious sea of faces, fists, and angry cries. No wonder they were nervous. Bricks came flying from all sides, and even heavy paving stones, and then a few pistol shots out of the mass. I saw a militiaman drop on one knee and slowly topple over. I saw an excited young officer shout at his men and wave his sword. I saw long rows of guns make quick rhythmic movements, then level straight out, and there were 2 long flashes of fire. Disordered throngs were running now. Only a few men here and there turned to fire their pistols or to shout back frenzied, quivering oaths. Behind them a few soldiers were still shooting without orders. Near the sand pile on which I stood I saw a young militiaman enough like that little shoe clerk to have been his brother. His face was white and his eyes wild. He was panting, pumping his lever, and blindly firing shot after shot. "God damn 'em! Slaughter 'em! Slaughter 'em!" An officer knocked up his gun. That night the waterfront was still. Only the long, slow-moving line of the figures of sentries was to be seen. The troops were back in their camp on the farm. Bivouac fires were burning down there, but up here was only a dark, empty space. Here, scattered about on the pavement, after the firing had ceased, I had seen the dark, inert bodies of men. Most of them had begun to move, until fully half were crawling about. They had been picked up and counted. 39 wounded, 14 dead. These too had all been taken away. From the high steel docksheds there came a deep, harsh murmur made up of faint whistles, the rattle of winches, the shouts of the foreman, the heavy jar and crash of crates. A tug puffed smoothly into a slip with 3 barges in her wake. I walked slowly out that way. The tugmen and the bargemen talked in quiet voices as they made fast their craft to the pier. Below them the water was lapping and slapping. The world's work has been clogged up a little. It's to go on again now. The next day 3 heavy battleships steamed sluggishly through the Narrows and came to anchor in the bay. When interviewed by reporters, their commanders were vastly amused. No, they said, the United States Navy was not governed as to its movements by strikes. They simply happened to be here through orders issued weeks ago. But their coming was featured in headlines. I saw something else in the papers that night, a force greater than all battleships. As a week before I had felt a whole country in revolt, I felt now a country of law and order, a whole nation of angry tradesmen impatiently demanding an end to all this foreign anarchy. We want no more of your strikes, it said, none of your new crowd spirit, none of your wild talk and dreams. We want no change in this country of ours. The authorities obeyed this will. Bail was denied to Marsh, Vasca, and Joe, and for them a speedy trial was urged. The press now held them responsible not only for that first negro's death, but for all the deaths since their arrest. Let them pay the full penalty. Let them be made an example of. Let this business of anarchy be dealt with and settled once and for all. The work of crushing the strike went on. More troops were brought to the harbor. On the docks there were not only Negroes now, thousands of immigrant laborers were brought from Ellis Island and put to work at double pay, and on every incoming vessel the stokers were all kept on board. Among the strikers there was a break that swiftly spread and became a stampede. And in the following week the work of the harbor went on as before, with its regular commonplace weekly toll of 100 killed and injured. Peace had come again at last. On Saturday morning of that week I stood on the deck of a ferry boat, packed with little commuters who waved and cheered a huge ocean liner bound for Europe. Lying deep in the water, her hold laden heavy with the products of this teeming land, her decks thronged with travelers with money in their pockets, her band playing, her flags streaming out, and over all on the captain's bridge the officers up there in command, she was a mighty symbol of order and prosperity and of that efficiency which to me had been a religion for so many years. We all followed the great ship with our eyes as, gathering headway, she steamed out past the Statue of Liberty toward the battleships beyond. "Well," said an amused little man close by me, "I guess that'll be about all from the strikers." "Oh, my smiling little citizen, you've only seen the beginning," I thought. What were the strikers thinking now, and what would they be thinking soon? They had wanted easier lives. They had wanted to feel themselves powers here. Caught up in the tide of democracy now sweeping all around the earth, they had wanted to feel themselves running themselves in all this work they were doing. So they had come out on strike and become a crowd, and in the crowd they had suddenly found such strength as they never dreamed could be theirs, and they would not easily forget. The harbor was already seeing to that, for already its work had gone on with a rush, and all its heavy labor was weighing down upon them, like 1,000,000 tons of brick on their chests. I remembered what Joe Kramer had said. It's got so they can't even breathe without thinking. Was the defeat of this one strike the end? The grim battleships answered, "Yes, it is the end." But the restless harbor answered, "No." What change was coming in my life? I did not know. Of one thing only I was sure. The last of my gods, efficiency,
whose feet had stood firm on mechanical laws, and in whose head was all the brains of all the big men at the top, had now come tottering crashing down, and in its place a huge new god, whose feet stood deep in poverty, and in whose head were all the dreams of all the toilers of the earth, had called to me with one deep voice, with one tremendous burning passion for the freedom of mankind. End of chapter 17. Recording by Tom Weiss. Book 4, Chapter 1 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 1. Once I saw the harbor in a February storm, and in the wind and scurrying snow I saw it altogether like one whirling thing alive. But the next morning the storm had died away, and a wind from the south had brought banks of fog that moved sluggishly low down on the water, dividing the whole region into many separate parts. And from above a dazzling sun shone down upon three objects near me: a ferry boat, a puffing tug, and a tramp which lay at anchor, shone so brightly on these three they seemed alone, with nothing but mist all about them. So it was now for a time with me. The strike which had so suddenly drawn me into its whirling crowd life now as suddenly dropped away, and personal troubles piled one on the other. In place of that mass of thousands, I saw only a few people I loved, and I saw them so intensely that for a time we were quite alone, with nothing but mist all around us. Sue sent for me one morning, and I went over to our house. I was startled by the change in her face. It looked not only tired, it looked so disillusioned, done, so through with all the absorbing ideas and warm enthusiasm that had given it abundant life. "I'm not going to marry Joe Kramer," she said, "and I want you to tell him so." I stared at her blankly. "I'm sorry," I said. "Are you?" There was just a worn shadow of her old smile. "I don't know why I said that," I replied. "My head's rather dull this morning." "All right, Sis, I'll tell him." Still I watched her pityingly. Poor old Sue, what a crash in her life. "I'd like you to tell him the whole truth," my sister went on sharply. "Just why I've decided as I have. Don't say it's because of Father. When I wanted Joe, Dad didn't count. He was nothing to me but a back number. But I don't want him now, Joe, I mean. I don't love him any more. If I went to him today in his cell and said I'd stick by him no matter what happened because he was the man I loved, I'd be lying. That wouldn't be me. The real me is a much smaller person than that. I don't love Joe because I've been scared, because he's in a common jail, waiting to be tried for murder." Her face contracted slightly. "I suppose it's the way I've been brought up. But Sue—" "Don't stop me, Billy. Let me talk." And she talked on intensively, so absorbed in this fierce impulsive confession that she seemed to forget I was there. "I've been thinking what's to become of me. I've been thinking about all the things I've been in, and none seem real any longer. I wanted a thrill and I got it. That's all. Then I met Joe and I got it again. I got a thrill out of all his life and the big things it was made of. I got a great thrill out of the strike. Don't you remember how I talked 3 weeks ago when you were here? Dad was the old and I was the new. I saw everything beginning. I read Walt Whitman's Open Road and I felt like Joe's camarado. Well, and I kept on like that. And like a little idiot I couldn't keep it to myself. I went and told some of my friends. That's what's really the hardest now, what hurts the most. I told my friends. I posed as a Joan of Arc. I was going to marry, give up everything, chuck myself into this fight for the people, into revolution.
Thrills, I tell you. Thrills and thrills. But then Joe got arrested. I knew he was in a cell in the Tombs, in Murderers' Row, and that drove all the thrills away. That was real. Dad made it worse. He talked about the coming trial, Sing Sing, and the death house there. One morning he tried to read to me an account of an execution. I ran away, but I came back and read it myself. I read all the hideous details right up to the iron chair. And just because there was a chance of Joe's being like that, all at once, I stopped loving him. Not just because I was frightened. It wasn't so simple as a scare. It was something inside of me shuddering and saying, "How revolting!" I tried to shake it out of me. I tried to keep on loving him, but I couldn't shake it out of me. Joe had become revolting too. It's because of the way I've been brought up and because of the way I've always lived. I can't stand what's real if it's ugly. It's me. She broke off and looked down. I came and sat beside her and took her cold, quivering hands in mine. "I guess I am sorry, Sue, old girl." "Don't be," she retorted. "I'm too sorry for myself as it is. That's another part of me." Again she broke off with a hard little laugh. "Let's forget me for a minute. What has this sweet strike done to you?" "I'm not sure yet," I answered. "Where is Dad?" "Up in his room." "Tell me about him," I said. Sue drew an anxious little breath. "Oh, Billy, he's been getting so queer. It has all been such a strain on his mind. Every day he kept reading the news of the strike, and some days he would stamp and rage about till I was afraid to be with him. He talked about that death cell until I thought that I'd go mad. Sometimes when we were talking I thought that we both had gone mad." I went upstairs and found him in a chair by the window. With unnatural, clumsy motions he rose and came to meet me. "I'm all right, my boy." His voice had a mumbling quality, and I noticed the strangeness in his eyes. "I'm all right. I'm glad to see you." Then his face clouded and hardened a little, and he tried to speak to me sternly. "I'm glad you've come clean out of that strike and its notions. Glad you've come to your senses," he said. "You're lucky in having such a wife. She's been over here often lately, and she's worth a dozen like you and Sue. Have you seen Sue?" "Yes." "Well, she's all right." I said nothing to this, and he shot a sidelong look at me. "I had quite a time, my boy. I had to keep right at her." Another quick look. "I suppose she's told you how I went at her." "Never mind, Dad. It's over now. I had to make her feel the noose, I mean the chair," he went on in those thick, mumbling tones, "and that she'd have to choose between that and a decent Christian home. Like the home her mother had. She was a wonderful woman, your mother." He wandered off abruptly. "If she'd only understood me, seen what it was I was trying to do, for American shipping, Yankee sails." He sank down in his chair, exhausted, and I noticed he was breathing hard. "I'm all right, my boy. I'm quite all right." With a sudden rush of pity and of love and deep alarm, I bent gently over him. "Of course you are. Why, Dad, old boy, just take it easy. Quiet, you know. We're going to pull right out of this." The tears welled suddenly up in his eyes. "I'm lonely, boy. I'm glad you're here." Presently I went down to Sue. "When is the doctor coming next?" "Not till this afternoon," she said. "I'll be home tonight for supper. 'Phone me what he says." "All right. Where are you going now, to Joe?" "Yes, sis," I said. She turned and went quickly out of the room. In the Tombs, when Joe was brought out to me, I saw that he too had been through a deep change. He had been quiet enough all through the strike, except for that one big speech of his, but he had been tensely quiet. Now the tension appeared to be gone. He seemed wrapped up in thoughts of his own. "Have you seen Sue?" he asked me at once. "Yes, Joe. I've just been with her." "What did she say?" I began to tell him. "I knew it," he interrupted me.
I made up my mind to this the first night I spent here in my cell. It couldn't have happened, it wouldn't have worked. Tell her I understand all about it. Tell her that I'm sure she's right. Tell her it's funny, but it's true. Tell her this infernal pen has worked the same way on me as on her. I mean, it has made me not want her now. I feel sorry for her, and that's all. Deeply and infernally sorry. I was a fool to have let her into it. My only excuse for being so blind was that damned fever that left me so weak. At any other time I would have seen what a farce it was. I wasn't booked for a life like that. It doesn't fit in with this job of mine." He smiled a little bitterly. "I used to say," he continued, "that if I had time I'd like to do something yellow enough so that I'd be cut off for life from any chance of church bells. And I guess I've done it this time. No danger of getting respectable now." "How do you look at this, Joe?" I asked him. "What do you think they'll do to you?" "I don't know." Again he smiled slightly and wearily. "And I can't say I care a damn. I feel like those fellows over in Russia, the revolutionist chaps I met, who didn't know if they'd croak in a month and didn't care one way or the other. But as a matter of fact," he added, "I think this time it's mainly bluff. They wanted to get us away from the crowd and keep us away while they broke the strike. Now that it's over, you'll probably find they'll let us all off with light sentences. Of course the murder charge can't hold. By the way," he added, smiling, "I hear they got you too." "Yes," I answered, smiling back. "The judge fined me $10 and let me go. He said he hoped this would be a lesson." Joe looked at me curiously. "How much of a lesson, kid, do you think this strike has been to you?" "Quite a big one, Joe," I said. "What are you going to do about it?" "I haven't decided." "How is Eleanor taking it all?" "She's not saying much, and neither am I. We're both doing some thinking before we talk." "You're quite a pair," J.K. remarked. "I shouldn't wonder if you'd nose along quite a distance before you get through. I mean, in our direction." "That's what we're thinking about," I replied. Again he turned to me curiously. "You two can think together, without talking, can't you?" "Yes, sometimes we can." I never got that far with Sue. All at once he came closer, his whole manner changed. "Say, Bill, tell her all I've said, will you? I'm sorry, honest Injun. Make her feel how damnably sorry I am that I ever let her in for this." When I left him I went off for a walk, for I wanted to be alone a while. I wondered just how sure Joe felt about his fast approaching trial. It seemed to me that he had a good chance of going where Sue had pictured him. End of chapter 1. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 2 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 2. That evening I learned that my father was worse, and I spent the next day by his bedside. He had had a stroke in the morning and was not expected to live through the night. I found him mumbling fast to himself and making slight, restless efforts to move. At last he grew quiet, and presently his half-opened, gnarled right hand came groping out over the covers. I took it in mine, and at once I felt it close on mine with a quick, convulsive strength. His hand was moist, his eyes saw nothing. I sat there thus for a long time. Then suddenly, "Good boy," he muttered thickly. "Good boy, good. Always good to your mother." He kept repeating this over and over, with pauses between, then again with an effort, fiercely, as though from a distance his mind were set on getting this message over to me, over from an age that was dying into an age that was coming to life, a last good-bye to hold me back. Soon he was only mumbling figures, names of ships in distant ports, freight consignments. Now and then his finger would go to his lips,
as he turned phantom pages in feverish haste. Again in gasping whispers he would break out into arguments for the protection of Yankee sails. "Protection," he would whisper. "Damn fools not to see it! Discriminating tariffs, subsidies, a navy. Don't forget the navy. Remember War of 1812. Nothing without fighting." Nothing without fighting. He had been learning this all his life, and after he had said it now, he stopped speaking and grew still. Little by little his movements grew weaker. Finally he lay like a log, and the doctor said he would be so until dead. I went up to my old bedroom and sat down by the open window. It was such a beautiful night. From the garden below, where long ago I had felt such shivers over the ocean and heathen lands, a graceful poplar rose. Behind it from the river the huge, dim funnel of a steamer rose over the roof of the warehouse. Overhead to the right swept the great bridge of my childhood. But behind it were other bridges now, and off across the river the buildings of Manhattan loomed in loftier masses to their apex in the Tower of Lights. How changed it all was since I was a boy, and yet how like. On the harbor still the hurrying lights, yellow, blue and green and red. The same deep restless hum of labor. And from the waterfront below the same puffs and coughs of engines, the same sharp toots and treble pantings, the same raucous whine of wheels. There came a rough salt breeze from the sea, and it made me think of billowy sails and the days of my father's boundless youth, and of the harbor of long ago that had so gripped and molded him, as I felt mine now molding me. And for what? I asked. To what were we both adventuring out of these little harbors of ours? Toward dawn a tramp came down the river. Dimly as she passed below I could see how old she was, how worn and battered by the waves. A desolate and lonely craft, the smoke draggled out of her funnel. I watched her steam into the upper bay and pass around Governor's Island. I watched till in the first raw light of day I could see only her smoke through the Narrows. Then even this became but a blur, which crept away in that strange dawn light out into the wide ocean. A few hours later my father died. One by one, from different parts of the port, the queerest old men came into our house on the day of my father's funeral, men who still believed in American ships, still thrilled to the dream of the Stars and Stripes wherever there is an ocean breeze, men who still believed in ships that had sails and moved along with the force of the winds, who still believed that cabin boys could rise by the sheer force of their wills to be powers in the ocean world, men who had for the common crowd only the iron discipline, the old brute tyranny of the sea. These strange old men stood with their white heads bowed, a little group, looking down into my father's grave. "He was a magnificent fighter," I heard one of them say as we left. "He wrecked his own business for what he believed in. How many of us would go that far?" From the grave Sue came to our apartment. Eleanor had packed her trunk. "Sue must keep out of that dreary old house," she told me. "Luckily she has a friend out of town whom she's going to visit. When she comes back we must have the house closed, and I hope she'll live with us for a while." We talked of this that evening, for Sue seemed to want to talk. We stayed up until late and planned and planned. Many different kinds of work for Sue were taken up and discussed by us all. She surprised me by the brave effort she made. "I've got to want something, that's sure," she said. "I can't just yet. I've wanted so many things so hard, one after the other for nearly 8 years, that now I feel as though I've used up all the wanting that I've got. But of course I haven't. If I have, I'm a back number, and I'd a great deal rather be dead. So don't you people worry. Depend upon it, in less than a year I'll be all wrapped up in something new. I'll be tremendously enthused," she ended, smiling wearily. She agreed with me that the old house be sold,
and after she had left us I made every effort to sell it at once. I found it was heavily mortgaged now, but when at last I made a sale there was enough to clear off all debts and leave about $2,000 for Sue. She would have at least something to start on. As we set about to dismantle the house, various things quickly covered with dust came out of the closets, drawers and shelves. And these objects brought near again to me my mother's life and that hunger of hers for the things that were fine, that hospitable door which had waited for friends from the handsome old homes all around us. These homes all along the street had now lost their quiet dignity. Some were empty and marked "for sale." Others that had already been sold were cheerless boarding houses. The most handsome home of all, with its ample yard where I used to play, was gone, and in its place rose an apartment building which made the old houses all seem like dwarfs. Her world and his were both slipping away. Her life and his, her creed and his were little now but memories. Memories which in Sue and in me must take their chance with the warm new feelings, the cravings, hopes, loves, doubts and dreams of this absorbing world of our own. For the harbor was still molding lives. How anxious Eleanor seemed to be though, I thought a little bitterly. End of chapter 2. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 3 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 3. But Eleanor had good reason. When at last the house had been closed, back at home one evening, she told me what she had known for weeks, but had kept to herself until I should be free from other things. We were to have another child. The news was a shock. It frightened me. "Where's the money to come from?" flashed into my mind. In an instant it had passed, and I was holding her tight in my arms. She must have caught that look in my face, for I could feel her trembling. "The same funny old world, my dearest one," she whispered, "with its same old trick of starting out. But oh, my dear, in spite of it all, or because of it all, how good it is to be alive! More than ever, 100 times." "You darling girl," I whispered back. "You're the bravest one of all." Her father came to us the next night, and after Eleanor went to bed he and I talked long together. He looked worn and tired, but the same quiet affection was in his eyes. "Let's see where we are," he said, "and what we've got to go on. To begin with, thank God, you and I are still friends. Then there's Eleanor and your small son and the smaller one that's coming. We're just starting in on a long hot summer. She must of course be got out of town. How much have you in the bank?" $37, I said. He looked thoughtfully at his cigar. "You've never yet taken money from me," he continued, after a moment. "Still, you'll do it if you had to, because this is our affair. But unluckily just at present I'm nearly as high and dry as yourself. The men who have backed my harbor work have lost so heavily in the strike that they feel now they must recoup. I've already proposed to them a plan which they have as good as accepted. They'll provide enough money to pay the rent of a smaller office. I can borrow enough to pay half my men. The rest I'll have to let go for a time." "And your salary?" I ventured. "Is left out," he answered. "I mean it is if I can stay here. I want to stay here. I want to put through this job if I can. You see, it has taken 6 years of my life. And besides," he added wistfully, "in a very few weeks they'll finish the work at Panama, and the ships of the world will begin to crowd into a harbor that isn't ready here. We haven't even completed our plans. It's not a good time to stop our work. But of course, if you and Eleanor get into a hole that is serious, as I said before and you'll agree, you'd have to let me help you, even if to do it I should have to give up my work for a while and take up something that will pay." "No, sir." "Yes, sir," he replied, "unless you can earn enough money yourself." We looked at each other a moment. "You know how to bring pressure, don't you?" I said. "Yes, I'm bringing pressure. I want to see you go on as before." "That won't be easy," I remarked. "Shall we talk it over a little?" "Yes." "All right," he said. "Since that talk we had together the day Eleanor's first child was born, what a splendid start you made in your writing. You were not only earning big pay, you were doing fine work, work that was leading somewhere. I could see you learning to use your tools, getting a broad, sane view of life and of yourself, training yourself and building yourself. You were right on the threshold of big results. But then your friend Kramer came along. He had not built himself, he had chucked himself over, neglected himself, his health included. So he took typhoid and came to your home. His being there was a drain on your pocket and a heavy strain on your nerves. He got you unsettled. Then came the strike. And what has it done? It has taken your time, health and money. It has left two good workmen stranded, you and me. And I don't see that it's done the crowd any good. What has the strike given you in return for all it has taken away?" "A deeper view of life," I said. "I saw something in that strike so much bigger than Marsh or Joe or that crude organization of theirs. Something deep down in the people themselves that rises up out of each one of them the minute they get together. And I believe that power has such possibilities that when it comes into full life, not all the police and battleships and armies on earth can stop it." The look in Dillon's eyes was more anxious than impatient. "Billy," he said, "I've lived a good deal closer than you have to the big jobs of this world. And I know those jobs are to get still bigger, even more complex. They're to require even bigger men." I smiled a bit impatiently. "Still the one man in a million," I said. "Yes," said Dillon. "His day isn't over, it has only just begun. He may have his bad points, I'll admit he has, but compared to all the little men, his vision is wide and it goes deep. And if they'll only leave him alone and give him a chance, he'll take me and the other engineers and the chemists and doctors and lawyers, and he'll make a world, he's doing it now, where ignorance and poverty will in time be wiped completely out." "They're not going to leave him alone," I said. "I'm sure of that now. Whether he grafts or whether he's honest won't make any difference. The crowd is going to pull him down. Because it's not democracy. The trouble with all your big men at the top is that they're trying to do for the crowd what the crowd wants to do for itself. And it may not do it half so well, but all the time it will be learning, gathering closer every year, and getting a spirit compared to which your whole clean, clear efficiency world is only cold and empty." He must have caught the look in my eyes. "You're thinking that I'm getting old," he said softly. "I and all the men like me who have been building up this country. You're thinking that we're all following on after your father into the past." As I looked back I felt suddenly humble. Dillon's voice grew appealing and kind. "But you belong with us, Billy," he said. "It was under us you won your start. And what I want now," he added, "is not only for Eleanor's sake, but your own. I want you to try to write again about all the work we are doing and see what it will do for you. Why not give it another chance? You're not afraid of it, are you?" "No," I said, "I'm not afraid, and I'll give it another chance if you like. I don't want to be narrow about it, God knows, but before I tackle anything else, I'll finish my story of the strike." "All right," he agreed. "That's all I ask. Now suppose you take Eleanor up to the mountains and write your strike article up there. Let me loan you a little just at the start." "How much money have you in the bank?" "Enough to send Eleanor where she belongs." "Eleanor belongs right here," said a voice from the other room, and presently Eleanor appeared. She surveyed us both with a scorn in her eyes that made us quake a little.
"I never heard," she went on calmly, "of anything quite so idiotic. Go home, Dad, and go to bed, and please drop this insane idea that I'm afraid of July in New York or of August or September. Do you know what you're going to do tomorrow, both of you poor foolish boys? You're going sensibly to work and worry about nothing at all. And tomorrow night we're all three of us going to forget how it feels to work or think, and get on an open trolley and go down and hear Harry Lauder. Thank heaven he happens to be in town. To hear you talk you'd think the whole American people had forgotten how to laugh. Now, Billy," she ended smoothly, "go to the icebox and get 2 bottles of nice cool beer. And make me a tall glass of lemonade. And don't use too much sugar."
End of chapter 3. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 4 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 4. The next day and the next evening Eleanor's program was carried out. But after that night the laughing stopped, for Joe Kramer was coming to trial. I had not seen Joe for over 2 weeks, and I had taken his view of his case, that there was no serious danger. But now I learned from a good source that Joe and both his colleagues were to be brought to trial at once, while the public feeling was still hot against them. As the time of the trials drew near, every paper in town took up the cry. Let these men be settled once and for all, they demanded. Let them not be set free for other strikes, for wholesale murder and pillage. Let them pay the full penalty for their crimes. In the face of this storm, I found myself on Joe's defense committee, the best part of my time each day and evening taken up with raising money, helping to find witnesses, and doing the press work for parades and big mass meetings of labor. Through this work in odd hours I finished my story of the strike. It all came back to me vividly now, and I tried to tell what I had seen. I took it to my editor. "Print that?" he said when he'd read it. "You're mad." "It's the truth," I remarked. "As you see it," he said. "And you've seen it only from one side. If this story had been written and signed by Marsh or your friend Kramer, we might have run it, with a reply from the companies. But I don't want to see you stand for this, in our magazine or anywhere else. It means too much to you as a writer. Look out, my boy," he added with a return to the brusque kindliness which he had always shown me in the years I had worked under him. "We think a lot of you in this office. For God's sake, don't lose your head. Don't be one more good reporter spoiled." I took my story of the strike to every editor I knew, and it was rejected by each in turn. They thought it all on the side of the crowd, an open plea for revolution. Then I took it to Joe in the Tombs. "Will you sign this, Joe?" I asked when he had read it. "No," he replied. "It's too damn mild. You've given too much to the other side. All these bouquets to efficiency, and all this about the weak points of the crowd. The average stoker reading this would think that the revolution won't come till we are all white-haired." "I don't believe it will," I said. "I know you don't. That's why you're no good to us," he said. "We want our stuff written by men who are sure that a big revolution is just ahead, men who are certain that a strike, to take in half the civilized world, is coming in the next 10 years." "I don't believe that." "I know. You can't. You're still too soaked in the point of view of your efficiency father-in-law. So you don't feel you can sign this?" "No." That day I sent my story to a small magazine in New England, which from the time of the Civil War had retained its traditions of breadth of view. Within a week the editor wrote that he would be glad to publish it. "Our modest honorarium will follow shortly," he said at the end. The modest honorarium did. Meanwhile I had sent him a sketch of Nora Ganey which I had written just after the strike. I received a letter equally kind, and another honorarium. I began to see a future of modest honoraria. In the meantime, to meet our expenses at home, I had borrowed money and given my note, and the note would soon fall due. Those were far from pleasant days. On the one side, Joe in his cell waiting to be tried for his life, on the other, Eleanor at home waiting for a new life to be born. By a lucky chance for me, Joe's trial was again postponed, so I could return to my own affairs. I had to have some money quick. I went back to my magazine editor and asked for a job in his office. "I'm ready now to be sane," I said. "Glad to hear it," he replied. "I'll give you a steady, routine job where you can grind till you get yourself right." "Till I get back where I was, you mean?" "Yes, if you can," he answered. I went for a walk that afternoon to think over the proposition he'd made. "I have seen 3 harbors," I said to myself. My father's harbor, which is now dead, Dillon's harbor of big companies, which is very much alive, and Joe Kramer's harbor, which is struggling to be born. It's an interesting age to live in. I should like to write the truth as I see it about each kind of harbor. But I need the money. My wife is going to have a child. So I'll take that steady position and try to grind part of the truth away. "What have you been doing?" Eleanor asked when I came home. "You look like a ghost." "Not at all," I replied. "I've been getting a job." "Tell me about it." I told her part. She went and got her sewing and settled herself comfortably for a quiet evening's work. Eleanor loved baby clothes. "Now, begin again and tell me all," she ordered. And she persisted until I did. "It won't do," she said when I had finished. "It will do," I replied decidedly. "It's the best thing in sight. It will see us through till the baby is born. After all, it's only for a year." "It's a mighty important year for you, my love," said Eleanor. She thoughtfully held up and surveyed a tiny infant's nightgown. "If you do this, you'll be giving up. It's not writing your best. It's giving up what you think is the truth. And that's a bad habit to get into. It's settled now. Please leave it alone." "Oh, very well," she said placidly. "Let's talk of what I've been doing." "What you've been doing?" "Precisely. I've taken a little apartment downtown, over by the river. The rent is $28 a month. It's on the top floor and has plenty of air, and there's a nice roof for hot summer evenings. You're to carry 2 wicker chairs up there each night after supper." "I'll do nothing of the kind," I rejoined indignantly. "You're going to pack up at once and go to the mountains. And when you come back you're coming right here." "Oh no, I'm not," she answered. "Don't be an idiot, Eleanor. Think of moving out of here now, in your condition." "It's better than moving out of your work. Dad has kept right on with his, even when they stopped his pay. Well, now they've stopped your pay, that's all, and we've got to do the best we can. We've simply got to live for a while on modest honorariums. Now, don't talk, wait till I get through. You've got to work harder than ever before, but for much less money. But with less money than before, we're going to be happier than we've ever been in all our lives. And you can't do a thing to stop it. If you do take that office work and bring a lot of money home, do you know what I'll do? I'll move to that little flat just the same, and all the extra money you bring will go to Mrs. Bealey." "Who in God's name is Mrs. Bealey?" "One of my oldest charity cases. She was here this afternoon. The trouble with you is, my dear," my wife continued smoothly, "that you've been so wrapped up in your own little changes you haven't given a thought to mine. Well, I've done some changing too. Every time that Sue or you have taken up a new idea, I've taken up a Mrs. Bealey. I did the same thing in the strike. I went with Nora Ganey into the very poorest of all the tenements down by the docks. I saw the very worst of it all, and I tried to do what I could to help. But I felt like a drop in the ocean. And that's how I've changed. Things are so wrong in the tenements that big reforms are needed. I don't know what they are, and I'm not sure anyone else does.
But I'm sure that if any reforms worth while are to be made, we've got to see just where we are. And that means that quite a number of people, you for instance, have got to tell the truth exactly as they see it. So I'd rather put our money in that and let old Mrs. Bealey forget our address. That's another reason for moving." "There's nothing noble about it at all," she said as she threaded her needle. "I mean to be perfectly comfortable. I saw this coming long ago, and since the strike was over I've spent weeks picking out a nice place where we can get the most for our money. About 30,000 babies, I'm told, are to be born in the city this summer, and their mothers aren't going first to the mountains or even for a walk in the park. I don't see why I shouldn't be one. As a matter of fact, I won't be one. My baby won't be born until fall, and I'll have a clean, comfortable flat with one maid instead of a dirty tenement with all the cooking and washing to do. You'll probably find magazines who'll pay enough honorariums to make $100 a month, which is just about 3 times as much as Mrs. Bealey lives on. So that's settled, and we move this week." We moved that week. End of chapter 4. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 5 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 5. One night about a month later, when we had ensconced ourselves for the evening out on the roof of our new home, where the summer's night was cooled by a slight breeze from the river, our maid came up and told me there was a strange gentleman below. I went down and brought him up. I was deeply pleased and excited, for he was the English novelist whom I most admired these days. He had come to me during the strike and had been deeply interested in the great crowd spirit I had found. He was going back to England now. "I'm curious," he told me, "to see how much your striker friends have kept of what they got in the strike. What new ideas and points of view? How much are they really changed? That, I should think, is by far the most valuable part of it all." "It's just what I've been trying to find out for myself," I replied. "Really? Will you tell me?" I told him how on docks, on tugs and barges, in bar-rooms and in tenements, I was having talks with various types of men who had been strikers, how I was finding some dull and hopeless, others bitter, but more who simply felt that they had bungled this first attempt and were already looking forward to more and greater struggles. The socialists among them were already hard at work, urging them to carry their strike on into the political field, vote together in one solid mass, and build up a government all their own. Through this ceaseless ferment I had gone in search of some significant characters, incidents, new points of view. I was writing brief sketches of it all. "How do you feel about all this?" the Englishman asked, "before you were drawn into the strike?" And turning from me to Eleanor, "And you?" he added. Gradually he got the stories of our lives. I told how all my life I had been raising up gods to worship, and how the harbor had flowed silently in beneath, undermining each one and bringing it down. "It seems to have such a habit of changing," I ended, "that it won't let a fellow stop." "Lucky people," he answered, smiling, "to have found that out so soon, to have had all this modern life condensed so cozily into your harbor before your eyes, and to have discovered, while you are still young, that life is growth, and growth is change. I believe the age we live in is changing so much faster than any age before it, that a man, if he's to be vital at all, must give up the idea of any fixed creed, in his office, his church, or his home, that if he does not, he will only wear himself out butting his indignant head against what is stronger and probably better than he. But if he does, if he holds himself open to change, and knows that change is his very life, then he can get a serenity which is as much better than that of the monk as living is better than dying. We talked of books being written in England and France, in Germany and Russia, all dealing with deep changes in the views and beliefs and desires of men. "Any man," he said, "who thinks that modern Europe will go smoothly, quietly on, needs a dose of your harbor to open his eyes." He turned to me with a sudden thought. "Why don't you write a book," he asked, "about this harbor you have known?" Eleanor made a quick move in her chair. "That's just what you ought to do!" she exclaimed. "I wonder if I could," I said. "It would be hard to see it now, as it looked at all the different times." "You'll hardly be able to do that," the Englishman answered quietly. "Because to each one of us, I suppose, not only his present but his past is constantly changing to his view. But I wouldn't let that bother you. What would interest me as a reader would be your view of life as you look back upon it to-day, in this present stage of your growth. I was raised in the Alps myself," he went on, "so my picture of life is the mountain path. As I climb and turn now and then to look back, the twisting little path below appears quite different each time. But still I keep on writing, my changing view of the slope behind and of the rising peaks ahead. And now and then by working my hardest, I've felt the greatest joy of writing the truth. As you know, it isn't easy. But year by year I've felt my readers grow in number. I believe they are going to grow and grow, not mine nor yours, but the readers of all the chaps like ourselves, the readers who pick up each new book with the hope that one more fellow has done his best, not to please them, but to please himself, by telling of life as he has seen it, his changing life through his changing eyes." After he left us there was a long silence. Both of us were thinking hard. And as Eleanor looked up to the stars I saw their brightness in her eyes. "Yes," she said at last, I'm sure you'd better take his advice, and write as truthfully as you can the whole story as you see it now, of this strange harbor you have known." We talked long and eagerly that night. End of chapter 5. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 6 of The Harbor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Harbor by Ernest POOLE. Chapter 6. I began my story of the harbor. Every hour that I could spare from the stories and sketches of tenement life, by which I made a scant living those days, I spent in gathering memories of my long struggle with this place, arranging and selecting and setting them in order for this record of the great life I had seen. But this wide world has many such lives, many heaving forces. And ever since I had been born, while I had been building for myself one after the other these gods of civilization and peace, all unheeded by my eyes, a black shadow had been silently creeping over the whole ocean world. Now from across the water there came the first low grumble of war. Within one short portentous week that grumble had become a roar, and before all the startled peoples had time to realize what was here, vast armies were being rushed over the lands, all Europe was in chaos, and the world was on the eve of the most prodigious change of all. And like the mirror of the world that it had always been to me, the harbor at once reflected this change. Only a little time before, I had seen it almost empty, except for that crude boat of the crowd, the Internationale, with its songs of brotherhood and of a world where wars should cease. Now I saw it jammed with ships from whose masts flew every flag on the seas, and from the men who came ashore I heard of how they had been chased, some fired upon, by battleships. I heard of war upon the seas. I felt my father's world reborn, an ocean world where there was nothing without fighting, and where every nation fought. Ours had already entered the lists,
with a loud clamor for ships of our own in which to seize this sudden chance for our share of the trade of the world. The great canal was open at last, and Europe in her turmoil had had not even a moment to look. The East and South lay open to us. Rush in and get our share at last. Make our nation strong at sea. And while in blind confusion I groped for some new footing here, strove to see what it was going to mean to that fair world of brotherhood which I had seen struggling to be born, suddenly, as though in reply, there came a sharp voice out of the crowd. Joe Kramer came to trial for his life. Before his case went to the jury, Joe rose up and addressed them. And he spoke of war and violence. He spoke of how in times of peace this present system murders men, on ships and docks and railroads, in the mills and down in the mines. And as though these lives were not enough, the powers above in this scramble for theirs for all the profits in the world, all the sweated labor they could wring out of humankind, had now flown at each other's throats, and the blood of the common people was pouring out upon the earth. My comrades over the water, he said, saw this coming years ago. They worked day and night to gather the workers of Europe together against this war that will blacken the world. For that they were called anti-patriots, fiends, men without a country, and some were imprisoned and others were shot. And over here, where in times of peace the number of killed and wounded is over 500,000 a year, for rebelling against this murder they have called me murderer, and have placed me here on trial for my life. And what I want to ask you now is that you take no halfway course. Either send me out of this dock a free man, or up the river to the chair. For this is no year for compromise. Am I a murderer? Yes or no? Decide with your eyes wide open. If you set me free, I shall still rebel. I shall join my comrades over the sea who already are going about in the camps and saying to the rank and file, "You can stop this slaughter. You can save this world gone mad. You can end this murder, both in time of war and peace." And the jury set Joe free. Early in the following week I went down to his room by the docks for a last evening with him there. Joe was sailing that same night. Under a name not his own he had taken passage in the steerage of the big fast liner which was to sail at 1 o'clock. Into his room all evening poured his revolutionist friends, and the chance of revolution abroad was talked of in cool, practical terms. Nothing could be done, they said, in the first few months to stop this war. Years ago the man in France, who had led the anti-war movement, had predicted that if war broke out, every government rushing in would force on its people the belief that this was no war of aggression, but one of defense of the fatherland from a fierce, onrushing foe. And so, in truth, it had come about, and against that appeal to fight for their homes no voice of reason could stem the tide. The Socialists had been swept on with the rest. By tens and hundreds of thousands they had already gone to the front. But it was upon this very fact that Joe and his friends now rested their hopes. For just so soon as in the camps the first burst of enthusiasm had begun to die away, as the millions in the armies began to grow sick of the sight of blood, the groans and the shrieks of the wounded and dying, the stench of the dead, and themselves weary of fighting, worn by privation and disease, began to think of their distant homes, their wives and children starving there. Then these Socialists in their midst, one at every bivouac fire, would begin to ask them, "Why is it that we are at war? What good is all this blood to us? Is it to make our toil any lighter, life any brighter in our homes, or were we sent out by our rulers to die only in order that they, in their scramble, might take more of the earth for themselves? And if this is true, why not rise like men and end this fearful carnage?" Already these thousands were in the camps. Into Joe's room that evening came men to give him the names and regiments of those comrades he could trust. Joe with a few hundred others was to make his dangerous way into the camps and the barracks, wherever that was possible, of French and Russians and Germans alike, to carry news from one to the other, to make ready and to plan. Now and then, in the talk that night, I felt the thrilling presence of that rising god, that giant spirit of the crowd, not dead but only sleeping now to gain new strength for what it must do. And again, in gleams and flashes, I saw the vision of the end, the world for all the workers. For in this crowded tenement room, forgotten now by governments, this rough, earnest group of men seemed so sure of this world of theirs, so sure that it was now soon to be born. One by one they went away, and Joe and I were left alone. Slowly he refilled his pipe. I thought of the talks we had had in 10 years. "Well, Bill," he inquired at last, "what are you going to do with yourself?" "Write what I see in the crowd," I said, "from my new point of view, this year's point of view," I added. I went on to tell him what the English writer had said, and I told of my book on the harbor. "Well," said Joe when I was through, "I guess it's about the best you can do. You've got a wife to think of." "You don't know her," I rejoined, and I told him how she had changed our home in order not to stop my work. "But don't you see what she's up to?" said Joe. "What the devil do you mean?" I asked indignantly. Joe blew a pitying puff of smoke. "You poor blind dub of a husband," he said with his old affectionate smile. "She's making you love her all the more. You're anchored worse than ever. You can't go over to Europe and take a chance at being shot. Don't you see the hole you're in? You've got to care what happens to you." "I'm not so sure of that, Joe," I said. "Things in this world are changing so fast that it's hard for any man in it to tell where he'll be in a year from now, or even a few short months from now. It's the year that no man can see beyond." "You mean you're coming over?" he asked. "I'm not sure. Just now I'm going to finish this book. I'm going to see Eleanor through till the baby is born. But after that, if over in Europe the people rise against this war, I don't just see how I can keep out." Joe looked at me queerly, and with a curious gruffness, "I hope you will keep out," he said. "There aren't many women like your wife." He pulled an old grip from under his bed and began throwing in a few books and clothes. From a drawer he swept a few colored shirts, some underclothes, and a small revolver. "J.K.," I said, "I've been thinking about us. And I think our youth is gone." "What's youth?" asked Joe indifferently. "Youth," I replied, "is the time when you can think anything, feel anything, and go anywhere." "I'm still going anywhere," he remarked. "But you can't think anything," I rejoined. "You say I'm tied to a wife and home. All right, I'm glad I am. But you're tied too. You're tied to a creed, Mr. Syndicalist, a creed so stiff that you can't think of anything else." "All right, I'm glad I am," he echoed. "I'm sorry youth lasted as long as it did." He closed his grip and strapped it. Then he took up his hat and coat and threw a last look about the room where he had lived for a year or more. "Breaking down home ties," he said with a grin. "Don't come to the boat," he added downstairs. "She don't sail for an hour or two, and I'll be asleep in my bunk long before." "All right. Good bye, J.K. Remember, we may meet over there." Again that gruffness came into his voice. "If you do, you'll be taking a mighty big chance," he said. "Good bye, Bill. It's just possible we may never meet again. Glad to have made your acquaintance, kid. Here's wishing you luck." He turned and went off down the farm with that long swinging walk of his big heavy shoulders bent rather more than before. And as I stood looking after him, I thought of the lonely winding road that he was to travel day and night, in the slums of cities and in and out among the camps. I walked slowly back through the tenements toward the new home among them that Eleanor had made. In the summer's night the city streets were still alive with people. I passed brightly lighted thoroughfares where I saw them in crowds, and I knew that this tide of people flowed endlessly through the hundreds of miles of streets that made up the port of New York. Hurrying, idling, talking and laughing, quarreling, fighting, here stopping to look at displays in shop windows, there pouring into movies, and walking, walking on, going up into their tenement homes to eat and drink, love, breed and sleep, to wake up and come down to another day. So the crowd moved on, while the great harbor surrounding their lives and shaping their lives went on with its changes unheeded. I tried to think of this harbor as being run by this common crowd, of the railroads, mines and factories, of the colleges, hospitals and all institutions of research, and the theaters and concert halls, the picture galleries, all the books, all in the power of the crowd. It will be a long time, I thought. Before it comes, the crowd must change. But they will change, and fast or slow, I belong with them while they're changing. Something Joe had once said came into my mind. They're the ones who get shot down in wars and worked like dogs in time of peace. And I thought of the crowds across the sea, of men being rushed over Europe on trains, or marching along starlit roads, or tramping across meadows. And I thought of long lines of fire at dawn spurting from the mouths of guns, from mountainsides, from out of woods, from trenches in fast blackening fields, and of men in endless multitudes pitching on their faces as the fire mowed them down. And with those men it seemed to me went all the great gods I had known, gods of civilization and peace, the kind God in my mother's church, and the smiling goddess in Paris, the clear-eyed God of efficiency, and the awakening God of the crowd, all plunging into this furnace of war with the men in whose spirits all gods dwell, to shrivel and melt in seething flames and emerge at last in strange new forms. What would come out of the furnace? I thought of Joe and his comrades going about in towns and camps, speaking low and watching, waiting, hoping to bring a new dawn, a new order, out of this chaotic night. And I heard them say to these governments, "Your civilization is crashing down. For 100 years, in all our strikes and risings, you preached against our violence. You talked of your law and order, your clear, deliberate thinking. In you lay the hope of the world, you said. You were civilization. You were mind and science. In you was all efficiency. In you was art, religion, and you kept the public peace. But now you have broken all your vows. The world's treasures of art are as safe with you as they were in the Dark Ages. Your Prince of Peace you have trampled down, and all your science you have turned to the efficient slaughter of men. In a week of your boasted calmness you have plunged the world into a violence beside which all the bloodshed in our strikes and revolutions seems like a pool beside the sea. And so you have failed, you powers above. Blindly and stupidly you have failed. For you have let loose of violence where you are weak and we are strong. We are these armies that you have called out. And before we go back to our homes, we shall make sure that these homes of ours shall no more become ashes at your will. For we shall stop this war of yours, and in our minds we shall put away all hatred of our brother men. For us they will be workers all. With them we shall rise and rise again, until at last the world is free." The voice had ceased, and again I was walking by myself along a crowded tenement street. Immigrants from Europe, brothers, sons and fathers of the men now in the camps, kept passing me along the way. As I looked into their faces I saw no hope for Europe there. Such men could take and hold no world. But then I remembered how in the strike, out of just such men as these, I had seen a giant slowly born. Would that proud spirit rise again? Could it be that the time was near when this last and mightiest of the gods would rise and take the world in his hands? At home I found Eleanor asleep. For a time I sat at my desk and made some notes for my writing. I read and smoked for a little, then undressed and went to bed. But still I lay there wide awake, thinking of this home of mine and of where I might be in a few months more, in this year that no man can see beyond. For all the changes in the world seemed gathering in a cyclone now. I was nearly asleep when I was roused by a thick voice from the harbor. Low in the distance, deep but now rising blast on blast, its waves of sound beat into the city, into millions of ears of sleepers and watchers, the well, the sick and dying, the dead, the lovers, the schemers, the dreamers, the toilers, the spenders and wasters. I shut my eyes and saw the huge liner on which Joe was sailing moving slowly out of its slip. Down at its bottom men shoveling coal to the clang of its gong. On the decks above them hundreds of cabins and suites de luxe, most of them dark and empty now. Bellowing impatiently as it swept out into the stream, it seemed to be saying, "Make way for me. Make way, all you little men. Make way, all you habits and all you institutions, all you little creeds and gods. For I am the start of the voyage, over the ocean to heathen lands. And I am always starting out and always bearing you along. For I am your molder. I am strong. I am a surprise. I am a shock. I am a dazzling passion of hope. I am a grim executioner. I am reality. I am life. I am the book that has no end." This is the end of The Harbor by Ernest Poole. Recording by Tom Weiss.